Episode 421, The Hierarchy. Lance shrugged arrogantly at Alex. You clearly have some weird abilities, but that doesn't mean you have power. I've been with Class 6 since the beginning. You think you can just walk in here and take control? Even the principal knows who really has the power here. What do you think you can do? Ah, Alex smiled. Sounds like somebody has family in politics. Lance frowned at him. Yeah, so what? My dad is important. I've known the meaning of real power since I was little. You wouldn't understand. Right. And would he agree with you if I brought him here to talk with him myself? If you said all that again with him standing next to you, would he agree? A strange flurry of emotions crossed Lance's face quickly before he got control of himself again. Good luck trying to get him here. I know better than to waste his time. What makes you think you can just summon him? Besides, even if you wanted to talk to him, you'd have to get through his secretary and all his office staff. He's a busy man. It's not so easy as just phoning him up, Lance said with a proud smile. Alex shrugged. Maybe, but as your teacher, I do have his contact information. Don't bother. Everyone in our class is the kid of someone important, and they're not going to answer dumb calls from dumb teachers. Some of my classmates may be following your rules now, but as soon as they change their minds, they'll go back to their old ways. Lance crossed his arms. You've got some wild ideas about the amount of respect teachers deserve. But we all understand the reality. You get paid a crap wage and have to spend all your time chasing around a bunch of kids who will always be more powerful than you. The second we graduate and step out of here, the hierarchy will be back in order, and you'll answer to us, same as everybody else. Alex stood silently as Lance made this speech. When Lance was finished, he let the silence hang in the air for a long, uncomfortable amount of time. Well, he finally said, we'll see. I'll speak with him later today. Then Alex turned and left. Today? Dream on! Lance called after him, trying to sound confident. When Eric heard what had happened between Alex and Lance, he became concerned. Aren't you worried? He asked. What if he really gets to speak to your dad today? He won't. He'll waste his time trying, and then everyone will see how pathetic he really is, Lance sneered. Though not as pathetic as the person eavesdropping on us right now. Billy froze by the door. He had been listening in, but he hadn't realized the students had realized he was at the door. He desperately wanted to see Alex make a fool of himself in front of Lance's father, but he knew he couldn't linger any longer. Eric shot a glare at the door, watching until Billy's shadow disappeared. What's with him? Lance shrugged angrily. He's got it in for Alex. But as you just saw, he comes and goes when I order him to. Mr. Ambrose doesn't have any more power than Billy, and he thinks he can make my father drop what he's doing and come speak with him? Ridiculous. Lance had never felt so impatient to graduate. It was infuriating to have to put up with teachers, especially ones like Alex who seemed to think they had authority in the real world. Privately, he was angry at the implication that his father had for meetings. His father barely had any time to see him, let alone some jumped-up high school teacher. But he didn't want to admit this to anyone else. If he had been thinking clearly, he might have wondered why Alex seemed so confident that he could speak with someone as busy and important as a district council member. If he had known Mr. Ambrose he despised was also the legendary Master Alex, he might not have spoken so rudely. but the students around him were congratulating him for taking a stand against the new teacher. So he let himself get swept up in their excitement instead. Billy returned to his office, seething with anger. He threw himself into his desk chair, mind whirling as he tried to think of a way to use what little he had overheard. No matter which angle he looked at it from, he could not see how Alex would ever manage to secure a meeting with Lance's father. He realized there was an opportunity to be had here. After all, if Alex couldn't successfully hold a meeting with Mr. Cartwright, then he probably couldn't get a meeting with any of the parents of the students in Class 6. One missed meeting might go unnoticed, but what about an entire parents' meeting? Billy pushed himself up and headed for the principal's office. If he could get the principal to insist on a parents' meeting, Alex would be backed into a corner. And once the meeting took place with not a single parent present, he would be humiliated in front of the entire school, declared unfit, and finally fired so Billy could take over as head teacher. When Alex reached his office, he quickly found Mr. Cartwright's phone number and dialed it. Mr. Cartwright was a council member for the Central District of Baltimore. It was not his only business, but the role that chiefly occupied his time. Sure enough, it was an assistant who answered the phone, not Mr. Cartwright himself. "He's in a meeting now," the young man said with hardly any introduction. "I can make an appointment for you at a later date." "Tell him that Alex called. Tell him that if he doesn't call me back in 5 minutes, there will be consequences," said Alex, and then he hung up. It was not an empty threat. Given Mr. Cartwright's position, Alex was certain the man would recognize him from his many past exploits. Besides, even if Mr. Cartwright chose not to pay attention to him, it would be easy to punish Lance some other way regardless. Alex wasn't too worried about it one way or another. On the other end of the call, the assistant was glaring at the phone in astonishment. He couldn't believe someone had just dared to call the office of one of the leading council members of the Central District and then hang up on him. At the first opportunity he got, he reported the phone call to Mr. Cartwright. The council member barely lifted his head to acknowledge that his assistant had spoken. With his eyes fixed firmly on the document in front of him, he said, "Well, that can wait. I'll make a call later." The assistant didn't dare say anything else about it. Half an hour later, Mr. Cartwright looked up with a sigh. "Right, that's done then. Now, who is calling?" "Someone named Alex. He said there would be consequences if you didn't call him back right away, but..." "What?" Mr. Cartwright cried out as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind was filled with images and memories of Alex's fight at the Hudson River. The fight had been a topic of serious discussion, and as a government official, Mr. Cartwright had access to more details than most people. This was how Lance managed to have so much news to tell his friends all the time. He dove for the phone and waited breathlessly for Alex to pick up. "Mr. Ambrose?" The voice on the other end was very cold. "Yes?" "I'm so sorry," Mr. Cartwright gabbled. "There was an important business. I was on a deadline. It couldn't wait. Please forgive me for taking so long to call you back." The voice sighed. "That's all right. I understand. Mr. Cartwright, I don't know if you are aware, but I recently took up a teaching position at Oak Ridge. I'm now your son's head teacher. I would like to speak to you about his behavior." "Of course. Right away. I'll come to the school immediately." Episode 422, An Important Visitor. Although he was a very busy man, Mr. Cartwright did care for his son. He was also worried about the inherent danger of keeping someone as powerful as Alex waiting. He urged the driver to take him to the high school campus as quickly as possible. Ordinarily, Mr. Cartwright did not fear confrontation. He viewed it as a necessary part of running the district. But knowing that Alex was an incredible fighter, in addition to being an authority responsible for guiding his son, stressed him out. He deeply regretted choosing to focus on his work over that phone call. He wondered what it was that his son had done that had made his head teacher call so suddenly. No one had ever dared summon him like this to the school before. When he arrived, the students were all in the middle of lessons. No one was waiting at the gate to let him inside. He had no choice but to stand outside. When he peered through the bars, he spotted his son through one of the windows. Lance had his head in his arms and had dozed off, drool sliding down his sleeve. The sight made him furious. 40 minutes ticked by in this way. When the bell finally rang, a substitute teacher poked their head outside to glance at him. But they didn't recognize him for the important political figure he was, so they took their time letting him in. Mr. Cartwright charged past them into the building and quickly found his way to the classroom where his son was napping. He descended on him with righteous fury, slapping him over the head and yelling at him to wake up and pay attention to his teachers. The other students of Class 6 stared at the scene in shock. None of them had ever had their parents visit the school, let alone get involved. And they had never seen anyone discipline Lance like that before. Mr. Cartwright yelled until he was out of breath. His shoulders heaved as he reached up to fix his tie and pat his hair down flat. "Now you are coming with me," he growled at his son. Lance blinked at him uncomprehendingly. In a quiet voice, he said quickly, "Dad, what are you talking about? This is nuts. What if somebody got a video of this and put it on the internet?" His father shook his head. "Doesn't matter. Get up." Lance followed his father out of the classroom numbly. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Eric watching him with concern. All he could do was shrug helplessly. He didn't understand what was going on. The students all whispered to each other in surprise and shock. "For a second, I thought somebody broke into the school. Is that really his dad?" "He must be. He yells like a dad." "What is he doing here?" "Did Mr. Ambrose ask him to come in?" They all exchanged worried looks. They had spent their years at Oak Ridge doing exactly as they pleased because they knew that their parents were too busy to ever actually come and check on them. No teacher had ever dared to try to set up a parental visit about their behavior. If Alex was able to get Lance's father, arguably the most powerful of their parents, to visit the school, who else would he be able to wrangle? "I can't deal with this," one said nervously. "If that's what Lance's dad was like, I don't even want to think about what my dad would say if he visited." "My dad said that if I don't do well in school this year, he'll cut my allowance. If he visited today, I would be completely screwed." They began to feel real fear. Every time they thought Alex had finished exerting his authority, he seemed to find some new way to torture them. Mr. Cartwright led his son far away from the other students before whirling around and demanding, "What happened? Why did your head teacher call me here? What did you do? Did you break the law?" He feared the worst. He couldn't think of any other reason Alex would call him and demand a meeting like this. He had little fear for anyone else in the city. But with Alex, he wanted to play it safe. "Nothing happened," Lance lied desperately. "Everything's fine. I don't know what this is about." "Be honest with me." "I am," Lance cried desperately. He stepped back, trying to put distance between himself and his father in case the man became agitated again. Mr. Cartwright looked him up and down critically. "Then we'll have to go find out what this is all about. Take me to your head teacher." At that moment, Alex was in conversation with the principal. Billy had managed to convince the principal that calling a parents' meeting for Class 6 would be a good idea. And now, the principal was pressuring Alex to schedule one as soon as possible. A younger teacher poked their head into the room. "Mr. Ambrose, you have a visitor waiting for you." Alex guessed it was Mr. Cartwright. He was pleased that the man had shown up, but he wasn't going to hurry for him. "Tell him to wait." The teacher nodded nervously and reported back to Mr. Cartwright. "He would like you to wait, please, until his other meeting is finished." Mr. Cartwright felt his ears burning. He was rarely made to wait for anything. But he had come too far and had no choice but to stand outside and be patient. He wished his son cared more about what his life was going to look like after he graduated. Irritating someone as powerful as Alex was not a good way to get started in the world. Whatever the reason was behind Alex's call, Mr. Cartwright was already happy to believe that his son had done something wrong. He needed no convincing on that front. He was happy to listen and discuss the issue. But it was embarrassing, being made to wait as if he was the naughty student awaiting a lecture. He shifted from one foot to the other, trying to look calm and dignified. Episode 423, Forging Relationships. The principal had no idea that one of the leading council members of the Central District was being forced to wait outside. He continued his meeting with Alex calmly and without hurry. A few of the senior teachers, including Billy, also sat in the room to weigh in. "It's been brought to my attention that Class 6 has not had an official parents' meeting in some time. Don't you think it's time to set a date? We're graduating soon." "So you want me to schedule something?" Alex said flatly. "Yes, as soon as possible." Billy had filled the principal's head with ideas about the necessity of a parents' meeting. "It's been a bit busy," said Alex, trying to not sound impatient. "Surely it's not my fault that there hasn't been a proper parents' meeting in a while. Is it really a big deal?" "A big deal?" the principal echoed in a disbelieving tone. "Are you saying you're not willing to do the work?" Billy sneered. Alex had a point. There had not been a parents' meeting for Class 6 in some time. But this was because the students in Class 6 all came from rich, upper-class families. Their parents were all extremely busy people. It was difficult enough to get ordinary parents to show up for such meetings. Getting the time and attention of affluent people was almost impossible. A few other teachers chimed in, expressing their disappointment in Alex's attitude. Many of them had lost the first bet with Alex and had been forced to run around the track until they were sore and ill. "Do you think you're too good to hold something as simple as a parents' meeting?" Another teacher scoffed. "You just got here. Just because you've gotten lucky with a few of the troublemakers doesn't mean you can get away with performing all the steps. It's important to connect with the families. Don't be arrogant." Alex raised his eyebrows. Am I being arrogant by saying that I don't have time? It's part of your job. You're very good, Alex, Billy said mockingly. But you're not so amazing that you get to skip important details like this. We all have to do these meetings, another teacher said firmly. It's part of the role. It's what sets great teachers apart from basic wage earners who just show up to collect a paycheck. That's all you've done so far. If you really mean to be a great teacher, you have to be part of the culture of the school too. Get to know the parents. Forge those relationships. Alex bit back a sigh. He wished he could tell them all that he wasn't here to become a great teacher. He was only here as pretense to protect Heidi. He was just a glorified bodyguard. His skills were above and beyond in that respect, and those skills had helped him get some means of control over the wild students of Class 6. But he was only doing that to make Heidi safer. Of course, he couldn't deny that it had felt good to be able to help some of the students, especially the ones who were struggling and needed to be set on a new path. But his actual role in all of that was much more complex than just being a teacher. Now he could see the flaws in his approach. He had gone about his own business, solving problems his way. But he had not gained many allies amongst the other teachers. None of them could match him on their own, but when they worked together, they could cause a lot of trouble for him, especially when Billy went out of his way to get them riled up. Billy was another issue. He seemed to have taken personal issue with Alex's presence at the school. Alex was vaguely aware that his appointment as head teacher of Class 6 had disrupted some of Billy's plans, but it was only temporary. Of course, there was no way to tell him that. In the meantime, the teachers were setting him a new challenge, and he had to answer it. All right, I'll get this parents' meeting scheduled for tomorrow. I'll make it clear that they cannot miss this meeting. They will show up, Alex said calmly. But this didn't seem to appease the other teachers. They sneered at each other about Alex's arrogance. They knew exactly how difficult it would be to gather all the parents of Class 6 for a meeting. Rather than calming their tempers, the sight of Alex promising to do something so difficult as if it wasn't a big deal only made them angrier. Well, we'll see, one huffed. Billy smiled, feeling like he had already won. His own family was from a very distinguished background, and he knew that he had a much higher standing than Alex. His uncle was another Central District Council member. Knowing the temperaments of that circle of people, he felt confident Alex would have no luck with his meeting. The discussion between the teachers continued for some time. Mr. Cartwright was still standing outside the door, trembling with rage. It was unheard of for him to be forced to wait for even 10 minutes to see someone. Now he had been waiting nearly 2 hours. His time was much too precious to be wasted like this. Finally, Billy spoke up and said, "Speaking of parent meetings, Alex, I heard you invited someone in to speak with you today. I hope we haven't kept him waiting too long." Alex gave him a long, cool look, but nodded and asked to be excused. When Alex opened the door, Billy spotted Mr. Cartwright and went pale with fright. He had assumed Alex had invited one of the other parents to the school for a talk that day. The idea that he had kept Mr. Cartwright waiting for so long was appalling. Even more shocking was the fact that Mr. Cartwright appeared to have waited for him. "Mr. Cartwright," Billy said cautiously, "have you been waiting all this time?" He could tell the other teachers did not realize who Mr. Cartwright was. None of them looked scared enough. But Mr. Cartwright smiled broadly, as if the whole situation was no trouble. He felt he had no choice. He was still scared of Alex's reputation as a fighter. Besides, They were there to discuss the trouble his son had been causing. He had to swallow his rage. "Mr. Ambrose?" he said politely. "I'm sorry. My son has given you a lot of trouble, which means that I've been the one to give you trouble. I'm here to take responsibility and discuss the matter." He had practiced those words in his head. He knew that he needed to smooth this whole thing over, no matter how angry he felt. But Alex barely looked at him. He strode past him with his hands folded behind his back, thoughtful and grim-faced. Episode 424, A Lesson for the Future. Both Lance and Mr. Cartwright were stunned at how little Alex seemed to care that the council member had come to see him when summoned. He hadn't said a single word to either of them, or even nodded in greeting. Billy stared at Alex's back, equally stunned at the way he had received Mr. Cartwright. But thinking quickly, he thought it might be a good time to take advantage of Alex's apparent blunder. He straightened his tie and approached Mr. Cartwright with a warm smile. "Hello, I'm the teaching director of Oak Ridge. You must be Lance's father? Thank you so much for coming," he said brightly, holding out his hand to shake. "Can I get you anything?" But Mr. Cartwright barely spared him a glance. He was still processing Alex's silence. He had a great deal of respect for Alex's fighting prowess, but he wasn't sure what to make of his attitude at that moment. Billy was left standing awkwardly with his hand hovering in the air. He coughed quickly, hoping no one had noticed. All of a sudden, Mr. Cartwright realized Alex was ignoring him as a show of contempt. This had to be retribution for not responding to his call quickly enough. He followed after Alex quickly, calling after him, "Please, Mr. Ambrose, slow down. I'm so sorry for the delay." But Alex didn't turn back to acknowledge him. Mr. Cartwright shot Lance a quick glare. Whatever this was all about, it had started with his son. The pair followed Alex like puppies back to his classroom, which was currently empty. Alex never turned back or spoke to them, and the pair settled into a gloomy silence. Finally, he led them into the classroom. Only then did he turn around to look at them. He frowned at Lance. "Who invited you in? Leave us. I need to speak with your father." Lance ran away, overwhelmed with relief. But before he got too far, he thought better of it and came back to listen by the door. Alex invited Mr. Cartwright to sit at one of the desks, and he sat at the next one over. Both men were silent for a time. Mr. Cartwright was accustomed to starting his meetings with silence. It was a good way to make your opponent uncomfortable. But he wasn't used to being on the receiving end of the treatment. Alex seemed to be in no hurry to break the silence. It was ominous, as if he had been threatening the other man with a knife. Finally, Mr. Cartwright couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "Mr. Ambrose?" Alex cut him off by handing him a piece of paper. It was a record of Lance's behavior at Oak Ridge. Every incident of poor behavior, violence, bad attitude, and bullying. The reason it was only one page was that it didn't go into detail. Each incident only had one line of description next to a date. The list was densely packed. Mr. Cartwright glared at the paper in consternation. It was very bad to have something like this in writing. If someone like a reporter got hold of the document, they could publish horrible things about his family and cause a great deal of trouble in his work. "You're worried about your reputation," Alex said, guessing correctly at his thoughts. "But that's just one piece of paper. Now imagine what could happen if somebody interviewed the teachers here. Do you understand the way your son has behaved during this time at this school?" Mr. Cartwright shook his head. "I've been careless. I'm clearly in a lot of trouble." "Mr. Cartwright, who is the future of Baltimore?" Alex asked him, as if speaking to a troubled student. Stunned, the man sat and thought for a moment. At first, he thought the answer was easy. The future of Baltimore was himself, as a council member and community leader. He was the one working to build the city toward a brighter future, taking responsibility for the hopes and dreams of everyone in his district. In comparison, his son's poor behavior seemed trivial. But before he could say so, Alex continued. "The future of Baltimore is our young people. Whatever we build for them today, they'll be the ones to use it tomorrow. I understand you are very busy trying to build a bright future for this city, but you're neglecting something important." Alex sounded much older than his true age as he said this. The future of any city, not just Baltimore, is with the young people. But I'm not seeing much of a future here. I don't mean that in an alarmist way. I'm just making an observation from what I've seen at this school since I arrived. And it's not just the kids. You are responsible for this too. Lance was dumbfounded as he listened into the conversation. His father was being lectured like a student, and he wasn't arguing or fighting against it. Instead, after a moment, he heard his father softly agree. "You didn't know about your son's behavior?" Alex asked Mr. Cartwright gently. "I'm sorry, but this is neglect. He needs more attention. You need to find another way forward with him." After a few more moments of silence, he finally added, "That's all I have to say." Mr. Cartwright walked out of the room with a blank face. He looked drained. Lance stood waiting for him. "Dad?" "Let's go," Mr. Cartwright said gruffly. Lance trotted after him out to the car that was waiting for him. Before he let the driver take him away, Mr. Cartwright turned to his son and said, "Listen to me. I've turned a blind eye. I wasn't worried about you getting up to silly nonsense in school, but you need to respect Mr. Ambrose's authority. He is important. Try to make good with him. I know you're smart, even if you pretend not to be. Understand what I'm saying and watch yourself." With that, he left. Episode 425, Preparation. Mr. Cartwright knew his son was not completely to blame. He had been too busy to pay proper attention to Lance, and too much had escaped his notice. But he also knew it would be very dangerous for Lance if he continued to aggravate Alex. He was a fearsome man, not just for his fighting skills, but also now for his wisdom. There were not many people Mr. Cartwright needed to fear, but now he truly understood that Alex was someone they needed to be careful of. Lance stood by the gate for a long time after his father left, thinking about what had happened. Despite all the mischief he got up to at school, he had great respect for his father. He knew that he needed to obey him, even if he didn't completely understand why Alex bothered his father so much. He returned to class feeling resigned. Other students ran up to him, wanting to know more about his father's sudden appearance at the school and the mysterious meeting he had with Mr. Ambrose. After a while, he got annoyed with their questions and made an announcement. "I'm staying out of the way. If anybody wants to mess with Mr. Ambrose in the future, don't tell me about it. I'm not involved. I can't get mixed up in this stuff anymore." Eric listened to this speech with a sour face, annoyed that he was losing one of his favorite allies. But then his phone rang. The voice on the other end said, "A deal's a deal. You owe me, my friend." He sighed. "Hey, boss, don't worry. I'm bringing you some of my classmates tonight. Then we can talk about the head teacher, right?" "Bring the girls first, then we'll talk," the voice said curtly, and then the call ended. The class soon began again. Everyone sat as meek and demure as kittens, as if they had always been the best students in school. It was a complete turnaround from the cunning, indifferent miscreants who had first greeted their new teacher. Alex looked around the room and wrinkled his nose. "This room is a mess," he announced. "We're going to spend some time cleaning up. Tomorrow, we're holding a parents' meeting, and all of your parents must attend. That's all." Then he left. The class immediately began buzzing with excitement. They dreaded even the idea of a parents' meeting, but they were excited that it was happening. They sprang obediently into action, hunting down brooms and mops and rags. They worked diligently to clean the room, wondering if a clean room might make up for whatever Alex was going to tell their parents about them. "I've been fixing my report cards," one student admitted while they worked. "All the grades I've shared with my parents are completely fake. If they find out, I'm in big trouble." None of their parents had ever visited the school. The sight of Lance's father walking in that day had already been a shock. Now that they knew their parents really might visit the school, the class was nervous about their future. Eric refused to give in to the mood. "We're not little kids. He can't use our parents to scare us. I'm talking to the boss tonight. He'll know what to do." Alex had barely been there for a week, and yet the class was almost completely transformed. Eric felt like he was living through an invasion. Meanwhile, Billy had no idea Class 6 was taking Alex's announcement so seriously. He wasn't worried in the slightest, because he didn't think Alex had any chance of succeeding. No one had ever managed to get the parents of the students of Class 6 to attend a meeting. He didn't understand what had happened with Mr. Cartwright, but he dismissed the incident as luck. Just because Alex had wrangled one father didn't mean he was going to be able to wrangle all of them. Besides, if someone as busy and important as Mr. Cartwright had managed to come to this school for a meeting that day, how would he do it again the next day? It seemed impossible to Billy that his schedule would allow it. Alex hadn't even shown proper respect to the council member during his visit. There was no way he would return. Billy tucked that detail away in the back of his mind to use against Alex in case he was more successful than anticipated. But no matter what, he was confident that this parents' meeting would be Alex's downfall. He was so confident and so excited that he invited some of the other teachers out to dinner to celebrate in advance. Leonard Winters, in particular, was very happy to take him up on the invitation to go out and party in anticipation of Alex's downfall. Episode 426, The Night Banquet. Lynn always supported Alex, and now she was very anxious about his promise to get the Class 6 parents to the meeting. She was sure that as a substitute teacher, he had no chance of getting the parents there. As she was thinking about the situation, Alex happened to walk out of the classroom toward her. "Mr. Ambrose, are you sure about tomorrow?" she asked him. "What?" Alex was confused about what she was referring to. Mr. Ambrose, are you sure the parents of Class 6 will come? She asked. Yes, Alex responded lightly. Mr. Ambrose, if you do get them to come, please make most of the opportunity and make sure they understand what's really going on with their children. Class 6 students are the most disruptive in the school, and their parents donate the least despite being some of the wealthiest people in Baltimore. Lynn was getting increasingly fed up with the situation and angry with the other teachers who were being so petty toward Alex. As they were talking, Eric was loitering and watching at the school gate. His appointment to meet with his boss was coming up. Eric was hoping the older man would help him solve the problem of Mr. Ambrose once and for all. His friends were all counting on him to get rid of the new teacher for good. As darkness fell over the central district of Baltimore, people began to make their way to the clubs and bars. "Stacy, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for half an hour," Eric said excitedly when he saw the three girls approaching. Stacy, who always liked to be perfectly made up, looked so beautiful that Eric's eyes lit up when he saw her. She had practiced how to apply cosmetics tirelessly, and she always did it perfectly. She looked stunning in her unique and stylish outfit. On her top half, she wore a fitted blue halter top, and she coupled this with a scandalously short black skirt. Eric couldn't help staring at her and wondering, does she wear even skimpier clothes in the summer? The three girls were so cute and pretty that he was completely bowled over by them. "Stacy, have you been working out? Your figure is almost as perfect as Heidi's now." Eric was full of praise for the girls. He knew that the boss was going to love them. He hadn't called Heidi because he knew she wasn't of the right temperament for what he needed. "What are you staring at, pervert?" Stacy shouted at Eric. The four of them caught a taxi and went to a club called the Night Banquet. As they entered the dimly lit venue, they could just make out dancers swaying together under the neon lights. A man in a long black coat approached them. Unusually, he wasn't wearing his sunglasses, and they could see that one of his eyes was missing. The one-eyed man glanced fleetingly at the three girls and smiled. His eyes settled on Stacy, and he asked, "Eric, is this your classmate?" Eric quickly introduced them. "Boss, this is my best friend Stacy. Stacy, this is the manager of the Night Banquet, Devin Boardman." When it was clear that Stacy hadn't heard of him, he added, "Devin works for the famous Stedman family of Baltimore." Stacy was aware of the Stedman family's reputation, and she looked a little anxious when she heard that Devin worked for them. Because of his links with the Stedman family, Devin was also well known in the Central District and had a lot of dark business interests. When he saw the trepidation in Stacy's eyes, Devin smiled kindly and said, "It's okay. If you're a friend of Eric's, then you're also a friend of mine. If you need anything at all, just let me know." He continued, "Since everyone's here, let's go upstairs. We'll go to the private rooms." As they followed Devin to the third floor, Stacy noticed him winking to one of the waiters. Eric felt very self-important and pleased with himself. After entering the private room, the waiter immediately brought them 10 bottles of expensive wine and several plates with fruit and other delicacies. When the girls saw the waiter opening so many bottles of wine, they felt a little anxious. One said, "I can't drink. I'm only 17. It's okay for tonight. My boss is here, and you'll make me look bad if you don't drink anything. Just have one glass. Eric insisted, as he put a glass of wine in front of the girl. Come on, drink a little, Devin urged her as he sipped his wine. As they each took a few sips of wine, the girls started to relax and feel more confident. Gradually, without realizing what they were doing, they drank more and more. After a couple of hours, they had become blurry and confused, and as the men continued to encourage them to drink, they became very drunk. They were not used to drinking alcohol and ended up having way too much. Devin sat next to Stacy and let his hands wander. Initially, whether intentionally or not, his hand gently touched her leg. When she didn't move away, he slowly started stroking her thigh. Stacy was a strong-willed girl, and when she noticed, she chastised him immediately. Please move your hand. I'm not doing anything, Devin replied and left his hand on her leg. Stacy stood up and moved away. She loved to wear cosmetics and sexy clothes, but that didn't mean that she slept around. The other two girls had also stood up, wanting to leave. But as they reached the door, Devin quickly pulled them back into the room. He pushed Stacy down onto the couch and held her down. Stacy struggled desperately, but couldn't get away from him. The other girls went over and tried to help their friend, but he was too strong for them. He became angry with them. You stupid little girls, he shouted. Just teases, are you? Taking everyone by surprise, he slapped her hard across her face. As she cried pitifully, Eric quickly sobered up. Hey, Devin, what are you doing? He asked in bewilderment. He stood between Stacy and Devin. Eric, protect me, Stacy cried with tears streaming down her face. Eric quickly turned to leave, saying, Stacy, come on, let's go. Girls, come with me. With a cruel smile, Devin gestured to 4 men who were standing just outside the door. They rushed at Eric and kicked him to the ground. Then Devin stepped on him and slapped him across the face. How dare you defy me? He shouted in Eric's face. Although Eric was afraid of the men, he knew that he had to defend the girls. He tried to reason with Devin. You said the girls were here just to flirt. You said you were short on workers and just wanted them to liven the place up a little. Nothing bad was supposed to happen to them. Devin sneered. You're a fool. Do you really think that's all they're here for? He laughed and said to the men, Do whatever you like with these girls. You don't have to wait for me to tell you what to do. One of the men grabbed the arm of one of the girls and said sinisterly, If you're a good girl, I'll make sure you have a good time tonight. Eric tried to get up to defend the girls. Leave them alone! Episode 427, The Cavalry Arrives. Devin was furious when he saw that Eric was refusing to back down and let him have his fun. He quickly picked up a bottle of wine and smashed it on Eric's head. The bottle broke, spraying wine across the room, and Eric fell to the ground. How dare you challenge me? He hissed as he walked over and kicked Eric in the ribs. Never mind. Let's have some fun, Devin said to the men as he started taking off his shirt, revealing a heavily tattooed torso. The three girls were terrified as they huddled in a group and sobbed. But it seemed that the more they cried, the more excited the men became. Eric felt terrible. He regretted bringing the girls to the club, but he had no idea what to do or how to help them. He knew that calling the police wasn't an option. Devin's friends were too powerful. The police would never go against him. He thought about calling the parents of the girls, but knew that wouldn't help either. Then he thought of Alex. He felt a glimmer of hope as he quickly sent Alex a text message. But Devin saw him with his phone and yelled at him. "Damn it! How dare you try to contact someone?" He rammed his heel into Eric's phone and smashed it into pieces. By then, it was 11 o'clock, and Alex was in his apartment preparing for the parents' meeting the following day. Eric's text message caught his eye. It read, "Mr. Ambrose, help. Please come to the 3rd floor of the night banquet immediately." Alex wanted to ignore the message. He tried to text back, but saw that Eric's phone had been turned off. He knew immediately that something was wrong. He quickly called Rufus and asked for the address of the night banquet. Rufus replied immediately with the address and asked if something was wrong. He told Alex that if he needed reinforcements, he would send them right away. "No, thanks, Rufus, but don't worry. I'll take care of it myself," Alex replied. "Alex, be careful. The night banquet is the Stedman family's territory," Rufus told Alex. "Something strange happened today," Rufus continued. "Art Stedman visited my father in person. He was very polite and said that enemies should resolve their differences rather than continue to be at war. He wanted the Stedman and the Clifton families to cooperate in future to work together so that there won't be any further conflict between us. But it's a trick, don't you think?" Alex replied, "I don't think it's a trick. I think he's realized that his family needs to work with the Cliftons to survive. Since they want to make peace, please call the Stedmans immediately and tell them that some of our people are at the night banquet and that they're in danger. Ask them to help them." Rufus quickly agreed to do it. Alex didn't bother to call a taxi but ran straight to the address that Rufus had given him. He knew that he could get there more quickly on foot. On the way, he received a message from Rufus telling him that Art had assured him that he was going to handle it personally. Alex briefly wondered what Art's motives were for going in person, but didn't dwell on it. If Art didn't help them, Alex was willing to take care of it himself. Art had been preparing to go to bed when he received a call from Rufus Clifton. He thought that it might be a good opportunity to get Alex on his side. Still in his bathrobe, he ordered his driver to prepare the car to go to the Central District. It would be his first visit to the night banquet, and on the way there, Art felt a little uneasy. He knew that Alex had personally requested that Rufus called the Stedmans for help. He didn't know what the problem was, but felt it must be something very important. Perhaps something big enough to upset the whole underground world of Baltimore. He felt compelled to go there in person, determined to turn Alex from an enemy into a friend. The whole future of his family might depend on it. When he found out that Devin Boardman was the manager of the night banquet, Art asked Julian to call him, but he didn't get through. "Something really bad must have happened. I can't get through to Devin on the phone." After Chris's accident, his cousin Julian had come to work with the Stedman family. The truth was that although he was also from a good family, the Devonts were nowhere near as wealthy or powerful as the Stedmans. He was very ambitious and had made up his mind to one day inherit the Stedman family's assets in place of his dead cousin. To that end, he was determined to impress Art and do whatever he asked him to do. Sitting in the back of the car, Art felt nervous. He started shouting orders at Julian. "Hurry up, take some men and surround the club immediately. Move fast. My family can't afford anything to go wrong today. Our family's future is in your hands." He felt that the situation was so urgent that he hadn't even taken the time to dress. He was still in his pajamas and robe. He took Alex's concerns seriously. Julian saw the panic on Art's face and felt a surge of resentment toward Alex for having such power over the leader of the Stedman family. He just couldn't help it. But he knew that he had to swallow his anger and do as his uncle ordered. In the private room, one of Eric's eyes had been punched so hard that it had swollen closed and he could barely see. He was lying on the floor, struggling to stay conscious. The cries of the three girls made his heart start hammering. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes filled with tears. He had brought the girls there, and if they were hurt, it would be all his fault. He was thinking, "We're not too far from where Alex lives. I hope he got my message." 2 minutes later, Alex arrived at the club and ran directly to the 3rd floor. He was boiling over with frustration as he opened the doors one by one, looking for Eric. Finally, he reached the door of the private room, and he suddenly smelled a familiar odor. It reminded him of the students of Class 6. Many of the girls in the class liked to play around with makeup and perfume, and often left a strong scent in the classroom. 2 big men were standing at the door. Both looked pumped up and aggressive. Alex wanted to call for help, but there was no one else around. "Go away. You can't go in," one of the men said. Alex barged past him and kicked the door open. When he looked in, he saw Eric curled up on the ground. Alex was so furious as he punched the security man. The man fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Alex grabbed the second man and threw him onto the middle of the dance floor. The man screamed when he heard both his shin bones snapping as he hit the floor. In the chaos, Alex pushed the door so heavily that it broke from its hinges and landed on the floor with a thump. When Eric heard the noise and looked up to see his teacher, Mr. Ambrose, striding into the room, he almost cried out with relief. Alex charged toward the girls who were still struggling against Devin and the other men. Stacy's clothes had been torn, and the other girls' clothes were also ripped. If Alex had arrived any later, they would have been in real trouble. Episode 428, The Rescue. Stacy was so scared that she was trembling all over. Her face was bright red, and tears were pouring down her cheeks. "Mr. Ambrose, help us!" the 3 girls sobbed. "Mr. Ambrose? Did you call a teacher?" Devin exclaimed. He laughed when he saw Alex striding toward him. Alex looked like a raging bull. He had rarely lost his temper since working at the school, but that moment was an exception. Certain things made him see red, and hurting young girls was at the top of the list. "You scum," Alex hissed between his bared teeth. "How dare you confront me? You're just a school teacher." Devin laughed and then clapped his hands. He knew that there were a dozen of his men outside in the corridor with machetes in their hands, just waiting for his command. Erica and the three girls had never felt so scared. Their legs were weak, and their faces were tense. Mr. Ambrose was confronting a dozen hard men with machetes. There was no way that he could win. Eric felt desperate with regret. Not only were his three friends going to be hurt, but now Mr. Ambrose was going to suffer too. I admire your dedication, teacher boy, but today it's misguided. But first, I'll let you watch me deal with your students in front of you. Devin laughed. When he said this, Eric and the three girls turned pale. They had given up all hope of being saved. Although they knew that Mr. Ambrose was powerful, there was just no way that he could save them from so many men. "Kill him," Devin told his men, and waved his hand in Alex's direction. A machete came down toward Alex's head. Fortunately, he sensed it coming. He grabbed his attacker's collar with one hand and threw him to the ground. Then he did the same to a man who rushed at him with a sword. Another man tried to attack, and Alex grabbed his knife off him and used it to inflict a deep wound to the man's chest. The man howled in agony. Within a few minutes, several of Devin's men were lying on the ground with serious injuries. "You're tough for a teacher," said a sinister voice. Alex turned to see the muzzle of a gun pointing in his face. "Let's see. You're a good fighter, but can you stop a bullet?" Devin said, as he flicked off the safety trigger and aimed directly at Alex. "Do you still want to fight?" he asked with a grin. Eric's heart pounded. He had felt a glimmer of hope when he saw Mr. Ambrose fighting the men so courageously, but even he couldn't stop a bullet. However, Alex didn't seem to be afraid of the pistol at all. Instead, he slowly approached Devin. Without hesitating, Devin fired the gun. 2 more shots and Devin started laughing, and then suddenly froze in disbelief. Alex hadn't fallen to the ground or even stopped. He was still moving toward him. Devin rubbed his eyes in confusion. Did the bullet miss? What on earth had happened? Alex grabbed Devin's neck and was about to throw him to the ground when suddenly they all heard a loud noise from outside the room. Then everything became quiet. "What's going on?" someone shouted from outside the door. They all looked up to see Art, still in his robe, rushing into the room, followed closely by Julian. When Devin saw Art and Julian rushing in, he looked relieved and grateful. He felt smug that they had come to rescue him in person. They must value him. He gloated. "Ha! My boss is here to save me. If you kill me now, you'll be buried with me." There were hundreds of people behind Art and Julian. They were dressed differently from Devin, in some kind of uniform. They looked strong and ferocious. "What's going on?" Art demanded again. His voice was shaking with rage. "Art, are these your soldiers?" Alex asked, thinking that if Art's people had also come to fight, it would be a bloody battle and many people would get hurt. But when he looked at Art's face, he detected a trace of panic that he had never seen there before. Art looked at Alex and quickly walked over to him. He said, "Mr. Alex, everything has been a big misunderstanding. When I heard what was happening, I came as quickly as I could. I didn't even stop to dress. Alex, believe me, this club is not run by my family directly, but I'm here to help sort out this mess. Everyone was silent. Eric and the girls again became hopeful and excited. Watching Alex fight had made them suspicious, but seeing how respectfully Mr. Stedman spoke to Alex finally made them see the full picture. When they realized that their teacher, Mr. Ambrose, was Master Alex, the famous martial arts fighter, they felt overjoyed. Eric shed tears of happiness. They had heard so much about Master Alex's heroic victories and his brilliant fighting skills that they were filled with confidence. He felt sure that he would save them. When Devon's men saw that Art behaved so humbly toward the teacher and even flattered him, they were surprised. But their boss, Devon, also treated Art with a great deal of respect. So, whose side was Art Stedman on? They were very confused. Then they remembered hearing about an infamous martial arts hero called Master Alex. Could this teacher be him? With a clatter, a machete fell to the ground. Then all the thugs followed suit and dropped their weapons. They were well aware of Master Alex's reputation and were terrified of him. Boss, help me!" Devon cried out in despair. Julian was disgusted when he heard Devon's cry for help. "You useless bastard," he thought. "Not everyone's afraid of you." Devon staggered to his feet and said, "It's okay. We'll surrender." He was very afraid of Alex. He didn't want Alex to feel there was any reason to continue the fight. He was furious with Julian and Art for not helping him, but that would have to wait. He tried to beg forgiveness from Alex. "Mr. Ambrose, I'm really sorry. I was wrong. Please, forgive me," he implored. Eric and the three girls were shocked by the power that their teacher seemed to hold. Alex released Devon and threw him to the ground. "These four are my students," he said in a cold voice. Art looked at the four students in horror. "Master Alex, I Julian stammered as he tried to explain. But Alex didn't wait for him to finish. He walked over and slapped Julian in the face. Julian covered his face and breathed a sigh of relief. Art also let go of the breath that he had been holding. He lowered his head and told himself that he was lucky. As Alex had only hit Julian, it was unlikely that he was going to kill either of them. Episode 429. Eric learns a lesson. Julian and Art were both afraid of Alex, but after he slapped Julian in the face, they felt sure that he was going to let them go. The club was part of their business empire, but the fact that he was going to let them off with just a slap showed that he didn't suspect that the Stedman family were behind what had happened to the girls. He must have realized that they didn't know anything about it and would never have condoned it. Art was convinced that he was right. "Clear the room," Alex ordered abruptly. Art waved his hand, and his men ensured that everyone left. They all happily retreated down to the first floor where people were still partying. Of course, Devon and his men stayed behind in the private room. 7 people were remaining. Alex tore down the curtain from the window and wrapped it around the shoulders of the 3 girls to cover them up where their clothes had been torn from them. The 3 girls and Eric didn't know what to say. Nervously, but excitedly, one of the girls said, Thank you for saving us, Master Alex. Her voice was full of admiration. Call me Mr. Ambrose, Alex said softly. He always lowered his voice and spoke gently with his students. Eric and the girls nodded. Students, are you ready to go home? Alex turned and gestured toward the exit. Then he turned and scowled at Art and Julian. Art lowered his head. The truth was that he always kept a low profile and had never set foot in any of his family's entertainment venues. That day was the first time that he had ever been inside the night banquet. He couldn't have known anything about what was happening there. He was about to explain all that when Julian stepped in and said hurriedly, Master Alex, I really don't know anything about this. I would never let anyone touch the students. Devin arranged all this behind our backs. All right. Stacy, I want you to take the girls out for a minute, Alex said. It was clear that something was about to happen that he didn't want them to see. The girls went out obediently, and Eric went with them. But Alex followed Eric and grabbed his arm. He said, Eric, you stay. There's something you need to learn. Spare me, Mr. Ambrose. I know I did wrong. It was clear to Eric that he was in trouble. Alex didn't say anything. He simply held Eric by his shoulders and gave him a stern look. The others gave him space, and no one could hear what it was that Alex said to Eric. After 5 minutes, Alex and Eric returned to the rest of the group. Julian nodded to Alex out of respect. Okay, I'm done, Alex said to Art and Julian. I'm going to leave you to deal with the rest. This club belongs to your family, but you need to think carefully about the consequences of something like this happening to my students in one of your venues. Art said respectfully, Don't worry, I assure you that it will never happen again. In the future, I'll make sure that all our businesses are respectable and treat everyone well. If I find out that anything untoward is happening in any of our clubs, I'll deal with it immediately. Art was very pleased with how things had gone. He felt that he had taken full advantage of the situation to win respect from Alex. Eric followed Alex out of the door dejectedly. Stacy didn't dare to ask him what had happened with Alex, but she gave Eric a questioning look. Eric nodded desperately. Are Devin and the others dead? She asked. Badly beaten, Eric replied. The girls all became very pale. Once they were outside the club, Alex patted Eric on the shoulder and said, Eric, I understand what you are trying to do, but try to remember that things are not always as they seem. Take my advice. Try to be a decent and respectable man, and always do what is right. Eric was feeling a bit dazed. He knew how stupid and naive he had been, and he made sure that he memorized every word that Mr. Ambrose said to him. He knew that Master Alex could never be conquered by people like them. The idea was ridiculous. It wasn't until that moment that he and the girls realized that the person that was most deserving of their admiration was the one who had stood by their side. They were incredulous that anyone would want to fight against Master Alex. Now they finally understood what Mr. Ambrose had done at school, and they realized that he had intentionally been keeping a low profile. Let's go back to apologize to Mr. Ambrose. We're lucky that he was still willing to save us after the way we've been fighting against him recently, Eric suggested. Alex had already found them all a taxi, so they had a good opportunity to express their feelings in the car on the way back to the school. The next morning, Billy got up before dawn. He and Leonard waited outside the school gate to see if the parents of Class 6 really would turn up for the meeting. As they waited, they could see plenty of students arriving, but no parents. "So this is the great parents' meeting that Alex boasted about. It really is impressive," Billy said sarcastically. His smile was cold and cruel. Before walking into the school, he told the security guard to let him know immediately if any parents arrived. Then, Billy called his uncle and asked him about one of the parents, Ronald Cartwright, and what his schedule was supposed to be like that day. When his uncle read out the council member's schedule, Billy laughed. Mr. Cartwright was not in the Central District at all that day. He was away from Baltimore with his work, and there was no mention of a meeting at the school on his list of engagements. Judging by his schedule, Billy estimated that if Mr. Cartwright made it back to the Central District at all that day, it wouldn't be until the afternoon. Alex's talk about forcing all the parents of Class 6 students to come to a meeting must just have been bragging. It was completely impossible. Having found out that information, Billy felt very smug and a little relieved. After chatting for a while with Alex, Lynn went to Class 6. But when she walked in, she questioned whether she had gone to the wrong classroom. Usually, when she made her way to Class 6, she could hear the bedlam from right down at the end of the corridor. Once she even walked into the classroom to find Lance Cartwright and a group of his friends smoking with their feet up on the desks. Lynn had always managed to swallow her anger and put up with their rebellious behavior. She was too afraid to get on the wrong side of them. But she did find herself questioning her desire to continue working within education. She had continued to muddle through her lessons with the students paying her little attention. But that day, she was stunned when she pushed open the door. "Stand up for the teacher," Eric yelled. And then all the students stood up and looked at Lynn respectfully as she walked in. Everyone was wearing their school uniforms, and even Stacy, who always wore full makeup, was plain-faced. They looked just like ordinary students. Eric even called out, "Good morning, Miss Bowen." A long-lost feeling of passion for teaching returned to Lynn, and she sniffed, feeling that she was about to cry. However, she was also cautious and didn't take anything for granted. She was afraid that it was just another prank, or that she was walking into a trap. The good behavior from Class 6 was just too strange. 10 minutes into the class, she started to relax because everyone was still on their best behavior. They were listening to the class with sincere and attentive faces. But although the whole morning was peaceful at the school, there was no sign of the parents who were meant to be attending the meeting. Episode 430, Give Us Your Money. Billy made sure he tracked Alex down and said with mock sincerity, "Mr. Ambrose, what happened to the parents of Class 6? Why didn't everyone come?" He continued. "Are you still hoping that they might come this afternoon instead?" The parents' meetings were usually held in the mornings, so the news had spread throughout the whole school that none of the parents had bothered to turn up to the Class 6 meeting. "What's it got to do with you?" Alex snapped as he turned and walked away. Billy looked at Alex's back and roared, "Mr. Ambrose, don't forget the promise that you made to the principal that you would get all the parents to attend the meeting. If you fail to keep your promise, I imagine you'll be sacked on the spot." Billy felt satisfied that he got in the last word. Then his phone rang. It was Leonard, who told him angrily, "Billy, something's going on. Come to the school gate and see for yourself." At that moment, outside the school gate, Leonard was watching several luxury cars, all with personalized number plates, driving one after another into the school grounds. Every single car was extremely valuable, and they were all driven by chauffeurs. One particular car pulled over, and Ronald Cartwright climbed out. He didn't seem very happy. He had just returned from a business meeting when he received an invitation to come to a meeting at the school. He was reluctant to go because he had also been there the previous day. After climbing out of the car, Ronald was relieved to see some other cars that he recognized as belonging to some of the most important families in Baltimore. He felt that the meeting must be important for such powerful families to attend. An impressive-looking man approached him and said, "Council member, are you here for the meeting? Is your son also studying in Class 6? "Hello, Mr. Chapman. You're such a busy man. I didn't expect you to be here. It's wonderful that you could make it. There is something I'd like to talk to you about," Ronald replied. Ronald had heard a lot about Antonio Chapman and had wanted to meet him for a long time. Apparently, the man had made an extraordinary contribution to a certain field of science and technology. The Central District Council were eager to introduce that particular type of technology to their district, and they were hoping that Mr. Chapman might agree to be a sponsor. He had not expected to meet him at the parents' meeting, and he felt that it could be a wonderful opportunity to get him on side. Most of the parents of Class 6 students were high up in one field or another within Baltimore, and they were pleased with the opportunity to meet with other important people. Mr. Chapman was one of the richest men in the Central District, and everyone was pleased to see him there. He was quite a young man who took care of himself and took pride in the way he looked. When he saw Ronald Cartwright, he greeted him politely, but then stood back with his arms crossed, clearly waiting for someone more important to talk to. One by one, the rich and powerful people of Baltimore arrived. When Billy arrived at the school gate, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. He couldn't believe so many people of high status had gathered together for a parents' meeting. Billy didn't dare to approach them, but he watched from afar with envy. A rich man, known in the Central District as the King of Shares, was telling anyone who would listen, "Well, I'm about to invest another $1 billion in the stock market. I was about to look into the recently listed stocks when I received an invitation to this meeting. Mr. Alex told me that he'd be honored to have me attend, but of course that goes without saying." Everyone nodded and said, "We were told the same thing." They were all there because they believed that they had been invited by the famous martial arts champion. None of them dared to refuse. They were all very powerful people who were used to getting their way, but not one of them dared to turn down an invitation from Alex. They all stayed well informed and knew how revered Alex was in the martial arts circles of America. Although none of them had any business interests connected with him, his reputation transcended the business world, and no one dared to refuse him. Every single parent of the Class 6 students was here. About 40 parents turned up at Oak Ridge High School for the meeting, and the principal stood at the door to greet each one in person. However, not one of them even took the time to acknowledge him. They simply walked straight past him. For them, a high school principal was of no importance. As for Billy, the director of education, he was even less important. He stood and watched the parents arriving from afar, his face almost green with envy. "Why did you all come?" he asked himself. What is it about Alex that can make these powerful men do what he wants? Anger and jealousy had turned Billy's brain into a muddle, and he was unable to think clearly. Back in the day, Alex had been a pitiful loser. What had happened? In truth, if he had asked his uncle, he could have found out who Alex was, which would have answered his questions. But Billy wasn't logical enough to think of that. All he could do was stand and watch from afar, shivering in the cold air. Lynn walked by and happened to glance over to see Billy and Leonard watching the parents with expressions of pure envy. She told them, "So, it looks like Alex has kept his promise to the principal after all. By the way, you two are really pitiful. Alex is a better man and a better teacher than either of you." Billy was shocked that Lynn had turned on him with such venom. She was usually so patient and polite. "Lynn?" he started to say. But she interrupted him. "Shut up, Billy. I don't want to hear another word. I really despise the pair of you. You're both complete disgraces to the school and to teaching." She turned and walked away. In the conference room, the Class 6 parents' meeting was just starting. It had the most impressive lineup of parents in the history of Oak Ridge High School. "Mr. Ambrose, are you holding the meeting to discuss how to rectify the disruptive atmosphere in Class 6 and to give the parents more information about how well the children are learning?" one parent asked enthusiastically. "No," Alex replied. "The purpose of this class meeting is to collect donations from you all." The students, who had been looking nervous, started to look a little more relaxed. If that was all the meeting was about, they had no reason to be concerned. All of the teachers and students from the whole school were watching to see which parents would come to the meeting, and they were universally impressed that Alex was able to get every single Class 6 parent to attend. It had never been achieved before. One teacher, who had been working hard for many years, sighed, "I was convinced that no teacher would be able to do it." The principal was also very moved. The success of the parents' meeting would surely raise the reputation of Oak Ridge High School, which would be good for the school and every teacher and student there. Alex addressed the parents. "Thank you all for coming. I know that you're all very busy people. I've called this meeting to discuss your parental responsibilities. The parents of Class 6 students are amongst the most successful and wealthiest of all the parents. Unfortunately, the students of Class 6, your children, are also the most disruptive of the school. For these reasons, I wanted to give you all the opportunity to make a positive contribution to the school. Donations are extremely welcome. This will allow you to relax in the knowledge that you're fulfilling your parental responsibilities." The parents were all completely silent. They were like children accepting criticism from their parents. "If you fail to fulfill your parental responsibilities, then I'll be forced to take the matter into my own hands. I believe you can all predict what that might entail." Alex didn't hold back. He made it very clear what he thought of the parents and was not afraid to threaten them into making donations to the school to make up for the damage their children had caused. That had been his plan for the parents' meeting all along. Episode 431. Do something. No one dared to comment on Alex's attitude. Both the parents and the students were stunned. No one had ever talked to them that way before. "Well, let's get down to business," Alex said. Each of you owes me $5,000 for your children's meals." All the parents were stunned. Was this man asking them for money? $5,000 each? Isn't that a bit steep? Ronald Cartwright asked, frowning. The parents could easily afford such an amount, but it was vulgar to discuss it so openly. "I've covered the cost of your children's meals for 3 months," Alex pointed out, "and now it's time for you to pay me back." He looked at Ronald. "Your son was the one who claimed none of them had enough money to pay for their meals. So why don't we call him in and then you can ask him yourself?" Ronald looked uncomfortable. He was a respected council member, so of course he could afford to feed his son. To have people think otherwise was humiliating. But why would Alex say such a thing? He wondered, thoroughly confused. What's going on? "If any of you need money, I'll help you out," Owen Compton said. Owen was Eric's father, and he was also an important man. Ronald stayed quiet. As embarrassing as this situation was, having Lance brought in to answer questions would only make things worse. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ambrose. I didn't mean that I couldn't afford it," he said. "I just wanted to understand what was going on. Of course I'll pay the money." He turned to glare out the window at his son. The students of Class 6 looked at each other, realizing it wasn't so easy to get the better of Mr. Ambrose. The parents approached Alex, one by one, paid the money, and then left with their children. Some of the parents, like Felicity's father, paid extra, wanting to make sure everyone knew they weren't poor. The parents drove their luxury cars away from the school, passing another car driving in the other direction with a blonde woman sitting behind the wheel. "James, are you sure our target is at this school?" the woman asked, looking at the passing cars. "Yes, Amy, I'm positive," the man said over the phone. "I've been watching the girl for a week, and she comes to this school every day." "Then I guess we're on for tonight," Amy said, glancing at a photograph of Heidi. "I'm sure we'll be successful," James said. "We've been partners for years and we've never failed yet." "True," Amy said, remembering their past. "We've had much more difficult jobs than this. Hey, do you remember when we got into that military base in the Middle East and killed their leader while everyone was asleep?" James Arnold and Amy Rogers were two of the most dangerous assassins in the world. They had previously served in the army, and then after they had retired, they had become highly successful mercenaries. Since they had managed to assassinate the head of an army right in the middle of his men, it should be easy to sneak into a school to abduct a teenage girl. Of course, they didn't know they would be facing the infamous Alex Ambrose, who had dealt with the Blood Brothers gang. "Even if this girl has bodyguards, we should be able to grab her tonight," Amy said. "Then you can buy me a drink to celebrate." "All right," James said, chuckling. Evening fell at Oak Ridge High School, and in the girls' dormitory, most of the girls were laughing and chatting with each other. Heidi sat a little apart from the others, flipping through a book. She was feeling a little depressed because her parents hadn't come to the meeting. Bang! The dormitory door flew open, and the girls screamed with fear, huddling together on their beds. Heidi pulled out the small sword that she had been carrying with her. Alex had explained the situation, and she knew he was there to protect her, so she pressed her silent alarm, alerting him to the problem. Alex got the alert that Heidi needed help, and he ran straight to the girls' dormitory. Across the dormitory, One of the girls knocked over some scented candles as he backed away from the intruders. One candle fell into the garbage can, and another hit the floor. Everyone was staring at the two strangers, and nobody moved to put out the fire. The blaze spread quickly, filling the room with smoke and setting off the fire alarm. People were running everywhere, and it was complete chaos. Several students ran downstairs, making their way out of the building. Amy and James searched for Heidi, determined to find her, even though the fire was raging out of control. Outside, the students gasped when they spotted a girl dangling from an upstairs balcony. If nobody rescued her soon, she would fall. Heidi clung to the balcony. When everyone had started running, she had taken advantage of the confusion to hide. She had attempted to climb down the outside of the building, but now she was stuck. The school had called the fire department, and everyone stood outside, watching the drama unfold. Billy looked up at Heidi, but he made no move to help her.
"Mr. Wilde, do something!"
one of Heidi's friends said, her eyes glued to the balcony.
"You have to help her."
"Yes, Mr. Wilde," another girl joined in.
"Hurry!"
"Quiet," Billy said, unhappy at being put on the spot. "It's far too dangerous. I could die. I've already called the fire brigade, so let them deal with it. They'll know what to do." Episode 432, The Rescue.
"Mr. Wilde, you're our teaching director," one girl said. "How can you just stand by and do nothing?"
"I can't possibly go up there," Billy said, staring up at the balcony. "There's a fire, not to mention two dangerous intruders. If you're so worried, then why don't you go?" In all the excitement, he had forgotten that he was a teacher and therefore responsible for the students. "Get out of my way, I'll go." Alex's voice came from behind the crowd, and everyone moved aside, letting him through. "Mr. Ambrose?" one of the students asked.
"Mr. Ambrose, will you help Heidi?"
another girl asked, tears streaming down her face. "Be careful, Mr. Ambrose," another student said. "There are bad people up there, and the fire is getting worse." "That's why I'll be going alone," Alex said, and then he rushed inside. "Idiot," Billy called after him.
"At least he's doing something,"
one student said, glaring at Billy. "It's bad enough that you're too scared to go, but you could at least keep your mouth shut and not insult him." The other students joined in, making their feelings clear.
"I don't know how you managed to become a teaching director. It's a joke. What are you going to teach us? How to watch this school burn down and how to yell at students? You're pathetic." "You make me sick."
"And he has the nerve to look down on Mr. Ambrose." Billy flushed with embarrassment and his heart pounded. Alex was almost certainly going to die, and better him than Billy. Firefighters were already battling the blaze, and a couple of them had been hurt. No one had managed to reach Heidi yet. Because so many people were watching him, Alex didn't climb up the outside of the building like he had when he chased the sniper at the Cliftons building. It was better to keep a low profile, so he ran up the stairs. As he ran, he passed a firefighter helping one of his colleagues down the stairs. He kept going, noticing holes in the walls that had been made with submachine guns. The intruders were extremely well armed. Alex was glad he had chosen not to scale the wall. If the attackers had spotted him, then he would have been completely exposed, and they weren't likely to miss with submachine guns.
James and Amy were growing anxious because they knew they were running out of time. But it seemed that Heidi would rather risk falling to her death than being captured. They had been told to take Heidi alive, so they had to be careful. If they rushed to the balcony and Heidi fell, then they would have failed, and that was unacceptable. As they tried to decide what to do, Alex arrived. Amy and James were much better trained than the Blood Brothers gang, and even though Alex remained quiet, Amy heard him coming. Amy gestured to James, who dropped to the ground, lifted his gun, and took a shot at Alex. The bullet whizzed by Alex's head, narrowly missing him, and Alex ran faster. If James had remained upright, he would probably have hit Alex. His shooting skills were better than average. Light glinted off a dagger, warning Alex at the last moment and allowing him to dodge the strike. He reached out, hitting Amy's arm and causing her to drop the dagger, sending it clattering to the floor. Amy and James were surprised to have run into such strong resistance. Alex knew he would have to fight hard to defeat this couple. They seemed just as skilled as the martial arts experts he had defeated before, and this time he was having to fight two of them at once. This wasn't going to be easy. Another gunshot rang out, but Alex held up his knife, and the bullet hit it and ricocheted, hitting James. As James fell, his finger tightened on the trigger, spraying bullets around the room, some of them in Alex's direction. "What are you doing?" Amy yelled. When she saw what had happened, she fired her gun at Alex, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Come out and face me!" she screamed. Alex rushed at her, using the smoke as cover, and knocked her to the floor. He wanted to keep her alive, needing to ask her questions, but Amy had orders to not allow herself to be captured. She bit down on a cyanide capsule and died moments later. Alex dismissed her and concentrated on saving Heidi. He tore down a curtain and lowered it over the edge of the balcony. Heidi grabbed it and held on tight, allowing Alex to pull her to safety. The students below cheered and applauded, some of them in tears. Heidi threw herself into Alex's arms, shaking and crying. "Mr. Ambrose, I thought I'd never see you again," she said, sniffling. Alex frowned, but he didn't push Heidi away. He could tell she was seriously frightened and looking for comfort. "You're okay now," he murmured. "But I need you to stay calm." Heidi pulled back a little, and then she realized she was only wearing pajamas. She blushed and quickly let go of him. Episode 433, Change of Plan. "It's all right," Alex said. "Go outside and wait for me." Heidi ran out, and Alex dashed to the corridor, grabbed a fire extinguisher, and helped the firefighters to contain the blaze. The fire hadn't spread to other parts of the school, and within 20 minutes, it had been completely extinguished. Alex walked over to examine the two assassins, wondering who they had been. He had been surprised by their skills, but they still hadn't been a match for him. Heidi was waiting for him just outside the room, so Alex went out to check on her. Heidi had seen the two bodies, and she was trembling so hard that Alex had to pick her up and carry her downstairs. When she stepped outside, a group of students swarmed her, peppering him with questions. No students or teachers had been killed, thanks to Alex's quick actions. Recognizing his bravery, the principal, teachers, and students burst into applause.
Billy stared at Alex, unable to understand why he wasn't dead. How could he have survived?
Mr. Wilde, aren't you ashamed of yourself? A girl asked. You would have let Heidi die.
The principal snorted. He had heard Billy's remarks during the fire and was extremely disappointed in him. Billy realized he had fallen out of favor and had lost everyone's respect. All but a handful of the crowd looked at him in disgust.
I wouldn't...
Billy began to speak and then trailed off, flushing with humiliation. Unable to face anyone, he turned around and scurried away. Alex took Heidi to his apartment, knowing that the dormitory wasn't fit to sleep in. It was getting late, and he wanted to get Heidi inside where she would be safe. But he knew other girls needed somewhere to sleep, and he racked his brain trying to find a solution. "Miss Turner, please don't meddle in this matter," a man said. "The agency will be taking over from now on."
You can't do that, Celia protested. We had a plan. Is there a problem with Mr. Ambrose? I'm sure we can sort it out. The decision has been made, the man said, refusing to argue. No one can protect Dr. Real's daughter better than Mr. Ambrose, Ethan said. His martial arts skills are extraordinary. He's not better than us, the man said. Alex is just a teacher who knows martial arts. He doesn't have our discipline or our strict training. He's an amateur, and that's just too risky. We're taking over today, so tell Alex he can leave. The news that Alex was leaving spread throughout the school, and soon everyone except Class 6 knew about it. Mr. Ambrose didn't even say anything, Eric said, regaling the class with the tale of Alex barging into the club to save the girls from Devon. He came in, ripping the door off its hinges, and you should have seen that door. It was a fire door, so it was seriously sturdy. And then he knocked that guy right onto the dance floor like it was nothing. Everyone in the class listened intently until the bell rang, and the students took their seats, waiting for the class to begin. After everything that had happened, no one would disrespect Mr. Ambrose by misbehaving. The substitute teacher sighed when he walked into the classroom. Mr. Ambrose had become a legend for his ability to manage Class 6, and the substitute knew he wouldn't perform half as well. When Celia and Ethan had gone to the school to explain to Alex that the agency would be taking over Heidi's protection, they had apologized profusely. Alex had frowned, saying, It's not easy to protect her. This isn't a good idea. Celia and Ethan agreed, but there was nothing they could do. They had to obey orders. Alex understood, so he didn't bother arguing. He simply packed his bags and left the school without even saying goodbye to anyone. Billy had heard the news, and he was waiting at the school gates with Leonard. It's such a shame, Leonard said. We're the only ones who came to see you off. Don't worry, I'm the head teacher for Class 6 now, Billy said, grinning at Alex. I'll take care of them for you. Alex didn't respond. Now that he was leaving the school, he couldn't care less about Billy and Leonard. He was worried that Heidi was still in danger, and he couldn't do anything to help. Billy scowled as he watched Alex leave, angry that Alex hadn't even acknowledged him. Even worse, Alex had only been here for a week, and in that time, Billy's reputation had been shredded. It doesn't matter how good you were, Billy muttered. You're gone now. He breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't wait to tell Class 6 that he was their new head teacher, assuming
that they would treat him with the same respect they'd given Alex. He strode confidently into Class 6, noting that they were sitting quietly, not causing any trouble. Eric was surprised to see Billy and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm your new head teacher," Billy announced, looking around at them. The students stared at him, not reacting for a moment. And then they began to talk, asking what had happened to Mr. Ambrose. "Don't be silly," Heidi said, standing up. "That's not funny." Billy frowned at her. "I'm not joking," he said. "Mr. Ambrose has been fired for violating the school rules, and I'll be taking his place. I expect all of you to be in your best behavior from now on." Episode 434, All Hell Breaks Loose. "Fired?" Eric asked, getting up to his feet. Dylan, Felicity, and Lance also stood up. "Why?" Felicity asked. "What's happened?" "Sit down," Billy said. "I didn't tell you to stand, so do as you're told." "We asked you a question," Lance said, frowning at him. The students were all staring at him, their expressions hostile, and Billy grew a little flustered. "I'm your head teacher now, so do what I tell you," Billy said. "Mr. Ambrose will not be returning to this school, so you need to get used to that." Another student stood up. "You'll never be our head teacher," he said. "Why was Mr. Ambrose fired?" "Yes, we want to know why," another student called. The rest of the students stood up and joined in, demanding an explanation. "If you think you can be our head teacher, then you're an even bigger idiot than I thought," Lance said, smirking. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Billy said, flushing with humiliation and anger. "You accepted Mr. Ambrose as your head teacher, so why not me?" "Because you're nothing compared to Mr. Ambrose," Eric said. He picked up the books on his desk and threw them at Billy. Then the other students followed his example, and an assortment of books, pens, and pencil cases rained down on Billy. "Stop! Stop it right now!" Billy yelled, trying to avoid the attack. But several of the objects hit him right in the face. Lance picked up his chair. "You'll never take Mr. Ambrose's place," he said. "Leave now or you'll regret it." He threw the chair, and Billy ducked, only just avoiding it. But when he straightened up, he saw that every other student had picked up their own chair. "Go away," Lance said, glaring at Billy. "I won't tell you again." Billy looked at all the students brandishing their chairs and shivered with fright. He didn't dare argue with them, so he turned and fled out the door. "Help!" he yelled, running down the corridor. "Idiot!" Lance called after him. He picked up his book and then tossed it aside. "Well, I guess class is canceled." Shrugging, he walked out the door. The other students followed him out to the playground and began to talk. "Mr. Ambrose was such a good teacher," one girl said. "Why did he leave us?" "Someone went to check his room and everything had been cleared out," Eric said. "He's really gone." He sighed. In all his time at this school, Mr. Ambrose had been the only teacher he had liked, and now he was gone. The others felt the same way. "Then the headmaster is an idiot too," Lance said, scowling. "Well, if we can't have Mr. Ambrose as our head teacher, then we're not having anyone else," Dylan said, folding his arms. "I don't understand it," Lance said, looking thoughtfully at Heidi. Why would they make Mr. Ambrose leave after everything he's done for us? Neither the principal nor Mr. Wilde can do the things he did. He knew Heidi had been nearly abducted, and Mr. Ambrose had saved her. We can't let this happen, Eric said. We should continue to make trouble. The more trouble, the better. Then they'll have to ask Mr. Ambrose to come back. The others shouted their agreement. Yes! Yeah, that's a great plan. Let's do it! Alex returned to his job as a security guard at Johns Hopkins University. Everyone assumed he had simply been on holiday. So besides a few polite questions about how his vacation had been, he was able to return to work as if nothing had happened. He put on his uniform and patrolled the campus. After a while, Debbie came out of a building and walked toward him. She was wearing a red jacket with a fur collar, and she looked really pretty. Alex had called Debbie to tell her he was coming back, and they were happy to see each other after a week apart. Why don't we go for a walk? Debbie suggested, taking his arm. Everyone stared at the security guard walking with a beautiful young woman. They seemed to be an odd couple, and many of the onlookers were envious of Alex's good luck. A few other couples were walking by the frozen lake, lost in their little worlds. Alex felt Debbie leaning into him, and he enjoyed having her so close. Their breath was visible in the chilly air, and everything seemed quiet. They wandered into the trees and stopped. Alex looked at Debbie, admiring her sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks, and then he tugged her closer. He lowered his head, and their lips met. They grew breathless as they kissed, and when Alex hummed in appreciation, he startled some birds, sending them flying off. Alex had been gone from Oak Ridge High School for less than a day, and already the school was experiencing its first crisis. Every student in Class 6 was causing trouble. Billy had been happy that Alex had left, but it had rapidly become a nightmare. After being chased out of Class 6, Billy was sulking in his office when his phone rang. Mr. Wilde, something is going on with Class 6, the caller said. 5 students from other classes have been injured, 2 of them quite seriously, and they'll have to go to the hospital. Billy hung up and sighed. This was a disaster. He stood up to leave, but then he stopped when his phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Wilde, the caller said. The students of Class 6 have just chased Mr. Winters through the school, and he fell down some stairs and seems to have broken his leg. There are also a lot of cars at the school gate. Do you know what's going on? Billy was stunned. What on earth was happening? The next call came from the principal. Billy? Why aren't you with Class 6? He asked. Your students are running wild. Why aren't you stopping them? Don't you want to work here anymore? There was a pause while someone mumbled something to him. Oh no, they've set fire to the canteen. Go and get them under control. Episode 435, Who's an Amateur? Billy wiped the sweat from his forehead. As the head teacher of Class 6, he was responsible for everything that they did. If he couldn't fix this, then the school board would be furious with him, and he would probably be fired. And with a reputation for being incompetent, who else would hire him? His career would be over. He had no idea what to do. He ran to the school gates and saw numerous cars arriving. Even worse, armed police were standing guard, checking everyone who went in or out of the school. What was going on? Sweat rolled down Billy's face as he stood there, gaping in shock and not taking any action, When the principal saw him, he was furious.
"Why are you just standing there?"
the principal demanded, shaking with anger.
"This is a serious dereliction of duty. I told you what was happening, and it's your job to deal with it. So why aren't you doing something?"
Billy said nothing. He just stood there, looking helplessly at him.
"Your poor performance has seriously damaged the reputation of the school," the principal said. "Get this sorted."
The principal made his way to the classroom and looked around. None of Class 6 was there. But on a desk, he found a photo of Billy. Someone had taken a pen and defaced the picture, crossing out Billy's eyes and adding horns, fangs, and a pointy beard. The students detested Billy. The principal swore.
"Billy is useless," he muttered, "and I'm fed up with it."
He took out his phone and started dialing. Alex and Debbie snuggled close, savoring their time together. When Alex's phone rang, they ignored it, but the caller was persistent. Alex scowled at it and Debbie smiled.
"Just answer it," she said.
"It must be important." Sighing, Alex picked up the call.
"Hello, is this Mr. Ambrose?" a voice asked. "Are you busy?"
"Yes," Alex said, ending the call straight away. Next time, he would leave his phone at home. Outside the school gate, Jude Hutton sat in a car, looking out the window. Well known within the agency, Jude was highly trained and was an expert in explosives and firearms. His angular face and penetrating gaze made it easy to recognize him. Director Gavin Abbott was a serious-looking middle-aged man. He sat in the back of the car, watching the school. "Jude, shouldn't you go and see what's going on?" Gavin asked. "If there's any trouble, our enemies might take advantage of it." "That's the difference between me and Alex," Jude said. "I don't need to go into the school and pretend to be a teacher. The school is the safest place for the girl, so I'm sure no one will try to snatch her from there." "You really think the school is safe?" Gavin asked, not convinced. Didn't 2 agents already get inside and almost abduct Haiti? "Yes, but they failed," Jude pointed out. "And now they'll expect the school to be heavily guarded, so they won't try it again. We just need to sit here and wait for them to show themselves." In the evening, after the armed police had gone, Jude drove into Oak Ridge High School and parked his car. Instead of getting out, he simply looked around. He was confident the campus would be safe. After all the students were young, so any intruder should be easy to spot. There was no way they would be able to abduct a student in the middle of the school. There was no need to warn Heidi or assign her a protection detail. He didn't even give her a silent alarm or way to contact him. It simply wasn't necessary, and only an amateur like Alex would resort to using an alarm. "The agency stepped on a lot of toes when we demanded to be the ones to protect Heidi," Gavin had told him earlier. "This is vitally important. If you do well, the agency will look good. But if you fail, you'll take us down with you. It's not just about the 2 of us." "Don't worry," Jude had replied. "I'm better than Alex, and I promise I'll be successful. Alex is a fighter, but he knows nothing about protecting people. We'll do a much better job." As far as Jude was concerned, after the last bungled attempt, the campus was the safest place for Heidi. As long as Heidi wasn't allowed to leave the school, everything would be okay. Of course, if anyone did dare to enter the school, Jude would deal with them swiftly. His phone rang with a call from Director Abbott.
Jude, what did you mean when you said you were waiting for our enemies to show themselves? Gavin asked. Are you using Heidi as bait to catch them?
Yes, Jude said. Playing it safe is getting us nowhere. We need to draw them out and deal with them once and for all. I'm more than a match for them. And once I get my hands on them, they're done.
I hope you're right, Gavin said. Good luck. He hung up.
We'll soon see the difference between an amateur and a professional, Jude said to himself. Although he had never met Alex, he didn't think much of him. At 11:30 that evening, just as the school lights went out, Jude's phone rang, and he was informed of an incident in the school. Heidi had settled into a new dormitory, but it didn't take long for the intruders to find her. Jude rushed into the school and saw 7 people dragging Heidi out of the building.
I can't believe it went so well, Bill, said one of the men. Those last 2 agents must have been idiots. How else could it have ended with a fire, a gunfight, and both agents dead?
Episode 436, No Time to Lose. Bill glowered at his other team members as they hauled Heidi between them.
Never underestimate your opponent, he said in a low voice. Amy and James were the best of the best. They just got a little careless. We won't.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, a voice rang out. It was Jude. Just hand me the girl. He stood tall in front of the group, calm and smiling with his arms crossed. As he stood there, facing the kidnappers, Gavin came sneaking silently up to watch them from a nearby corner.
Bill, take care of him,
one of the men shouted. Bill stepped up in front of the rest of the men and took a long look at Jude. Then he smiled. He knew instantly that Jude was no match for him, no matter how tough he tried to look. He wouldn't even need to use his gun. With a smirk on his face, he tossed his submachine gun to the floor and approached Jude with raised fists. Jude felt relieved. He had been worried that the whole group of men would try to rush him. But now he knew he would only have to deal with Bill. And that wouldn't be difficult. An unarmed Bill wasn't a threat. He could handle him with one arm tied behind his back. Gavin stood back and watched. He was some distance away, but he could see clearly what was happening. He had confidence in Jude, which was why he hadn't called for backup. But he had one weakness. He had a very high opinion of himself. Bill's words rang in his head. Never underestimate your opponent. As Bill approached him, Jude only felt more sure of himself. After all, Alex had been able to handle 2 armed mercenaries by himself. Jude could certainly handle a single unarmed one. Just one more notch in the belt, he thought with satisfaction as Bill came within striking range. He uncrossed his arms and prepared to fight. But just as he did so, he heard a whooshing sound and the thick thud of flesh crashing into flesh. He gasped for air and fell to his knees. Billy had struck him hard in the throat. He grabbed at his neck and gasped as his face turned bluer and bluer. And then he fell forward onto the floor. A thin stream of blood came flowing from his nose, and he stopped moving completely. "That's one more taken care of," Bill said calmly. He cracked his knuckles and turned back to the other men. They all laughed. With no one left to stop them, They walked out of the school building with Heidi trapped between them, turned a corner, and disappeared into the night. Once they were gone, Gavin rushed forward. He had seen everything that happened, but he couldn't have stopped it. With his eyes fixed firmly on Jude's lifeless body, he took out his phone and brought it to his ear. His first call would be to the Baltimore Police Department. Then he would call his superiors. News of the kidnapping spread like wildfire through Baltimore. Before long, everyone important enough to be a target of a potential kidnapping had heard what had happened, and they were all terrified. A group of mercenaries were running around kidnapping wealthy children for ransom, and nobody knew who would be next. The situation caused endless trouble for Gavin. The agency was stretched to the limit with requests for protection, and the phones at their offices were overheating with angry calls. Gavin didn't just have to deal with incessant requests for personal protection. His superiors kept calling him into their offices to yell at him. They screamed at him for failing to protect the people and for putting agents' lives at risk. Their anger was intensified by the fear among the upper classes, and Gavin had to sit there and take it. There was nothing he could say that would make any difference, and there was very little he could do. But the words didn't hurt him. At least they hurt him much less than the thought of losing good agents under his command. For days after the kidnapping, what concerned Gavin was not the increasing pressure from whoever felt that he was not doing his job. It was the anticipation of the decisions he would have to make once the mercenaries were found. And still, he kept looking for them. Finally, news arrived that the mercenaries had been found. It appeared that they had not left the city, presumably for fear of being noticed. Instead, they had taken refuge in an abandoned factory in the city, and they had turned it into a fortress. The outer areas of the building had been rigged with explosives and booby traps, and the mercenaries themselves were armed to the teeth. Without a careful strategy, the cost of taking the building would be enormous. The news only heightened the tense atmosphere in the city. Everyone was on pins and needles. The whole situation was a powder keg waiting to explode. With each passing day, the mercenaries would become more desperate. And they had hostages, which they would no doubt take with them if they saw no way to make it out alive. But the mercenaries had no intention of dying in that old factory. They had Heidi, the most important hostage of them all, and they were prepared with enough provisions to hold out indefinitely. If they held out long enough, a helicopter would come and airlift them out, and the authorities would not dare to stop them. They would simply fly away, safe and sound. The only question was how long it would take. It was the other side that wrestled with the issue of time. The building had to be sealed off, and no one could be allowed to escape. Those were the orders from above. And while nobody could say how it should be achieved, the situation had to be resolved quickly. If enough time passed, the ordeal might pressure Heidi's father to accept the demands of the mercenaries. Such an outcome might bring Heidi back home safely, but it would set a dangerous precedent. It was unacceptable. In the end, a time frame for resolving the hostage situation was set. Gavin and his agents had only 10 hours before the building had to be stored. The truth about the situation, along with its time frame, was classified. No one on the outside was allowed to know. Alex had no idea what was happening. On the day that the deadline was set to expire, he was strolling around the campus of Johns Hopkins with Debbie. They were having a particularly good day, and everything seemed interesting and beautiful.
Alex?
Debbie said, biting her lip.
Could we get married soon?
He looked at her with surprise. I don't know, he answered. You're still in school. He took her hand in his and smiled.
But I don't want to wait anymore,
she said softly. There's no hurry, he said, and he ran his hand through her thick hair. I'll wait for you forever if I have to. Suddenly, his phone rang. Debbie covered her mouth and chuckled. Go ahead and answer it, busy boy, she said teasingly. Alex accepted the call and brought the phone to his ear. It was Ethan. Alex, I'm so glad I reached you, he said. Those gangsters have captured Heidi. Alex wasn't surprised. He had warned Ethan that Heidi didn't have enough protection, and he had known that the men that were after her were no ordinary goons. He was very sorry to have been right. That's not my problem anymore, he said coldly. He wanted to distance himself from the whole ordeal. But in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but picture Heidi's suffering. Listen, Alex, Ethan said. The head of the agency regrets his treatment of you. He really needs your help on this. Alex stood thinking for a moment before he answered. I'm sorry, he said finally. I don't have time. Before Ethan could retort, he hung up the phone. They threw me away and rejected my advice, he thought. And now they beg for me to come and do their jobs for them. Let them beg. He put the phone away in a hurry. His mood had turned foul. As he looked back up, he saw a small group of people over Debbie's shoulder. It was Ethan, Celia, and Gavin. They were coming closer in a hurry. Episode 437, Desperate Pleas. Debbie turned around and saw them coming. She didn't want her day with Alex to end, but she could tell that there was something important going on. She turned to him, kissed him on the cheek, and told him to find her later. Then she left. Just as Debbie walked out of sight, the trio came up to Alex. They were all excited and panting for breath. Mr. Ambrose, Ethan began. I'm sorry, but there's no other way. Please. Celia had an apologetic look on her face. She had always thought that Alex was the best person to protect Heidi, and she had disapproved of Gavin taking over. Now that he had failed, he had the nerve to come back begging for help. She was ashamed to be walking beside him. Gavin felt the severity of his situation, but he couldn't help but be amused at the sight of Alex in his uniform. We're dealing with a crisis that shakes the entire city, he thought, and we're coming to a university security guard for help. It's ridiculous. But he hid his amusement. Mr. Ambrose, I'll give you a chance to work with us, he said quite seriously. If you would please go and change your clothes, you can come to the scene with us. Sorry, I'm not interested, Alex answered calmly. Then he turned and started walking away. Gavin was stunned. What the hell's with you, kid? He blurted out. Do you realize how many people would kill to work for me? His words weren't mere bluster. Gavin had seen countless men and women beg for a chance to work at the agency. He had personally rejected dozens of competent fighters, tacticians, and analysts. People with whom Alex could only dream of comparing himself. Celia and Ethan turned to look at Gavin, and their faces were as serious as the grave. They needed Alex's help, and the director was seemingly doing everything he could to make sure they wouldn't get it.
He knew who Alex was, and still he treated him with disrespect. The man was a danger to their entire enterprise. As they stood and watched Alex walking away with no reaction, Ethan's frustration was mixed with increasing hopelessness. He was realizing the futility of asking for Alex's help, and he turned to walk away. Just then, Alex's phone rang. He stopped and answered. "Who is this?" he said. It was the principal at Oak Ridge. "Mr. Ambrose, could you come back to us?" he asked. He sounded as if he was about to cry. "Class 6 is in trouble again. They need you back." The principal was in a desperate situation, and he was at his wit's end. Lance had put laxatives in the cafeteria food, and some other students from Class 6 had smashed the glass in his office door. The immediate situation had calmed down, but it was only a matter of time before things flared up again. Combined with the news of Heidi, it was too much for the principal to handle. "I'm sorry," Alex said. "I'm busy." He hung up the phone. Gavin was sick of waiting for Alex to come around. "Mr. Ambrose, don't walk away from us," he exclaimed. "You know what this opportunity would mean for you." Celia wanted to slap him for his crude stupidity. Of all the ways to convince Alex to help them, he seemed determined to choose the worst ones. Alex turned back around and laughed. He walked over to the director and slapped him in the face. "There," he said. "That's what I think of you and your opportunity." Gavin pressed his palm to his cheek and stammered out a few incoherent words. He was at a complete loss. Whoever Alex was, the thought of being manhandled by a simple security guard was too much for Gavin to handle. When Alex had hung up the phone, the principal put it away and faced the other teachers. They were all gathered in his office, trying to think of what to do. He took a deep breath, scanned the room, and his gaze landed on Billy and Leonard. "Billy, Leonard," he said in a frustrated tone. "When Mr. Ambrose arrived, you treated him badly. Well, now he's gone. You happy? Are we better off? Look around you. Did you think there was anyone who could control Class 6 as well as he did?" The longer he spoke, the more his voice became an angry roar. His face was red, and his forehead gleamed with beads of sweat. Billy looked at him sullenly. His face was misshapen and discolored from the beating he had received. Much more than his face had been beaten. As the main teacher for Class 6, he bore responsibility for the situation. The principal had already held discussions with higher authorities about his dismissal. The principal calmed down, and then he dismissed them and went out to his car. He knew what he had to do. He was going to ask Alex to come back in person, and there wasn't a moment to lose. Gavin rubbed his cheek again, wondering if Alex's slap would leave a red mark. He still couldn't believe what had happened. He was the director of a government agency, and a simple security guard had slapped him in the face. Ethan took a step closer to him. "Director, will you please stop being a fool?" he said. "You know why we're here. The next time you need someone's help, please be smarter about it." He turned and walked away. Celia sighed audibly. "Well, Director," she said, "I hope you'll learn from this. Maybe being slapped around might wake you up. Our operation will fail, and it's entirely your fault." Gavin shook with anger. "Oh, I see," he said. "So you've decided to make me your scapegoat. "We brought you here to talk to Mr. Ambrose," Celia answered. "We did our part. The rest was up to you." She was simmering with frustration, and she looked at him with contempt. Then, she also turned around and left. Gavin was left standing alone. He stood as if in a daze, but slowly his mind became clear. He had needed Alex's help, and he had failed to get it. He had messed up. Ethan was right. He was a fool. Alex had rushed off to find Debbie, but he couldn't see her anywhere on campus. He reasoned that she might have gone back to her dorm. But before he could go after her, the principal of Oak Ridge arrived and ran up to him. "Mr. Ambrose, please listen to me," he cried desperately, clawing at Alex to make him stay. "We screwed up, especially Billy. I promise that he'll be punished. Please come back and continue your classes." "I'm not interested in teaching anymore," Alex answered calmly. "I just wanted to try it. Now I have, and I didn't like it. I never want to do it again." The principal begged him for several more minutes to reconsider, but Alex wouldn't budge. When he realized that it was hopeless, the principal's arms dropped to his sides, and he walked despondently back to his car. His desperate gambit had failed, and he didn't know what else to do. When the principal was gone, Alex's phone started ringing again. This time, it was a text message. It read, "Mr. Ambrose, please help me." It was sent from Heidi's number. As Alex read those 5 little words, he froze and stood staring at his phone for what seemed like several minutes. He put his phone away, straightened his clothes, and rushed off campus. The principal and the director had set their heart against doing anything to help. They had treated him like dirt, and then they had come groveling for his help. The director hadn't even asked. Rather, he had seemed to demand, as if he was doing Alex a favor. Alex wanted nothing more to do with them or their problems. But Heidi's message had changed things. The others could go to hell, but she was different. She was his student, and he had to protect her. He would find a way to get her home. Episode 438, Reinforcements. Just as Alex was about to storm off campus to go and rescue Heidi, a black limousine came driving up the street in front of the university. When it stopped, the door opened, and all the students of Class 6 stepped out onto the sidewalk. Even from a distance, Alex saw immediately who they were. He could also tell from their postures that they were downcast and afraid. He ran over to meet them. When they saw him coming, many of them burst into tears. "What are you doing here?" Alex asked. Eric stepped forward. "Mr. Ambrose," he said earnestly, "we've come to ask you to please help Heidi." Lance, who stood next to him, looked at Alex with admiration in his eyes. Alex watched all their faces. It was clear that all of them cared deeply for Heidi. They all stared back at him with desperate and forlorn expressions, and many of them had tears in their eyes. The class had made the unanimous decision to come and seek Alex's help. It had been Lance's idea, but it had been accepted without hesitation. Despite their rocky start, they respected Alex immensely, and every one of them had been determined to come along to seek him out. "You're all cutting class," Alex said, frowning. His determination to help Heidi notwithstanding,
His bad mood had returned at once again being asked to help.
Mr. Ambrose, please help,
one of the girls in the class pleaded.
Yes, Mr. Ambrose, Lance said. We don't care what punishment this school gives us. You must save Heidi.
Alex was moved by their confidence in him. They weren't agents or school principals who should know better. They were helpless kids. They were frightened. They had come to him instead of the authorities. He would not let them down. Okay, he said. I'll do it. Now, you all go back to class. The students all cheered, and a great sense of relief flowed through the entire group. Celia thought about what she should do for a long time after she left the campus. Gavin was ridiculous, but he was still in charge of the operation. He wouldn't approve of her calling Alex behind his back. But now was not the time to do things the official way. They needed help, and the director was standing in the way. She picked up her phone and made the call.
Mr. Ambrose,
she said when Alex answered, but he interrupted her before she could say anything more. I'll come with you, he said, for Heidi's sake. Celia was overjoyed.
Thank you,
she told him excitedly.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you changed your mind.
She thanked him again and hung up the phone to call her superiors. A short while later, a helicopter landed on the campus of Johns Hopkins to pick up Alex. Celia and Ethan were sitting inside as he got in, smiling with grateful joy that he had come to his senses. As they lifted off, they both reflected on their luck. Mere minutes ago, their jobs were at risk. Now everything would be all right. Or so they hoped. The helicopter soon arrived at the improvised command center on a knoll in front of the factory. It was teeming with agents who were monitoring the situation, looking for any signs of new developments or opportunities to make a move. As Alex got out of the helicopter, he was met by dignified and determined expressions. He looked as if they were in a war zone. Celia and Ethan brought Alex to Gavin, who was standing in the thick of things, giving instructions. When he saw them coming, he frowned and immediately went back to his work. His mood had lightened significantly since their last meeting because he had found a way to compensate for Alex's unwillingness to help. He had enlisted the help of Ash Thornton. Ash was from a prominent Baltimore family, and he was famous for his martial arts skills. During the Blood Brothers crisis, he had been going through a period of deep training and contemplation. These periods were essential for him to maintain his prowess, but this latest one had made him unwilling to help against the Blood Brothers. While it irked him that he had missed the opportunity to kill Tyson himself, he had no regrets. Alex noticed him immediately, and he could tell at a glance that he was different from the other agents. He was around 50 years old, with a long beard and sharp eyes. His frame was slender, and his breath was calm and focused. When he saw that Alex was observing him, he met his gaze. He looked him over intently and seemed to be sizing him up. Whoever this man is, he must be a great fighter, Alex thought. But where was he when we were attacked by the Blood Brothers? Celia and Ethan saw that Gavin wasn't interested in their arrival. Ethan was angered, but he knew that he must try to keep a lid on it. As arrogant as the director was, their animosity needed to not turn into outright hostility. The resolution of the crisis depended on it. Mr. Thornton, it's a great honor to have you here, they heard the director saying as they came closer. I have no doubt that your participation will ensure our success. I consider it my duty, Director, Ash responded, still keeping his eyes on Alex. But it seems I'm not the only one who's here to help. Gavin looked at Alex and sneered. As long as you're here, he said. "We won't have any need for any more help." He smiled grimly. It was an obvious message to Alex to go away. Celia stepped forward. "Mr. Thornton, this is Mr. Ambrose," she said. "He's a great martial artist, just like yourself. We're blessed to have the two of you working together." Alex's face betrayed no visible reaction to this introduction. "And how is this kid supposed to compare with me?" he said in a cold and prideful tone. Celia couldn't help but be embarrassed at his response. "I have invited Mr. Ambrose here to help." Ash's face didn't change. He put his arms behind his back and stared philosophically up toward the sky. "I suppose in a world such as this, you have to scrape the bottom of the barrel for heroes." Alex, Ethan, and Celia stood speechless. They had all hoped for a different reception, but none of them was very surprised. Ash was the kind of man whose pride would not allow the offer of help to be seen as anything but an insult to his capabilities. And Gavin's animosity toward Alex had most likely contributed. Celia looked at him and frowned. "Mr. Thornton, what exactly are you trying to say?" Episode 439, Under Fire. Ash flashed them a cocky smile. "What I mean," he said, and then he paused. "What I mean is that Tyson Slade was apparently defeated by some unknown person. If I had been there, he would have begged for mercy and we would have taken him alive. Instead, he's dead, and no one knows what really happened." He flashed his eyes at Alex. "Anyone can claim to have accomplished things, but very few of us have any real talent. It's a shame." Celia lost her patience. She knew of Ash, and she knew of his reputation in martial arts circles. When she first saw him, she'd been very happy. She had thought that if Ash and Alex worked together, they would fix the crisis easily. But now her hopes were slipping away. "Look, Mr. Thornton," she said. "Whatever you think about what did or didn't happen, Alex has come to help. One of his students is in that building." "That's great," Ash responded derisively. "Except I don't need any help. The last thing I need is some rookie who doesn't know his own limits." He looked at Alex with disdain. To him, the mercenaries in the factory were nothing but ants to be eliminated. He would handle it alone. Ethan was simmering with rage. He also knew of Ash, and he didn't dare to speak out against him. But the implication that Alex's accomplishments were all a lie brought him to the limit of what he could endure. It was absurd, and it had to be corrected. "Mr. Thornton," Celia continued, adopting more conciliatory tone, "we all know of your prowess. If you believe you can handle this, none of us will argue. However, I think it would be unwise to turn away help when it's offered to you. We're all here for the same reason." Ash started laughing. His laughter echoed through the command center, and everyone present looked around for its source. Laughter was the last thing any of them expected to hear. Gavin stepped forward and slapped Ash on the shoulder. "Mr. Thornton, I admire your courage." His face shone with glee. In his mind, Ash's complete incomprehension of any danger was a vindication of his decision to enlist his help. Ash turned to address him. "What do you think? Am I unwise because I don't want his help?" Gavin laughed. "I'll put it this way," he answered. "He should be happy that you're even talking to him. Now, can we please get back to the matter at hand? Mr. Thornton, I think it's time that you entered the building and got that poor girl out of there." Alex remained silent and looked on, while Celia's frustrations exploded. "Mr. Thornton! Director Abbott!" she yelled.
What are you thinking? This isn't about who's better. We have an objective, and we must fulfill it within the time frame. Sending one man in by himself isn't going to do anything no matter who he is. It's madness.
Gavin scoffed. Celia, you belittle Mr. Thornton's abilities, he said. He's not just anyone, and he doesn't need any help. Especially not from some PE teacher. He looked over at Alex. As Thornton is the only one who can help us, and he'll do it in his own way. Ethan finally snapped. Director, you're a fool, he blurted out. You should remember who brought Mr. Ambrose to you. He was invited, and it's not up to you to question that. Our superiors ordered us to cooperate with you to solve this crisis, and we're bringing you the means to do it. Why are you fighting us? Gavin became silent. He hadn't expected such an outburst from Ethan, and he didn't want to push it too far. He stared at him with a cold gaze, but he didn't answer. Alex remained silent. He knew that there was no use in him speaking up for himself. Gavin had decided that Alex was his enemy, and there was nothing that would change his mind. Celia sighed. All right then, she said. It seems there's nothing more to say. If you want to send Mr. Thornton in to die, we won't stop you. She glanced at Ash, who met her eyes with a sharp and malicious stare. Well, Mr. Thornton, she said, and gave him a mocking nod of respect. Since you won't accept the help we brought you, and since you're apparently intent on going on a suicide mission, I can only wish you good luck. We respect your choice and we'll go away and plan for what comes next. Good, Ash responded. Celia looked over at Alex, and he gave her an approving nod. We're almost out of time, Celia said as she looked at her watch. There were only 40 minutes left until the deadline expired. No point in arguing anymore. Show me the girl again, Ash shouted. Gavin took out a picture of Heidi and showed it to him. He studied it, nodded, and then straightened himself. I'll save the girl, he said loudly. Not only for her sake, but for martial arts. There are too many in our circles who swagger and try to look cool. Today I'll show what a real master can do. An agent came forward to offer Ash a weapon, but he refused it. He raised his fists, cracked his knuckles on his neck, and gave Alex a defiant look. Then he left them standing at the command station and walked briskly down toward the factory where the mercenaries were holed up. When he came to the chain-link fence on the edge of the factory lot, he lunged into the air and seemed to fly over the barbed wire. He landed on the gravel on the other side and rushed toward the factory building at incredible speed. When he came up to it, he found a door, kicked it in, and disappeared from sight. For a few seconds, there was only silence. Soon, however, a few stray shots rang out inside the building. Then a few more. Then many. Before long, the entire factory shook with dense gunfire. Back at the command post, everyone held their breath and waited for some proof of what was happening. Episode 440, To Hell and Back. The whole camp was seized by nervous trepidation, but Alex remained still. He refused to be distracted by negative thoughts, and he wanted to analyze the situation with a level head. While it was obvious that a fight had broken out inside the factory, it was unclear what it meant. Alex was nowhere near as optimistic as Gavin had been, but he couldn't deny that Ash was highly skilled. He had sensed as much from their brief encounter. Ash had the real skill to back up his arrogance, but so did his adversaries inside the factory. They wouldn't be so easily beaten, and if Ash failed, whether he survived or not, it would be even more difficult to rescue Heidi. Gavin glanced at him and seemed amused by the pensive expression on his face. "You look worried, Mr. Ambrose," he exclaimed mockingly. "Is it possible you don't know Mr. Thornton's reputation? He was a famous fighter by the time he was 12, he continued. He became a great master by 30. By the time he was 40, he broke the record for the most victories in a martial arts competition in the entire country. A record he still holds. Can you boast anything similar?" "Oh, most wins in the country," Alex replied mockingly. He wasn't one to denigrate achievements in martial arts, but competitions were very different from real battles. If winning championships was the best that Ash could boast of, then he was much less fit for the present task than Alex had realized. Gavin hadn't noticed that Alex was mocking him. He simply stood there with a satisfied grin on his face. He seemed completely at ease with what was happening. As he stood there watching the director smirking at him, Alex suddenly realized that the gunfire had died down. "Director Abbott, your man has been in there for a while now," Alex told him. "What happens if he doesn't come out?" Gavin scoffed. "Don't you worry yourself," he said. "Mr. Thornton will do what he said he would do. He'll wrap things up nicely for us." He had barely finished his sentence when a loud bang rang out. Everyone turned toward the factory, and in the distance, they could see the black shape of a man stumbling out of the factory and come hobbling toward them. Behind him, every remaining opening in the factory's facade was closing one by one. The mercenaries were preparing for another onslaught. "That's Mr. Thornton," Gavin cried out, pointing at the approaching figure. Everyone sharpened their eyes to see, and those who had binoculars raised them. It was true. The hobbling shape was Ash. He was a mess. He ran toward them slowly and unsteadily, badly dragging one of his legs behind him in a mad dash to get to safety. As he passed through a hole in the chain-link fence, he left a trail of blood behind him. Some of the mercenaries had run after him out through the doorway, but they had retreated inside the building for fear of being caught in the open. When he came within 50 yards of the command post, another agent ran out to meet him and carried him on his back for the rest of the way. Gavin was stunned. His mind raced with questions. How could this happen? What about the hostages? How many were there? How many were dead? He stood frozen in complete shock, and his legs began to shake. For the first time, it struck him that the mercenaries might be a match for him and his team. If they could so easily repel what he thought was his greatest asset, then there might be no limit to what they could withstand. His future flashed before his eyes. He bore responsibility, and the outcome of the operation would be placed at his feet. He would be looked on as a failure and an imbecile. He would be fired in disgrace. All because he had been stupid enough not to accept the help that Celia had offered him. What do I do now? He asked himself as Ash was brought over. He was laid carefully on the ground, and Gavin's face turned pale when he saw the state he was in. There was color on his face, and his eyes were droopy and weak. He had been shot in the arm and leg, and he was bleeding profusely. It didn't look to be fatal, but there was no chance of him returning to fighting. He would probably never be restored. Celia and Ethan looked at each other, and they were shocked. As much as they disliked Ash for his arrogant behavior, they were saddened and unnerved to see what had happened to him. What happened? Gavin asked in a strained voice. His previous reverence for Ash had disappeared, and been replaced by a hectoring sternness.
"They're too prepared,"
Ash said through his heavy breathing.
"They've fortified themselves with enough firepower to take on an army. It's much worse than we thought."
Celia took Alex by the arm.
"Mr. Ambrose, we must prepare," she said. "The clock's ticking. It's up to you now."
Alex didn't answer. He gave her no indication that he had even heard her.
"Well, I can't help him now,"
Ash said scornfully.
"What could he possibly do? I went in, but I could get back out. He'll only get himself killed."
"What do I do?" Gavin muttered to himself. He was still preoccupied with his future. Everyone stared at him and awaited further orders, but their faith in him was dwindling. The seconds passed very slowly, and Gavin could not think of what to say or do. An atmosphere of hopelessness set in. Celia looked at her watch. It was now only 10 minutes until the deadline they had been given. Ash squirmed as he tried to sit up.
"It can't be done,"
he said.
"I failed because it was impossible. They're too well prepared. No one can root them out, and no one can get a hostage out of there, not even me."
The pain made him gasp for air before he continued.
"I advise you to stop the operation,"
he said, looking scornfully at Alex.
"It's ridiculous to expect anything from the security guard."
Just then, Celia's phone rang. She answered, and then signaled to Gavin to come with her and take the call somewhere more private. When they came back, they both had stoic looks on their faces.
"Mr. Ambrose," Celia said and turned to Alex. "The situation has changed. Mr. Thornton startled the mercenaries, and they've made contact with Heidi's father. Unless this situation is resolved immediately, we have reason to believe that he'll make some sort of deal with them that allows them to get away. Our superiors can't accept that."
Alex gave her a troubled look. He knew what she was implying. Unless he could find a way to end the standoff, the agents would storm the building, and there was no telling what would happen then. Gavin was staring into the ground, absorbing the news and weighing his options. He looked over at Ash, who lay bleeding on the ground, and then over at Alex. As their eyes met, he exploded in anger.
"They're giving us no choice," he yelled. "We can't let them escape. We tried playing nice. Now we try a different way. We'll blow them all to hell." "Stop talking nonsense,"
Celia cried out fiercely. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She knew that Gavin was reckless, but she didn't want to believe that he was willing to blow up a building with hostages inside it. And yet the situation was dire. If the hostages were to survive, they needed a new plan, and they needed it soon. Episode 441. We have to shell the building.
"What do you mean? Don't you realize that we only have 5 minutes left until the deadline to rescue Heidi? We don't have any other choice," Director Abbott yelled at the top of his voice. "I know we only have 5 minutes, but Alex hasn't tried yet," Celia replied. "We can't rely on Alex, Ambrose. If Ash couldn't resolve the situation peacefully, no one can," the director barked back.
From his position lying on the ground, Ash supported Gavin. In a deep voice, he said,
"Miss Turner, Alex Ambrose is a fake. That man has no real combat experience. If he goes into the building, he'll only make things worse for the hostage."
"If Alex can save Heidi in 5 minutes without making things worse, I'll kneel before him and beg forgiveness," Ash said, looking at Alex with scorn.
"Old man, why are you so pessimistic?" Alex replied quietly.
Ash snorted.
"What? You still think you can do it when I failed? I have years of combat experience, and you're just fresh from university. The more he looked at Alex, the angrier he became. Celia stepped forward and said, "Don't waste your time arguing with him. We have so little time left, we must focus on saving Heidi. We don't have time to watch you two martial arts masters argue with each other." Master? Did you call him a master? Boy, do you really see yourself as a martial arts master? Ash said mockingly. Alex didn't answer. He just nodded to Celia. You have no idea what you're dealing with. Inside they all have heavy machine guns. If you try to go in, they'll be waiting for you, Ash said in a threatening voice. He continued, They'll threaten to kill the hostage, and don't think they're empty threats either. These people are serious. If you try to enter, they might easily kill the girl. You don't know all this, and yet you think you can save people? What a joke. Even Celia was worried when she heard what Ash said. Their whole mission was to save the hostage. If the hostage was killed while they were trying to save her, their mission would fail. The result would be the same as if they had just bombed the building directly with shells. Celia thought about what Ash had said for a moment and hesitated, unsure on the best course of action. She thought, if these hired kidnappers don't value their own lives, they certainly won't have any sympathy for Heidi. Initially, she had been sure that it wasn't the right thing to do. But now she reconsidered Director Abbott's suggestion of blowing up the building. So, what do you think, Alex? Aren't you going to go in after all? Ash said mockingly to Alex. It was clear that Ash had no intention of stopping Alex. Everyone was in silent contemplation. The situation seemed hopeless. Even the best martial artists would struggle to enter such a heavily defended building. Then, if the hostage ended up being killed anyway as a result of the attempt to save them, all their efforts would have been in vain. They all felt that there was very little possibility of a good outcome to this impossible task. Director Abbott sneered at Alex and said, Alex, if you want to die, we won't stop you. You can go in. In truth, he really wanted Alex to be killed so that there would be less evidence against him in court. Well, I don't care what happens to me now, Ash said. He no longer seemed to have the demeanor of the martial arts master that he was supposed to be. I don't want to hear you feeling sorry for yourself, Alex finally said. What's important is that we find a way to save Heidi and the people in the building. We can talk about everything else later. Then Alex turned and walked away. Where's Mr. Ambrose? Ethan asked when he returned to the group. It looks like he's running away, Ash answered complacently. In a voice full of ridicule and disdain, Director Abbott commented, I can't believe that Celia invited such a fake to help us. It's a good job the truth was revealed. Gavin Abbott, you shut your mouth, Ethan roared. Gavin stopped talking immediately and stepped right back. He was terrified of Ethan's temper and was scared that he was going to hit him. Alex had only been gone a couple of minutes. Everyone waited for several moments, but Alex didn't return. No one seemed to know what to do. It's time to get on with it, Gavin roared angrily. He was referring to his plan of shelling the building. If Heidi's father couldn't withstand the pressure and revealed the secrets of his research, then there was no option but for Heidi to die. But if Heidi was dead, then there would be no motivation for Heidi's father to reveal the secret. Although Celia had some hesitations about the plan, she couldn't really think of any real reasons to forbid it. A shell was immediately ready to launch. It held enough explosives that once it was launched,
the entire abandoned factory would be decimated. No one inside the building would be able to survive it. Everyone had lost hope of finding a better solution. They accepted that this was the only course of action available to them. The shell left the launcher with a loud crack and headed toward the abandoned factory building. Celia and Ethan looked away. If Alex had entered the factory to try to save Heidi, he was surely now about to die. There was no other possible ending. It seemed that even Alex had been unable to resolve the crisis. They wondered if they had put too much faith in him. Everyone felt heavy-hearted. Shelling the building had been the absolute last resort, and no one had wanted to witness such a tragic ending to the situation. They all knew that the shell would completely demolish the abandoned factory and everyone inside it. They all sighed deeply. But suddenly, a figure seemed to fly out above the roof of the factory. They all looked at the figure curiously and realized that it was Alex. He appeared to be carrying a heavy burden on his back, but he still flew through the air with great agility. The shell was heading straight for him. Everyone gasped in horror. No one dared to blink as they waited to see what happened. And what happened next was truly incredible. No one could really believe what they were witnessing. Just as the shell was about to hit the factory building, Alex managed to grab it and launch it in another direction. It appeared that the shell was trapped by something, and it stayed in the air for a second. Everyone thought it was surely going to explode, but its trajectory changed, and it slowly fell to the roof without detonating. Nobody could believe what they had just seen. They didn't understand what had happened. Episode 442, Alex Saves Heidi. The people watching held their breath and waited for the shell to explode on the roof. But a moment later, Alex had jumped off the roof, and there was still no explosion. "Oh my gosh," Celia whispered. Celia knew a lot about mortar shells. They were launched with such velocity and power that they were impossible to stop with a human hand. Whatever Alex had used to stop the shell must have been stronger than the force behind the shell. Otherwise, he could never have stopped it. She was incredulous. It seemed impossible that even the famed Master Alex could have more power than the strength of a mortar shell. And yet the abandoned factory building was still intact. The spectators watched Alex jump off the roof, still carrying something on his back. Everyone was astonished. No one had seen how Alex got inside the factory, let alone how he stopped the shell they had fired at the building. They just couldn't understand what they had just witnessed. Although they couldn't quite make out what Alex was carrying on his back, they all guessed that it must be Heidi. Alex had rescued her. Everything appeared to have worked out perfectly. Both Heidi and Alex were safe. Celia was the first to react. She shouted into the walkie-talkie, "What are you waiting for? Go and meet him!" The Special Forces operatives were startled into action by the roar from their walkie-talkies, and they rushed to meet Alex. Everyone was relieved. Then the commander waved a flag, and a bomb disposal expert quickly climbed to the roof of the factory building. After carefully deactivating the shell, he made gestures to the people below, indicating that there was no possibility of the shell detonating. After confirming that it was safe, a large number of Special Forces operatives ran into the abandoned factory to apprehend the kidnappers. But within minutes, they ran back out again. "Report.
The enemy's been completely wiped out." The shocking words came from the walkie-talkie. Everyone was astounded. "How could the enemy have all been killed in such a short period of time?" Gavin murmured. "In only 2 minutes," Ethan confirmed, as he held 2 fingers up to Gavin. "Impossible," Ash said. "How could he possibly succeed so quickly where I failed?" He didn't believe it could be true. But when he saw the operatives carrying out the bodies of the kidnappers, he stopped talking. There was nothing more he could say. Alex had done it. He had saved Heidi without having to blow up the building or causing more casualties. He had turned the situation around on the kidnappers, and they were the ones who ended up dead. It wasn't that Ash doubted how powerful a martial arts master could be, but he couldn't believe that this young man could be even more powerful than any master he had met. There wasn't the slightest hint of joy on Gavin's face. Instead, he was mulling over the dangerous situation that he found himself in. Alex had succeeded and had done so perfectly. Gavin thought back over all the words of disdain and criticism that he had said to Alex and knew that everyone had heard them. He also knew that several of his own colleagues had died because of his decisions. What would happen to him now? When Alex had left earlier, he had told them that they would all see him again. Ethan was very angry. He said, "Director Abbott, how can you explain yourself? You fool! How many agents have been harmed because you refuse to listen? I hope that you kneel down in front of their families and repent." Celia was also very angry, and she had excellent self-restraint. She went over to Gavin and said, "If you hadn't insisted on intervening right at the beginning, this situation could have turned out very differently today. Director Abbott, if you hadn't stopped Mr. Ambrose from helping earlier, those agents would still be unharmed. I can only describe your actions as stupid and arrogant." "How could I have known what was going to happen?" Gavin asked insolently. Celia sighed. It seemed that Gavin was refusing to take any responsibility for his actions. The real reason that Celia was scolding Gavin was to protect him from Alex. After several days with Alex, Celia had a good understanding of his character, and she knew that he would want to punish Gavin. She felt that if she got in there and chastised Gavin first, Alex might think twice about dishing out his own punishment. With everyone still watching, Alex quickly ran along the outer wall of the building and then jumped easily from a window on the 11th floor. Celia sighed. Who was Alex Ambrose, really? She knew that Ash would never have insulted Alex as he did if he had known what he was really capable of. Alex was clearly an exceptional martial arts master, and everyone knew not to insult such people. In silence, Alex slowly put Heidi down. She seemed to be asleep, and although her face was a little haggard, her breath was even, and there was no sign of injury. On her face was a satisfied smile. She appeared to be having a good dream. Alex slowly walked over to Gavin. "What do you want?" Gavin asked rudely. To everyone's surprise, Alex slapped him hard across the cheek. Ethan gasped. He had wanted to do that for a while, but being a public official, he couldn't behave in such a way. He felt that Gavin got no more than he deserved. Then, Alex slapped Gavin a second time. "Hey, why aren't you helping me?" Gavin called to his subordinates. They rushed to help him, but they were stopped by Celia and Ethan. Ethan glared at them, and the subordinates flinched and retreated. They were too nervous to cross a man like Ethan. Gavin was shaking with anger. "Celia, what are you doing?" he yelled. Celia didn't answer.
But with a wave of her hand, several Special Forces operatives removed Gavin's men from the scene. Without his men, Gavin physically withered in fear, but he still started to speak in a firm voice. "Remember?" He was silenced by another slap. Then Alex grabbed Gavin by the neck and lifted him into the air. "Put me down! Put me down!" Gavin hissed. "Stop it now!" Ash interjected harshly. He and Director Abbott had worked closely together for a long time, and he couldn't just stand by and watch him being so humiliated by Alex. Alex paid no attention. He simply raised his hand and slapped Gavin again. "Boy, I told you to stop!" Ash roared. He could no longer hold his temper. His injuries were hurting less, and he was accustomed to people doing what he told them. If Alex didn't stop, he was prepared to fight him. However, Alex ignored him and punched Gavin in the chest. Without much effort, he knocked him to the ground. Episode 443, I'm Not Afraid of You. "Boy, didn't you hear me?" Ash roared fiercely. Then he stood up in spite of the pain. Ash was a martial arts master and was used to people treating him with the utmost respect and reverence. He was accustomed to dominating the people around him. The fact that Alex had the courage to ignore his very existence drove him into a furious rage. Even Celia, Ethan, and Gavin had shown him more respect. However, Alex ignored him entirely, and Ash could no longer control his temper. The bullets in his body hadn't hurt his bones, and he knew techniques to control his pain. This meant that he could recover his strength a lot faster than ordinary people. Suddenly, he stood and threw a fist toward Alex. It was a powerful strike, as fast as a whirlwind and as forceful as thunder. He wanted to let Alex know that his words were not to be ignored, but to be revered. If he had aimed that blow at an ordinary person, there was no way they could have survived it. But for Alex, it was a joke. He didn't even try to dodge the fist. He simply held out his own arm, and their fists collided. With a crack, the bone in Ash's forearm snapped. At the same time, Alex kicked out his foot, and the strength he put behind it made Ash feel as though he had hit a huge rock. He fell to the ground. "How dare you fight with me, Ash?" Alex asked gently. Ash was frightened and angry. He looked at his broken arm and couldn't believe what had happened. He couldn't believe that Alex was so powerful, and he was furious that Alex had dared to attack him. He was the head of the infamous Thornton family of Baltimore. Not only was he a very powerful man in the city, but he was also a highly respected martial arts master. His prestige and seniority were well known among the powerful families of Baltimore. For decades, he had not been beaten nor disrespected. Until that day, wherever he went, people would recognize him and show him respect. But now everything had changed. He had actually been beaten by someone. And to make things worse, the person who had beaten him was a child who was just beginning to gain fame and reputation. In Ash's opinion, the situation was just like when a new recruit entered the agency, and in front of everyone, started disrespecting and beating up the leaders who had been well established and respected for decades. He consoled himself with the thought that the boy had only beaten him because he had already been injured. If he had been at full strength, there was absolutely no way it would have happened. But dwelling on this only made him angrier. "Are you sick?" Alex asked sarcastically. "Look at you. What happened to you? If you still dare to call yourself a top martial arts master of America, I'll have to teach you a lesson," he continued as he approached Ash. Ash's eyes narrowed with anger as he hissed, "You should know that the Thornton family has many contacts, including martial arts masters all over the world. If you attack me, you should be very afraid of my family's revenge." Celia and Ethan had also been surprised when Alex threatened Ash. As the old man had told Alex, the power of the Thornton family was indeed recognized and feared throughout Baltimore. Even the Clifton family, who were also well known and respected, feared falling out with the Thorntons. Ordinary people would never dare to provoke such a family, let alone threaten or beat up the head of the family. What Alex was proposing was tantamount to stabbing a hornet's nest. If he went ahead, he should expect not only to suffer revenge, but probably to lose his life. But Alex either didn't know or didn't care. He walked straight over to Ash, raised his foot, and kicked him in the face. Blood gushed from Ash's nose, and his face turned bright red. "Hey, Ash from the revered Thornton family, are you too scared to retaliate?" he taunted. "Boy, you're really in trouble now. Don't you care about the consequences?" Ash's face was covered with blood, and his voice was hoarse and roaring. "I'm in trouble, am I?" Alex smiled. Then he pointed to Gavin and Ash and said, "You two idiots. Haven't you got it yet? I'm not afraid of you, or of your agency, or the Thornton family. You all mean nothing to me. You were all happy to put me down and try to humiliate me, even while others were in danger and I was trying to help. Do you expect me to just let all that go unpunished?" As he spoke, he raised his foot again. There was a cold and murderous look in his eyes, and even the most experienced agents trembled. Celia suddenly stepped forward to stop Alex. She said, "Mr. Ambrose, please stop. Why don't you let me take care of it, please?" Ethan and Celia could both sense the tension in the atmosphere, and Celia was terrified that Alex was going to kill someone. If Alex killed Gavin and Ash in a rage, then there would be serious implications for both Celia and Ethan. They would have to explain why they didn't stop him. Alex's expression was unreadable, and Celia felt very uneasy. She said quickly, "And don't forget that Heidi is here. She's a child, and she shouldn't witness any more violence." Celia knew how much Alex cared about the welfare of his students. She hoped that the thought of the psychological damage it could do to Heidi to watch her teacher hurting someone might make him stop and consider his actions more carefully. Heidi stood by, listening to all this quietly. She didn't seem to have anything to say to any of them yet. Celia prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Alex could find some compassion. It worked. Alex's temper gradually subsided, and his murderous intentions dissipated. He hesitated for a few seconds, and then his anger seemed to disappear almost completely. But not entirely. Before walking away, Alex stamped on Ash's leg again. With a snap, his opponent's thigh bone broke into 2 pieces. The agony was so intense that Ash was filled with hatred and a desire to kill Alex. Celia breathed a long sigh of relief. Ethan was less surprised, because he knew that Alex was a decent man. Ash and Gavin had been extremely rude and disrespectful to Alex. If they had apologized, he knew that Alex would have calmed down and accepted their humility. It was Ash's own fault that he had been hurt. Celia had just started to relax when she saw Alex going over to Gavin, and her heart sped up again.
How dare you show so little respect for me in front of everyone? You mean no more to me than an aunt. But I'm afraid that you must take responsibility for your actions, Alex said calmly. The next sound that everyone heard was Gavin screaming in pain as Alex attacked him. Episode 444, A Feud with the Thornton Family. You're no better than a pair of insects. How dare you look down at me? Alex said, and then he walked away. Heidi quickly trotted after him, which surprised Celia. She had assumed that Heidi would be afraid of Alex's violent behavior. But what she didn't understand was that Alex and Heidi were both fighters. Heidi understood Alex's temper well. Gavin was lying unconscious on the ground, and Ash was staring after Alex, holding his broken right arm and trying to make a call on his cell phone with his other hand.
"This is Ash," he said when someone answered.
"I'm going to hold a family meeting. There's someone we have to punish."
Alex and Heidi were walking down the road when Heidi took Alex's arm and refused to let go. Celia and Ethan, who were following them, smiled at Alex and continued to apologize. They knew that they had really messed up. When Alex went into the factory to save Heidi, they should have stopped the launch of the shell. They hadn't because they hadn't had enough faith in Alex, and their hesitation had almost led to a tragedy. If Alex's martial arts skills hadn't been so advanced, he and Heidi would both be dead. Their hearts were both pounding. They had seen the cruelty that Alex was capable of and realized now that he was absolutely not someone you should provoke. As they were both deep in thought, Celia's phone rang. As she answered it, the expression on her face changed abruptly. Alex turned back and looked at her with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. He could clearly sense that something was wrong. Celia quickly caught up with him and said,
"Mr. Ambrose, someone on the phone wants to speak to you."
She grimaced at Alex as she gestured to the phone, indicating that the person on the other end was not a friend. "Put them on speaker," Alex requested. He seemed to guess what the call was all about. Celia pressed a button, and a threatening voice boomed out. "Alex Ambrose, listen to me carefully. Those who dare to cross the Thornton family in Baltimore will always be punished. If you hurt the head of our family, you are challenging the whole Thornton family. You will regret what you've done every day until you meet an early death." Celia was aghast. The Thornton family? This wasn't a threat from a petty gangster. The infamous Thornton family were well known for their ruthlessness throughout Baltimore. "You represent the Thornton family?" Alex asked coldly. If the caller was threatening to kill him, there was no way he would bother being polite. "I'm Ash's brother, Ferdinand. Boy, you're dead. You better get your coffin ready," the voice said ferociously. "No matter where you flee, no matter how powerful your family is, now that you've offended my family, our people will pursue you to the ends of the earth to get a revenge." The voice sounded hard and ruthless. From his words, it was clear that the Thornton family had issued an order to their people to track Alex down and kill him. Celia trembled. Alex, on the other hand, laughed. He said, "I dare you to come and find me." "Boy, don't be stupid. You wouldn't be laughing if you understood who you're dealing with.
My family has the power and connections to immediately obtain every bit of your personal information. We'll attack and destroy every aspect of your life, including complete economic destruction. Although I suspect that you're an arrogant and ignorant young thug who has no real assets. The intentions of Alex's enemies were clear. They weren't just going to send fighters after him. They were going to attack every part of his life. But Alex just laughed again. He warned, "If you continue to threaten me, I'll go straight back to your brother and kill him. I hope you believe me." There was silence on the other end of the line. It seemed that Ferdinand really was afraid that Alex would go back and kill Ash. "You're crazy, kid. I'm looking forward to destroying you," he said before ending the call. Alex already had a plan in mind. He hoped that his enemies would start carrying out their threat without delay. The Thornton family would be causing their own destruction. They had no one to blame but themselves. Celia sighed. She also knew of Ferdinand Thornton and of his reputation for brutality. Ferdinand had a higher status in the Thornton family than Ash. Although Ash was officially in charge of the family, it was actually Ferdinand who made all the important decisions. It was he who held all the power. While Ash enjoyed flaunting his strength and fighting abilities, Ferdinand was more interested in perfecting his martial arts skills. He preferred peace, tranquility, and his own company to practice his techniques, with the result that he was far less well known in Baltimore than Ash. But Celia, as a colonel at the Baltimore Military Academy, had access to more detailed information than most. She knew that Ferdinand was generally considered to be superior to Ash in the martial arts world. If he was getting involved, it demonstrated that the Thornton family considered this situation very important. With the whole Thornton family, including Ferdinand, out to get him, she couldn't see any way out for Alex. No matter how advanced his fighting skills, there was no way he could defeat the whole family. "Mr. Ambrose, you were too impulsive. I think you're in real trouble now," she said quietly. She explained, "The Thornton family is a very powerful one. Although Ash Thornton's reputation is somewhat exaggerated, the strength of the Thornton family cannot be underestimated. Even Jessup Clifton is afraid of the Thornton family. Ferdinand keeps a low profile and only gets involved in the most serious matters. He is way more powerful than Ash." Celia had developed a thumping headache caused by tension. She had a good impression of Alex and feared for him. She saw him as neither humble nor arrogant, but heroic. And his dedication to martial arts was obvious. She hated to think of such an outstanding young man being in such a dangerous situation, but she could see no way out of it for Alex. Although Heidi had been rescued, it seemed that the trouble had only just begun. In addition to the problem of Ash, she still had to resolve things with Gavin Abbott. The problem was that Alex had beaten Gavin up. Although what Gavin had said to Alex was unforgivable, and he had committed successive mistakes in his work, he was still an important member of their agency. There was no way that their organization could let Alex go unpunished. However, she had also witnessed Alex's power, and she could not predict a winner if it came to a conflict between him and the agency. "Mr. Ambrose, I admire your conduct very much. I would like to offer you a job as chief training instructor at our academy. I hope that you'll accept my invitation and join us." Celia felt that she had found a way to resolve two problems at once. The current chief instructor had just been transferred, and Celia believed that Alex would be the perfect substitute. Their academy certainly needed a strong chief instructor, and Alex not only had a formidable reputation and superb martial arts skills, but he was also very courageous. The Thornton family would also think twice about attacking the agency's chief training instructor. She was also certain
that the leaders of the academy would approve of Alex. Alex looked at Celia gratefully, but replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." Celia wasn't surprised. She had expected Alex to turn the job down, but she had made up her mind to continue trying to persuade him. She was sure that in the end, she could get him to accept. Episode 445, The Fire. Alex returned to Oak Ridge High School. As he walked through the school gate, the Central District Education Bureau's director ran over to him. In accordance with Alex's request, the students of Class 6 had returned to school, but they hadn't promised to behave. They hadn't heard that Mr. Ambrose had agreed to continue as their head teacher, so they started to make trouble again. When the director of education saw Alex walking through the school gate, he rushed straight over to him in a fluster and shook his hand. "Oh, Mr. Ambrose, we've been waiting for you." He grinned at Alex, trying to convince him that he had made the right decision to return to school. It turned out that while Alex was absent, many important parents had called the director and asked him to persuade Mr. Ambrose to return to the position of head teacher of Class 6. Those important people included Central District Council member Ronald Cartwright. Most of them acknowledged that Alex was an extraordinary person, and that it would be very hard to find another such teacher to replace him. They also knew that their children would continue to do well in Class 6 if Alex could be persuaded to return. Additionally, they believed that if their children established a good teacher-student relationship with someone as powerful as Alex, then if they needed any help in the future, Alex would be more likely to help them. So, they had all called the director directly to insist that he find a way to reinstate Alex. The director didn't dare to ignore the demands of such important families. He quickly put aside what he was doing and drove to the school gate to wait for Alex. On his way there, he received the excellent news that Heidi had been rescued. "Mr. Ambrose, we are eternally grateful to you for saving Heidi. On behalf of the Central District Education Bureau, I'd like to thank you. But how can I allow such a good teacher to leave Oak Ridge High School? Mr. Ambrose, I apologize profusely for any previous misunderstandings. Now that everything's been resolved, please consider returning to the position of head teacher of Class 6. Alex refused. "Sorry, but I don't have the time. I have a lot going on." "Oh, Mr. Ambrose, we can work around your other commitments. If you're too busy for your previous role, the school hopes to employ you as an honorary head teacher. You won't need to be in the classroom or abide by school rules. Your only duty will be to occasionally visit Class 6. As for your other affairs, the school will not interfere," the principal explained. "And as a head teacher, you'll receive the same treatment as the principal. I'll be your manager and the only person you have to deal with," he continued. The terms offered by the director were unprecedented for a head teacher. Alex had only worked at Oak Ridge for just over a week, and in that time had become as good as a king without a crown. The director knew about all the students of Class 6 and was familiar with how powerful many of their parents were. He had to listen to them and act on their wishes. He was also aware that only Alex seemed to be able to control them in class. When Billy Wilde had taken over as head teacher of Class 6, the result had been a disaster. Alex didn't want to accept the director's offer, and he was about to refuse when Heidi said, "Mr. Ambrose, you're the only teacher that the students of Class 6 trust. For our sakes, please come back." Her eyes welled up at the thought of Alex leaving. "Please don't leave us alone, Mr. Ambrose," she sobbed. "Mr. Ambrose, please accept our offer," the director urged Alex. "Think of the poor students. They thrived with you as a teacher. But it was for just a short period of time," he added.
"Well, all right, I accept," Alex conceded. He would never have accepted the job based on the director's bribes and flattery. But his heart melted at the sight of Heidi's tears. He knew that the students of Class 6 needed him. The director of education immediately called the principal and told him, "Dismiss Billy Wilde and Leonard Winters immediately. Make it clear to them that they will never be employed within the Central District education system again." The principal replied, "Director, I've wanted to fire Billy Wilde and Leonard Winters for a long time. They are morally corrupt and incompetent at their jobs. I fully support your decision, but don't forget that Billy's uncle is a council member. That's why I haven't done anything about him before. What do you think?" The principal wanted to see the back of the two corrupt teachers, but he was worried about the school getting on the wrong side of the local council. "You don't have to worry about that. I'll take care of it." The director had made up his mind. He wasn't worried about the local council. He knew that he had the support of many other important people in the city. Most of them disliked Billy and would back up his decision to fire him. The director was in a good mood when he ended the call. He smiled at Alex and said, "Mr. Ambrose, you can go back to the class now and see what the students are up to. Since you left, they've been in an uproar, and we were all helpless to stop them." As the two men turned to face the school, they saw that the whole school was in chaos and confusion. Alex looked up and saw smoke coming from the schoolyard. It looked like there was a fire in the schoolyard, but there was nothing to indicate that the fire department had been called. Alex ran toward the smoke to find out what was happening. Heidi followed closely behind him, still beaming with joy. For her, the only thing that mattered was that Mr. Ambrose had agreed to stay. As for the chaos in the yard, she didn't care at all. When Alex and Heidi reached the schoolyard, they were both stunned by what they saw. The schoolyard was littered with tables, chairs, benches, and a large number of textbooks. They had been piled up into a mound, which had been ignited, and a fire was now blazing. Smoke from the schoolyard had already filled most of the school, and a large group of students were watching the fire and cheering. Besides being a stubborn and unruly bunch to begin with, Class 6 was at the most critical time of their education, and they were under great pressure to succeed. It was no surprise that the pressure often led them to rebellious behavior. The students of Class 6 also happened to be particularly daring and courageous characters. Nothing was beyond them. The fire in the schoolyard had caught the attention of other classes at the school. When they saw what was happening, they also got excited and started bringing out the desks, chairs, benches, blackboards, and books from their classrooms and throwing them into the fire, laughing at the growing flames. The teachers were becoming flustered. Many of them rushed to the schoolyard to try to persuade their students to stop, but no one listened to them. The students were having too much fun. By the time Alex arrived, the whole school was in complete mayhem, and the whole fiasco was being coordinated by the students of Class 6. They were careful to burn very few of their own belongings. Instead, they burned textbooks and other students' possessions. "What are you doing? Stop immediately, I beg you!" the principal cried. He pleaded with the students to return to their classrooms. But no one paid any attention to him. He had no influence or power over the students. Billy, who stood next to the principal, yelled, "What are you doing? You guys crazy? Listen to the principal. Why are you rebelling?" As the new head teacher of Class 6, he had no power over them. All he could do was stand and shout. Of course, there was no way they were going to listen to him. The principal looked at him impatiently and thought, "You really are useless. I haven't had a chance to tell you that the director has instructed me to fire you yet. Enjoy your last few minutes as head teacher. Episode 446, Burn It All. We were feeling a bit nervous about our studies, so we thought we'd light a nice fire to cheer us up, Eric said, smiling at Billy. He turned to another student. Gather up those math papers. The student rushed over and grabbed the exam papers, and then he tossed them all into the fire. He had often dreamed of doing such a thing, but he had never expected it to happen. Don't stand so far away, Eric said to Billy. I thought you wanted to be our head teacher, so shouldn't you be trying to stop us? Stop, Billy yelled. I order you to stop. What do you think you're doing? You want me to stop? Eric asked. Sorry, I can't do that. He took a menacing step toward him. Lance moved closer, clenching his fists as he scowled at Billy. Billy was dumbfounded. He stared at the scene in front of him, refusing to move any closer. He was terrified of Class 6, and he was determined to keep his distance from them to avoid getting hurt. He had thought that he would rise in importance now that Alex was gone, but instead he had been completely disgraced. The other teachers were exhausted, but they were amused at Billy's fall from grace. He clearly wasn't fit to be a teacher. The situation had gotten out of control, but no one knew how to deal with it, and Class 6 showed no signs of stopping. Even worse, they had encouraged other classes to join in with their rebellion, and the teachers were infuriated by Billy's incompetence. The students of Class 6 seemed determined to burn down the school. Stop it, Billy said again, but it was a half-hearted attempt. If you don't shut up, I'll toss you in the fire, Lance said, pointing at Billy. Billy clamped his lips shut, afraid to speak. Although all the teachers and students were watching, he didn't dare say anything. The principal was angry at Billy's lack of action. You said you wanted to be the head teacher of Class 6, he pointed out. I gave you what you wanted. Now show me that you can handle it. He glared at Billy. Now, damn it, while we still have a school. In the background, the fire was still burning, and nobody was trying to stop it. Billy stared at the principal, who rarely even used mild swear words. That he had done so now showed how angry he was. Billy flushed at being subjected to a public reprimand, but he still wasn't prepared to act, and there was nothing he could say to justify himself. The students of Class 6 had no respect for him at all, and encouraged by the principal's reaction, they began to taunt Billy. You're nothing, Mr. Wilde. It's your jealousy over Mr. Ambrose that has brought the school to this. When Mr. Ambrose was here, we were all model students. You had to stick your nose where it wasn't wanted, and now we're forced to do this. Why don't you do us all a favor and leave? Mr. Wilde, please take charge of your class, one of the teachers said. They're burning all our books. 5 of my students were injured, another teacher said, and you've never bothered to check on them. The fire could take out the whole school, a third teacher said. Mr. Wilde, you have to do something. You can't just stand there and watch the school be destroyed. Billy cringed. Everyone was scolding him, but they weren't telling him anything he didn't already know. What did they expect him to do? He had wanted to take over Class 6, convinced he was better than Alex, but the students were too difficult to control, and he was simply out of his depth. Hey, aren't there thousands of books in the library? A student asked. Why don't we burn them too? Get 'em, Lance said.
They were already in trouble anyway, so why hold back now? The more problems they created for Billy, the better. The principal was stunned. The students really wanted to burn everything, and he couldn't stop them. They had 2 older security guards at the school gate, and all the others had been injured and were unavailable. There was no point in calling the police. In the past, by the time the police had arrived, the students had returned to their classroom, where they had sat quietly, pretending to be well-behaved. Then, as soon as the police had left, the students had started causing trouble again. Eventually, the police had grown tired of being called to the school, and they rarely responded now. Besides, the teachers were the adults here, and they were responsible for dealing with their students. Many of the students in Class 6 weren't afraid of the police, but the teachers were worried about them being held responsible, so they were reluctant to call for help. Everyone was shocked that the students planned to burn the library, but they couldn't stop it from happening. The principal realized he would lose his job because of this, and he knew exactly who was to blame. "Billy!" he roared, the sound carrying throughout the playground. "Do something! Now!" Startled, Billy finally rushed to stop the students, but Lance stepped in front of him. "If you dare to stand in my way, you'll be the next thing thrown in the fire," he said. Billy opened his mouth and then closed it again. Even in front of all these witnesses, he didn't have the courage to confront the students. So he simply stepped aside and let Lance pass. Sensing weakness, the students hurled more abuse at him. "Ha! You're totally spineless, aren't you? You're nothing compared to Mr. Ambrose." "What an idiot! He's brought this on himself." "He's a loser. He actually thought he was the equal of Mr. Ambrose." "Well, he's not. I think we can all see that." The voices came from all directions, heaping scorn on Billy, whose face burned with humiliation. Meanwhile, Lance led the students of Class 6 to the library. Episode 447, Order is Restored. The principal felt like crying, and he wondered if these students were ever going to stop destroying things. But then a voice called out, "What's going on here?" Lance stopped at once and turned around, his face pale, and the rest of Class 6 also ground to a halt, looking stunned. They all recognized that voice, and they hadn't expected to see him again. Now they grew anxious at having been caught acting badly. "Lance, what's going on?" Alex asked, walking over with Heidi. "Mr. Ambrose," Lance said, his eyes darting around the playground. "It was, really cold, so we lit a fire to keep everyone warm." It was a lame excuse, and he knew it, but he was too shocked to think quickly. Lance shook with fear as he looked at Alex. "Get a fire extinguisher and put out that fire," Alex ordered. And all of Class 6 ran off, rushing to do as they had been told. One of the students moved too slowly, and Eric yelled at him, "Hurry up! Mr. Ambrose told us to get the fire out." "Mr. Ambrose, you're here," one of the teachers said. News of his arrival rippled through the crowd. "Mr. Ambrose, thank goodness you're here," cried another teacher. "I don't know what we would have done without you." The students stared at Alex, whispering excitedly. "Is that Mr. Ambrose? He's so handsome." "Yeah, and he's really cool." "He's a huge improvement on Mr. Wilde." "Yeah, totally." "Look at Class 6. They're doing everything Mr. Ambrose told them." With all of Class 6 working together, The fire was soon extinguished, and Alex looked over at the students. "Line up," he said, and then he waited. Class 6 came to stand in front of him, their heads lowered and none of them speaking. Billy looked on, jealous at the way the students hung on Alex's every word. They did everything he told them and never kicked up a fuss. Whenever Billy told them to do anything, they reacted badly and erupted into violence. Why was Alex so special? In less than 10 minutes, Oak Ridge High School had returned to normal. "Welcome back, Mr. Ambrose," Eric called. The whole of Class 6 burst into applause. "Mr. Ambrose, let me explain," Lance said, worried that Alex would be angry at him. "We only burned the old chairs. We already have new ones." "Are you all going to behave yourselves now?" Alex asked, ignoring Lance's ridiculous explanation. "No, Mr. Ambrose," chanted the students, keeping their heads down. Alex had seen the school on his way here, and he knew there hadn't been any substantial damage. Class 6 was responsible for the mayhem, but they hadn't done any lasting harm. No one had expected them to drive all the other students to rebel, and the school board was shocked at how bad things had gotten. But now that Alex had stopped the ringleaders, the other students fell into line, and their teachers rounded them up with no resistance. Finally, the school was quiet once more. All the teachers, including the principal, were relieved. But Billy and Leonard stood there scowling. Billy couldn't hold back his jealousy any longer. "Now I know what happened here," he said. "Clearly, Alex encouraged the students to cause trouble, just so he could swoop in and save the day. You just have to play the big man, Alex, don't you?" "Don't be so stupid," Eric said, glaring at him. "This has nothing to do with Mr. Ambrose." "Yeah," another student said. "Nobody made us do anything." "That doesn't matter," Billy said, refusing to give up. "You caused a riot right after he left, and I doubt that's a coincidence. Care to explain?" Now that the danger had passed, Billy wanted to re-establish his authority. He was positive Alex was behind this somehow, and he wanted to expose him. Why does he have such control over this class? Billy wondered. I'm superior to him in every way. I have a better family, education, contacts, money, and status. It's no comparison. What explanation would satisfy you? Alex asked, looking at Billy. It doesn't matter, Billy said. I am the teaching director, and as long as that's the case, you can't come back to work here. You must have been pretty well connected to have gotten a place here. They're normally very selective. He glared at Alex. And Alex, even if you do come back, I have control over your performance reviews and salary. I'll be your boss. Alex burst out laughing. Billy had already exposed his character flaws to the director of the school board, the principal, the teachers, and the students. He was clearly a cowardly, incompetent idiot with little moral character, and now everyone could see it. Episode 448, The Termination. Billy, do you think your family and status are better than mine? Alex asked. Is that your problem with me? Is that why you're always trying to put me down? He laughed again. You're a joke. You have no idea what you're up against, and you're only making things worse for yourself. He took a step forward. You were the first person to cause me trouble, he said. I was weaker back then, but things have changed. And you won't find it so easy to pick on me now. You're just a clown. And your only purpose in life is to have people laugh at your stupidity. He stared Billy down. I will come and go as I please.
and no one can stop me."
Billy gaped at him in shock.
Alex had always been so quiet in the past, but now he was downright scary. Alex's grandfather had disowned him, but even without the support of the Ambrose family, Alex was still a powerful man. He was the Lord of the Moon Palace and a famous martial artist. He wasn't the same person he had been at Preston University. These days, Billy couldn't bully him, and Kathy wouldn't hesitate to be with him. Sadly for her, Alex had already found his true love. "Billy, you just don't seem to realize how insignificant you are," Alex continued. "You've always thought far too highly of yourself." "Really?" Billy asked, sneering at him. "Well, it doesn't matter if the principal asks you to come back. I'm the teaching director, and I have the right to—" "Wait!" the principal called out. "Billy, that's enough. You haven't even asked me what I think." He walked over to join them. "I'm sorry, Billy, but the Education Bureau has already been in touch about this situation, and it's been decided that you and Leonard should be fired." "What?" Billy asked, his jaw dropping. His mind went blank and he staggered a little. Leonard was also in shock. "You heard correctly," the principal said. "You're being dismissed, and you'll never work in this district again." Billy's vision grew dim, and he was afraid he might faint. "The board's decision is effective immediately," the principal continued. Billy had lost everything. He had tried his best to advance his position, and he had only just become the teaching director. Now, he had been dismissed in the blink of an eye. "Do you need me to say it again?" the principal asked, looking at Billy impatiently. By now, he was sick of the sight of the man. "How dare you fire me?" Billy roared, pushed to the breaking point. "Do you know who my uncle is? I'm going to sue you, and I'm going to appeal to the school board. Then you'll see just how powerful I am. You'll regret treating me like this. Just wait until I speak to the council and the bureau." "No need to wait. I've already spoken to the director." The calm voice came from behind him. Everyone turned to look at the newcomers, and Billy vigorously rubbed his eyes. Sure, he must be imagining things. "Just what do you think you're going to do?" Ronald Cartwright asked. "Well, you said you wanted to speak to the council and the bureau, and now we're here. So whatever you wanted to say, this is your chance." It was true that Billy's uncle had some influence, being a council member himself, but he was no match for Ronald Cartwright. The director of the Education Bureau said nothing, but he stared at Billy, his expression of absolute disgust. He was well known for his integrity, and he was extremely angry about Billy's behavior. Billy's actions reflected badly on the entire school, and the director wanted him gone. "Am I really fired?" Billy asked, approaching Ronald. "But my uncle, Bernard Wilde." "The director and I have discussed the matter, and we've decided to terminate your employment," Ronald said firmly. He didn't keep his voice down, and everyone in the schoolyard heard him. "Your behavior has been appalling," the director said. "Do you really think you're a suitable teacher for impressionable young people? What exactly do you think you can teach them?" He began to list Billy's offenses. "When the fire broke out at the student residences, you did nothing. You swore at the students and stood around, refusing to help a student who was in danger. You plotted and schemed against your own colleagues simply to advance your own career. You use your connection to your uncle to bully the other teachers, and you leer at the female teachers and students." The director shook his head. "And with all that, you think you're the equal of Mr. Ambrose?" Sweat dripped down Billy's face, and he glanced around,
noticing that everyone was staring. Public opinion was clearly against him. "Stop it!" Billy screamed, snapping under the pressure. "I'll tell my uncle how you've spoken to me, and he'll take revenge. You just wait and see." Episode 449, Get Lost. Although Billy was clearly unhinged and needed to go, many of the teachers suspected his uncle would ensure he remained. Bernard Wilde had been a member of the council for 10 years, and he would have a lot of influence over Billy's fate. Billy noticed the crowd's thoughtful expressions and regained some of his confidence. "My uncle won't stand for this," he said, facing off against the director. "He won't let you fire me, so I won't be leaving here, and there's nothing you can do about it. If you try to fight him on this, you'll regret it. You'll be the one who ends up out of a job once I sue you." "Go ahead and sue," the director said, clearly unconcerned. "Aren't you afraid of my uncle's revenge?" Billy asked. "I'm the director of the bureau," the director said. "I will never give in to threats." Ronald cleared his throat. "Mr. Wilde," he said, "there's something you should know." "What?" Billy asked, frowning at him. "Your uncle is currently being investigated for serious misconduct," Ronald said. "He's busy being interviewed by the police, so I doubt he has time to worry about you." Billy couldn't believe what he was hearing. Could it possibly be true? He thought. Surely it must be a rumor. His legs gave out, sending him falling to the ground. His powerful uncle was no longer able to help him, and he would have to deal with this mess by himself. No one pitied him. Even Leonard, who had always taken his side, now looked down on him. "I only went along with everything because you were the teaching director and had a powerful uncle," Leonard thought. "Now you're just like everyone else, so why should I help you?" "Without your uncle, your threats mean nothing," the principal said. Everyone began to yell. "Go away, no one wants you here. Get lost. Leave now." Even the teachers were joining in. Billy dragged himself to his feet, and then he fled, desperate to escape the jeers of the crowd. Sensing the mood of the other teachers and students, Leonard followed him out of the school. As he passed the gates, Billy scowled. "I won't forget this, Alex," he said through clenched teeth. Alex had been at the school for little more than a week, and now Billy had lost his position and had been thrown off campus. He had nothing left. But thankfully his father still ran a small company, so he wasn't completely on his own. He still had money, and he could use that to settle things. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. "How soon can you get here?" he asked when the call was answered. "What's wrong?" a man answered in a husky voice. "I can be there in 2 days if you need me." "Then hurry up and come," Billy said. "I'll be there soon," the man said. "Wait for me." Billy ended the call. He looked at the school gate, reluctant to leave. He was nowhere near ready to give up. "Alex," he muttered, "let's see how long you last against the Mitchell family." Mr. Cartwright and the director of the District Education Bureau asked some questions about the school, and then they left. Alex had completely won everyone over, and the students treated him like some sort of celebrity. But he wasn't really interested in their adulation. Defeating Billy had been nothing, and Alex was ready to move on. Alex's phone rang with a call from his brother, Justin. Since Alex's family had disowned him, almost none of his relatives had contacted him. The Ambrose family had strict rules about that, and he was supposed to have been completely cut off. Even his parents were keeping their distance from him. So it was strange that Justin was calling him now. Alex took a deep breath and answered the phone. "Alex, this is Justin," his brother said. "Justin, how are you doing?" Alex asked, wondering why he had called. "Everything's fine. It's fine. I just wanted..." Justin was clearly searching for the right words, so it must be something important. "Spit it out," Alex said impatiently, "or I'll hang up." "Alex, the family's in trouble," Justin said. "Someone is plotting against us, and we need every family member we can get. You're my brother, and I trust you more than anyone, so I'm hoping you can help." Episode 450, The Mysterious Ambrose Family. "Oh?" Alex asked, surprised. "We're one of the most powerful families in the world. Who would dare to move against us?" Although he had been disowned, he still felt protective of his family. "I'm not sure," Justin said. "They're lurking in the shadows." He paused as someone spoke in the background. "I have to go, but remember that this is highly confidential. You didn't hear it from me." "I understand, and I'll take care of it," Alex said. "Call me later and we can meet up for a chat." "Absolutely," Justin agreed. He hung up. Justin knew that the Ambrose family was being targeted, but he didn't know the details. No one in the family was sure what was happening, but they had already been impacted by the stealthy attack. Recently, their company's share prices had fallen sharply. Several staff members had left to work for competitors, and some of their family secrets had been disclosed to the public. As a result, the whole Ambrose family was preparing for war. Alex paced, thinking of his parents and about his old family home. Even though he'd been kicked out of the family, he still cared about them and wanted to help. He began to pay more attention to his family's dealings, hoping to find a clue that would lead them to their enemy. In the evening, Celia called Alex to invite him to a celebration dinner, and Alex agreed, hoping to use the occasion to hear any rumors about the Ambrose family. There were only 5 tables for Celia's guests, but the other guests were unimportant. Celia only cared about Alex. Celia and Ethan had become loyal fans of Alex, so they were delighted that he had agreed to come. When Celia had gotten home from work, she had changed into an elegant dress that flattered her slim figure and had touched up her makeup. Now she stood and spoke to her guests. "I've invited you all here to thank Alex for his hard work in rescuing the hostages," she said. "Ethan and I are very grateful to Alex for his cooperation in this matter, and I'd like to propose a toast. To Alex." She raised her glass and took a sip, and the other guests followed her example. The celebration was casual, and Celia had abandoned the serious attitude she usually had at work. "Ethan and I have been talking," she said to Alex, "and we were wondering if you'd given any more thought to becoming an instructor at the Baltimore Military Academy." Now that they were in a secure location, she was more willing to refer to the institution by name. He hadn't expressed much interest before, but she hoped the prestige that came with the name would impress him. Alex simply shrugged. He wasn't particularly interested in the job, and he didn't want to be tied down. Rules and regulations weren't really his thing. The atmosphere was friendly and relaxed, and everyone was drinking. Even Celia, who was normally quite restrained, drank numerous glasses of wine. Alex drank heavily, and Celia was astonished that he didn't get even slightly tipsy. Not all the guests were martial artists. Some were officials and other wealthy people. Celia had chosen her guests carefully, but Alex wasn't interested in networking. He had only come so he could discover the latest gossip regarding his family. "Celia, Ethan," Alex said, deciding to take a more direct approach. "Have you ever heard of the Ambrose family?" "The Ambrose family?" Celia asked, blinking slowly. "The Ambrose family?" Celia asked, blinking slowly. Her eyes were a little glassy, and she had obviously had a bit too much to drink. She thought it over for a moment. "I've heard of the name, but that's about all," she frowned. "Why don't I know more about them?" Celia had always prided herself on her ability to collect information. If she hadn't heard anything about this family, then they must not be worth knowing about. Ethan didn't know much about them either. Alex had suspected as much, since the Ambrose family tended to keep a low profile. Remaining in the shadows had helped the family to grow strong over the years. "Oh, I do know about the Ambrose group," Celia said. "Are you talking about them? As far as I know, they're just a business. Well, a collection of businesses, I suppose. But I don't think they're connected to the family." Alex thought about it. The Ambrose family owned a lot of different businesses throughout the world, so he wasn't sure if this was part of their organization. The name just might be a coincidence. "Ah," Celia said, remembering something. "There's a senior executive of the Ambrose Group here tonight, so why don't we ask him?" "No, it's fine," Alex said. "It's not important." An overweight, balding man approached Celia and said, "Miss Turner, thank you for your invitation. My name is Wesley Boone." "You're welcome," Celia said. "I believe that you're the CFO of the Ambrose Group. Is that right?" "Yes," he said. "The Ambrose Group has businesses spanning North America, Europe, and Asia, and we're preparing to expand into North Africa. Of course, I don't want to bother your pretty little head with boring details, so let's just say we're doing very well." He took a business card from his pocket and held it out to her. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Boone," Celia said, her tone positively frosty. She didn't take the card, as she had no interest in him. Besides, the man made her skin crawl, and she was annoyed at his patronizing attitude. Episode 451, The Banquet. "Oh." Wesley pulled his hand back in embarrassment and looked at the other guests. This was an important table, the seats filled with well-known figures in various fields. His eyes flickered over to Alex, but they didn't recognize each other. "Mr. Alex, you must be very close to the Ambrose family, since you also have Ambrose in your name," Wesley said with a smile. He stretched out his large hand to shake Alex's. In doing so, Wesley's shirt sleeve rose and his arm was exposed. Alex paused slightly and quickly looked Wesley up and down. There was a swallow tattoo on his right wrist. It was very small, but it was big enough for Alex to know that he was close to the Ambrose family. In the Ambrose family, people of a certain level had such marks on them to make them more recognizable. Chief Financial Officer? He would have to be someone highly valued by the Ambrose family. And if he was the CFO, it was more than likely he was also close confidant to the leaders in the family. Did Grandfather Lincoln personally promote him? Alex wondered. Alex was confused. Considering the status of the Ambrose family, Wesley should have been treated with more respect. He didn't deserve to be slighted by the others, and he shouldn't have to try and curry favors with officials like Celia. Therefore, Alex reached out his hand and shook Wesley's. The man's eyes showed a glimmer of joy. Celia watched the interaction and relaxed. "Well, Mr. Boone, you can sit at this table to eat," she said. "Oh, may I? Thank you." Wesley knew that she was only offering to be polite, but he didn't refuse. He sat down and exchanged greetings with everyone around the table. "I have heard of the Ambrose Group," one of the guests, a financial expert, said. "It's a well-known listed company in the city. It seems that its business scope is quite wide. It not only dabbles in real estate, but also capital investment, transportation, education, and the services sector. It's grown rapidly," he finished with great interest. "Yes, Ambrose Group has done very well. Now its assets are worth $2 billion, Wesley said with a smile. The dinner guests couldn't help but be in awe. If this man was the CFO of a company with a $2 billion net worth, he must be important. The guests began to ask him many questions, trying to get to know him better. He may have seemed strange earlier, but now they were intrigued. He appeared to have a promising future ahead of him. But Wesley was pleased with the attention, eating and drinking with an elite group that he hoped to be a part of one day. He felt he deserved more in his career, a top position. While being CFO sounded impressive, he didn't have as much power in the company as he wanted. The conversations continued to flow back and forth as they drank and ate together. Wesley found himself moving further up the table, becoming more open and comfortable as he drank more alcohol. "Mr. Boone, I heard that the Ambrose Group and Domini Corp are fighting over some territory outside the city. Do you know anything about that?" an investment banker questioned. He had taken a great interest in Wesley and had been speaking to him most of the evening. It wasn't an appropriate question to ask, as insider trading was illegal and could lead to substantial changes in stock prices. The guests quieted down and looked at Wesley. The news was so intriguing. They all wanted to take advantage of an opportunity to make a fortune from this inside information. Domini Corp was another big company in Baltimore, known to everyone. If these two giants were competing for something, it would have to be worth a lot of money. Joining the bid would have a lot of advantages. Hearing Domini Corp being brought up made Alex shift slightly in his seat. He had heard of it before and had seen their advertisements frequently. Hadn't Justin said that someone named Dominic had been causing trouble for the Ambrose family? Wesley smiled but didn't answer. "Dominic Mitchell is the richest man in Baltimore," someone else chimed in. "The Ambrose Group has met their match this time. In my opinion, they won't be able to compete with Domini Corp." Wesley laughed, swaying slightly from the alcohol. "The Mitchell family supports Domini Corp, and the Ambrose family's behind us. It doesn't matter who wins," he said confidently. "What does he mean by us?" Alex frowned slightly. Alex was certain that Wesley worked for the Ambrose family. However, his behavior didn't reflect the discreet nature of the family and how they conducted their business. Wesley seemed too boastful. As for the Mitchells, he had heard that name before. On the day he was expelled from the family by his grandfather, he heard that the Mitchell family had rapidly developed in recent years, though they were also quite discreet and hard to trace. They were like the Ambrose family in almost every aspect, but more ambitious in ways that allowed them to surpass the Ambroses. So, the Ambrose family's current situation must involve the Mitchells somehow. Otherwise, Justin wouldn't have called him. With the Ambrose family out of the way, there would be no one else in Baltimore who could compete with the Mitchells. Wesley's face was growing red as he continued to drink more and more. "Few of you here are business people. To me, business elite. You people are simple and out of touch," he gloated. "You think you're superior to others just because you have a lot of money. What do any of you do? You think you can just hold an event and have people like me give you whatever you want?
You think you can just sit and get other people to work so you can make easy money?
The atmosphere of the whole table shifted abruptly, and some of the guests' faces blushed in humiliation. This man's words were harsh, almost like he was swearing at them. "Boone, you've been drinking too much," the banker warned.
"I didn't drink too much," Wesley laughed loudly. "I just have something to say. When I was in the university, I had to work hard for and still made little money. When I saw my boss making a lot of money, even though he hardly worked, I was very jealous. If I had come from a rich family, do you think I still wouldn't work hard to be worthy of my money? Of course I would."
Celia couldn't mask the disapproval and anger on her face. She wasn't in the business world either, being a part-time instructor at the military academy. But she had worked hard for her position, and yet this man was accusing her of being arrogant and stupid. She didn't understand why her secretary had invited this man to the dinner.
"I'll be sure to give her a good talking to when I get back," she thought. "By the time I graduated from university, I earned my job. I was offered over $500,000 a year, which was nice at the time and a big step up. And soon, I'll be getting a huge sum of money, which will be enough to keep me comfortable for the rest of my life."
Wesley looked at Celia defiantly. He had sensed her contempt for him early on and had remained silent, but the wine had given him the confidence to speak freely. Alex frowned. From the disrespectful way that Wesley spoke and looked at everyone's faces, he began to see the man for the problematic upstart that he was. He listened to the rest of Wesley's rant, giving him a sharp look. Wesley finally finished speaking when a man came to the table to stand beside him. "Wesley," he said, "you have been drinking too much." Wesley turned to look at the man and stopped short. He was shocked and his face suddenly turned white. "I'm sorry, everyone." The man put his hands together and faced the table. "I'll take him outside to sober up, or he'll keep talking nonsense. I'm sorry," he repeated. "I'm sorry." Celia sneered and didn't answer. If Alex hadn't expressed interest in the Ambrose group, she wouldn't have invited Wesley to sit at their table in the first place. And if that Boone's behavior is any indication, she thought, that company is going downhill anyway. Episode 452, Sabotage. The man squeezed Wesley's arm and forcibly pushed him away from the table. The guests murmured and looked at each other sadly. "Well, to be honest, we really are ignorant," the investment banker was saying, heard over Wesley's words. "I don't want to hear any more about this," Ethan suddenly blurted from the other side of the table. Like Celia, he was thinking darkly about her secretary. Why had she let these people get in? The man looked into Ethan's eyes. They were as wild and angry as a violent sea. The man shrank in his seat and looked down, flushed. He didn't dare say more. Alex got up and went to the bathroom. He entered the hall and turned a corner, spotting Wesley and the man who had taken him away. They were standing just outside the bathroom, and Alex noted that Wesley's face was wet. Maybe he's just washed it, Alex wondered. The man lit a cigar and waved it in Wesley's face. "You almost leaked the secret just now," he hissed. "It's okay," Wesley slurred. "These people have never heard of the Ambrose family. How could they know what I was talking about? I just couldn't bear to see them like that, entitled and superior. They needed to be knocked down a few pegs." "Just keep your mouth shut," the man muttered. "Now, Do you have all that information about the Ambroses and how their company has grown so quickly over the past few years? We need evidence of the tax evasion and any other shady transactions they've conducted. Don't worry. It's been 5 years since I was promoted to CFO by Nathan. I'm his confidant and know everything. Are you sure you can handle this? Wesley snorted. I've been working hard for 5 years and still haven't received the respect I'm due. Lincoln doesn't like me and has tried to get me fired several times. Not to mention Gideon and Justin, who I've never gotten along with. For the right price, I'd be happy to sell out the Ambrose family. Don't worry about the money. I've already contacted Dominic. You can make the report using your real name, and $15 million will be in your account soon after. The man took a puff of his cigar and continued. The Ambrose family's been in control for too long, and there are many people who want to take them down, not just the Mitchells. However, they don't have the name or resources to publicly expose the Ambrose family. So we'll support from behind the scenes. At this time, it's wiser for you to cast light on these dark dealings. Wesley nodded slowly before a confused look crossed his face. Mr. Mitchell, he started, I heard that your older brother and Aiden work for the mayor. Apparently they're good friends. If that's the case, why do you want to ruin the Ambrose family? An attack against the Ambroses didn't make sense to Wesley. As far as he had known, there had never been any hatred between the families, and any interactions between the two had been cordial. The question was naive, though, and Mr. Mitchell couldn't help but laugh. The Ambroses and Mitchells were two powerful families in Baltimore. The city only had room for one. How could they be expected to just shake hands and make peace, dividing all the power and money between them? He took the cigar from his mouth. His face was hard to see in the smoke. You don't understand, he said. From our perspective, the existence of the Ambrose Group has hindered our expansion. This isn't personal, it's business. A commercial empire can't have two kings. This city isn't big enough to accommodate the two families. You'll understand later. Hearing this, Alex finally understood everything. He had come to the dinner in the hope of hearing about his family, and purely by accident, he had stumbled on an important figure in the family selling them out to the Mitchells. Various thoughts went around Alex's head. Was this the latest in a series of attempts to discredit and ruin the Ambrose family? With all the focus on the Ambroses' rapid development over the last few years, no one had noticed that the Mitchell family had been closely catching up with them. Listening to what this young Mr. Mitchell had to say, it also appeared that they weren't the only ones coming from the Ambrose family. If they didn't have the resources to take on the Ambroses publicly, they must have joined forces with others. Fighting the Mitchells back wouldn't be simple. It would be more like a struggle of life and death. Wesley has been Ethan's employee and confidant for years, but grandfather doesn't like him, Alex thought. Maybe he found some bad things about him, so he wanted to replace him. And his instinct was right. As soon as the Mitchell family offered to pay Wesley, he immediately betrayed my family. Alex also couldn't help but scoff at how generous the Mitchell family was. They were going to give Wesley $15 million, while his annual salary was less than $1 million a year. Of course, he was open to the opportunity to make a fortune, especially if the money was coming from Dominic Mitchell, the richest man in Baltimore. He listened to the rest of their conversation, contemplating what to do. He decided that he wouldn't immediately tell anyone about Wesley's betrayal. It wasn't a priority when there were other dangers out there circling the Ambroses. He was no longer a young boy living in the shadow of his family. He was the leader of a generation of powerful allies. The Mitchell family was sure to win this time, but they weren't aware of Alex's existence. It would only be a small victory in the end. Even if Wesley was eventually found out and dealt with by the family, the real threat was still the Mitchells. As soon as Dominic Corp and Dominic Mitchell were eliminated, all the Ambrose's problems would disappear. Yes, eliminated. As bleak as it sounded, Alex would need to eliminate them, because the Mitchells weren't an ordinary family. If he wanted to get rid of them once and for all, they would need to be destroyed completely. I want to see how you plan to dismantle my family first. Then I can determine how I'll crush you. Just make sure you're not too vicious, or you'll encounter unexpected disasters, Alex mumbled solemnly. He returned to the banquet and calmly picked up a glass of red wine, as still and quiet as a mountain. Wesley returned to the table too, but Alex refused to look at him and sat quietly while Wesley continued to make a fool of himself. Wesley's outburst was soon forgotten, and everyone was relaxed and happy once more. The banquet lasted until midnight. Celia and Ethan offered to take Alex back home, but he declined, wishing to be alone. He walked in the cool late night, enjoying the silence and solitude as he thought about what to do next. The streetlights flickered on and off, but the quiet was being disturbed by the subtle sound of footsteps coming from behind. Alex listened closely, then looked back to see that Celia and Ethan were quietly following him. They were not too far behind either. Alex had been so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't noticed them until they had almost caught up to him. He was puzzled and waved them away, but they continued to follow him.
"Hello, Mr. Alex,"
Celia called. Her face was slightly red as she sped up a little to walk by his side.
"I know that it's late and I shouldn't have disturbed you, but I just wanted to offer you once again the position as a training instructor in the military academy. We would greatly appreciate your instruction and talent."
"I already told you I'm not interested," Alex said bluntly. The only reason he had helped them the first time was to protect Heidi. Now she was safe, so he had done his job. This time he would not agree. But Celia and Ethan still stubbornly followed behind. Alex reluctantly smiled. The farther they went along the road, the more silent it was, the only sounds being their footsteps.
"There's something wrong here,"
Celia commented quietly.
"Yeah, it's so quiet,"
Ethan replied.
"I've never walked on this road before. I can't believe there are still so many people out here this late at night."
"That's because they're here for us." Alex's voice floated faintly back to them. Celia and Ethan were puzzled. Ethan asked, "What do you mean they're here for us?" Episode 453, The Ambush. As soon as they had finished asking, they saw a figure standing under the street lamp. The figure twirled a throwing knife in his hand and chuckled. "Mr. Alex seems to have guessed that we're coming," he said. "What do you want?" Alex shrugged and looked at the knife. "Do you know what you're doing with that?" The figure trembled slightly, then stepped forward so the light could shine on his face. He was a tall young man and looked like he was in his 20s. He grinned menacingly and twirled the knife between his fingers so quickly it looked like it was flying. "Alex," he said, "the purpose of my coming today is to kill you. Do you understand?" Alex smiled scornfully.
"You seem awfully confident. Are you sure that you can do that?"
"I know you're not alone." The young man didn't answer, and a heavy silence surrounded all of them. Under Alex's keen hearing, He could sense the shallow breathing of at least a dozen people lurking in the grass on the roadside. "I heard about the 7 mercenaries you defeated in the Central District. It seems you're a good fighter." The young man smiled, and 3 men emerged from the dark roadside under the street lamp.
"Mr. Alex, this doesn't look good. Do you need me to call the police?"
Celia was on edge. She wasn't dressed to fight. She was still wearing her dress and a pair of high-heeled shoes. Her hands tightened into fists in the cold wind. Ethan was also nervous and frowned.
"Who are you?"
he called to the men.
"Since you know Master Alex, you know his skill and his power. Get out of the way. This is not a place for you to act rashly, or you'll suffer the consequences."
The men burst into laughter. Levi Thornton, an older man with a red scarf wrapped around his head, stepped forward and shook his head. "Ethan," he said, "do you think we're going to challenge you without fully coming prepared? We are aware of yours and Colonel Celia's positions, and we don't care. Killing you will be easy." Celia's face turned white as it dawned on her that these men had set up an ambush on the road. They knew who they all were, and they were not afraid. "Well," Alex interrupted, "the disciples of the Thornton family are here." The Thornton's disciples, Celia thought. No wonder they aren't afraid. "Even Ash couldn't defeat me," Alex continued. "What makes you think you can?" He sighed. "I'll give you one more chance. Leave now, or every one of you will regret it later." "We're not just disciples, we're Thorntons," the young man said coldly. "I'm Conrad Thornton. Ash Thornton is my grandfather. You were only able to defeat him because he's old and weak. He was injured and couldn't defend himself. I know that you're better than me if we were to fight one-on-one, so now we'll all fight you together. There's no way you can escape." "I see. So you planned an ambush to try and destroy me. It's despicable," Alex sneered. "Well, we may spare your life if you kneel to the Thornton family." Conrad took another step forward. "If you refuse, though, you'll suffer." "Why are you talking to him so much?" one of the men Polly frowned. "Just fight him." He looked at Celia, a suggestive look in his eyes. "And I'll take that girl," he grinned evilly. "It's not often you get to see such a beauty as that." The men laughed arrogantly. They believed that there was no way that Alex could escape from all of them. Alex suddenly snapped. "You will be punished for your disrespect. In the martial arts world, we have rules and fight honorably. Your grandfather lost the battle fair and square. I was hoping we could talk this out reasonably, but you just seem to want to fight." Conrad opened his mouth to reply, but was interrupted by Levi. "Boy, you talk too much." He and the others took a step closer to Alex, ready to begin their attack. Ethan took a deep breath. Then he and Celia rushed forward. "Stay back." Alex didn't turn to face them, focusing on the men surrounding them, but Celia could feel his anger and dissatisfaction at their intervention. "This is my business," he shouted in a deep voice, forcing Celia and Ethan back. "I don't need your help." "This is not good," Celia mumbled, worried. Conrad made the first move, throwing his knife. It whizzed like a silver lightning bolt straight at Alex's legs. They had planned to disable Alex's ability to escape first, then take turns at him until he wasn't able to fight back. The knife flew toward Alex's leg, but to the young man's surprise, it had no impact. Instead of hurting him, it simply bounced off, landing with a loud clink on the road. He stared at his knife, his pupils shrinking as uncertainty began to creep up and down his spine. He couldn't believe it. He was famous for his knife-throwing skills, and the one he had thrown at Alex was no ordinary knife. It was made of a special metal that had a mixture of zinc, nickel, and other alloys. It could easily penetrate any material, even steel, and could cut through iron like butter. He was confident that the knife would immobilize Alex. But if he was still standing there, then Alex's strength would have to be even greater than he imagined. Conrad's heart thudded in his chest, and he quietly moved back a few steps. The other men weren't deterred, though. "Let's go," Levi called. He pointed at one of the men, Jackson, who was skilled in hand-to-hand combat. He pressed forward, hoping to knock Alex over with a quick punch. His fist exploded through the air like a cannonball coming out of the chamber. It cut through the air so quickly that Alex could feel the force of it as it pushed a little breeze forward, faintly sounding like thunder. Jackson used his legs to propel him even closer to Alex, like an arrow being shot out of a crossbow. "Let's see if he can withstand this," he thought confidently. He began to smile with excitement, but it was quickly wiped off his face when his fist made impact with Alex's chest. It was like hitting an iron wall. Instead of Alex going down, Jackson crumpled in pain as the force of his punch ricocheted off Alex's chest through his hand and arm. "How can this be?" His eyes widened in horror as he cradled his sore hand. Before he could react, Alex retaliated. It wasn't a very forceful punch like this had been. It looked like something any ordinary person could do, but had a much stronger impact. It was too late for Jackson to dodge, and he only managed to move to the side very slightly before half of his body was swept off the ground. He gave out a shrill scream and flew back 7 or 8 meters before he fell to the ground. He wheezed out painfully, his muscles, ribs, and chest feeling like crushed foam. "Unbelievable." The remaining men looked at their cousin on the ground, their former confidence no longer visible on their faces. "Get out of the way," Levi yelled, gesturing to a distracted Paulie. Paulie turned to face Levi, but instead found that Alex had come to him. Alex punched him so hard in his stomach that he felt like the fist could have gone through him. His body folded over, and his heart leaped up as if it could have jumped out of his throat. His entire body shot high up into the air, flying back several meters. While he was in the air, Alex forcefully stepped on the ground. The ground shook like an earthquake, shaking the flickering street lamps and leaves on the surrounding trees. The cement floor cracked and crumbled, creating a huge hole where Paulie had been standing. He dropped from the air, landing on the side and gripping the edge to stop him from falling down the hole. Cold sweat trailed down his back as he clamored and screamed. He tried to pull himself back up, but his hands kept slipping. Alex stepped forward and looked down at him, then picked him up by his collar and threw him aside. There was another shrill cry, and the man disappeared into the darkness by the road. Levi was joined by more of the men who had been lurking in the dark. They stood at the other side of the hole, frozen in shock as they watched their cousin fall down the hole. Lost in a daze, they momentarily forgot about Alex, until he jumped over the hole and landed in front of them. Episode 454, Revenge. The Thorntons kept coming after Alex, determined to get revenge. Alex was provoked and getting angrier and angrier at the onslaught. They thought that they could bully him, and he would be easy to defeat. If he didn't put an end to this now, they would never stop pestering him. Several of the men hit the ground, dropping so heavily that the road was covered in cracks.
"This man is terrible," they wailed. "Let's go."
They hadn't expected Alex to be so strong. They were all brave men that had been carefully selected for their superb martial arts skills. They had been sure that they would succeed in defeating Alex, but had been proven wrong. These elite martial artists, each worth millions of dollars, had been reduced to nothing. Their legs shook, and their faces were covered in dirt and blood. Alex was defeating them, and he wasn't using any special tricks or moves to do so. With one kick, one punch, and one slap, he defeated several warriors in an instant.
"Hey, look at me."
A voice came from behind Alex, and his voice was gravelly and angry. Paulie limped from the dark roadside. Even with his injuries, he still had a fierce spirit. In fact, he looked like he had grown a few more inches and towered over Alex as he raised his hand to reach for Alex's shoulder. This martial art move, called the Thornton Tie, was like a move used by the Black Orchid priests. It targeted the clavicle bone and could instantly make the victim vulnerable and unable to fight back. Levi watched in anticipation, excited to see Alex fall, but Alex ignored the hand coming toward him and ran after another warrior. They fought for a few seconds, Alex allowing the warrior to swing a few punches before he casually got him back. The warrior flew in the air and landed far away from the battleground. The only people that remained now were Levi, Paulie, and Conrad, who was afraid to run away.
"I'm gonna kill you, Alex,"
Paulie roared. He sped toward Alex. Every step he took left deep footprints on the hard concrete. He was a master of combat in the Thornton family, and Alex's hard-hitting style suited his appetite.
"It's up to you, Paulie,"
Levi yelled. He gritted his teeth. The Thornton Tie was the only thing that could stop Alex now. Or so he thought. Alex lifted Paulie's huge body with one hand, holding him high above his head. He spun around, throwing Paulie like a baseball. His body soared far away, over the street lamps and tops of some of the trees before landing in one of them. His long clothes wrapped around branches, and he hung upside down and tangled in pain. Levi's heart sank, and he stood there shivering. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Conrad ran to hide behind the tree, but Levi stayed put. He knew he should get away before Alex turned his wrath on him. But his body wasn't listening to the commands ringing in his head. He couldn't move. The silence was deafening. Even Celia and Ethan, who are also martial arts fighters, were shocked by such a battlefield. They felt like they were in a dream. "Levi Thornton, you have been beaten. If it wasn't for Master Alex, Ethan and I would never have survived such a fight," Celia said. "You have met a tremendous warrior," Ethan chimed in. "You should not have provoked him." Levi fell to his knees and repeatedly begged, "Master Alex, please. Please, Master Alex. I know I was wrong, and that I was disrespectful, and you'll have to punish me, but please let me live. I may be of some use to you in the future. I'll be indebted to you for the rest of your life. Please spare me, Master Alex, please." Levi knelt so low that his head hit the ground. He bowed repeatedly and showed no signs of stopping. He heard footsteps beside him and saw Alex get closer to him. "I told you before that if you left immediately, there would be no disasters tonight," Alex said quietly. He stood above Levi, dignified and serious. "Yet you still attacked me and disrespected my friends. Do you expect me to believe that you've learned your lesson?" "Master Alex, I know what I've done was wrong. I'm very sorry," Levi replied. He continued to bow even though it was painful.
Well, your apology does seem genuine, although it's not enough.
The tone of Alex's voice changed, and he slowly stepped in front of Levi. Levi felt the surge of hope flood through his veins and Alex's change. Even Celia and Ethan thought that Alex intended to let Levi go and relaxed a little. Neither of them could have anticipated what Alex said next. "You have offended me. You offended my friends. Then you tried to kill me. For that, you must pay with your life."
What?
Levi was stunned. Suddenly, his entire body was lifted off the ground and he flew down the road. His body flipped and tumbled on the rough tarmac, and he rolled roughly to a stop, far away from where Alex was standing. His breath rasped out of his lungs as the pain spread through his limbs until he lost consciousness, succumbing to his injuries. A cold wind blew through the street, making Celia and Ethan shiver. They rubbed their hands up and down their arms to try and warm them. But even as their bodies slightly warmed up, they couldn't get rid of the lingering chill in their hearts. The scene before them left them scared and numb.
"Remind me never to insult him,"
Ethan mumbled to Celia. She nodded in agreement. Alex stood under the street lamp. The light made him look fearsome and powerful. The only sound on the street was the leaves rustling in the breeze, making the silence even more tense. He had been brutal, but it was necessary to warn other gangs who dared to fight against him. Conrad, weak and terrified, waited silently for Alex and the others to leave. After everything he had seen, he just wanted to get as far away from this murderous brute as possible.
"It's so terrible," he thought. "How can there be such a terrible killer in the world?"
His heart pounded in his chest. The Thornton family was full of elite martial artists, with skills and moves that were unknown to anyone outside the family. Yet this man had managed to defeat all of them. He shivered from the gruesome images whirling in his head. It had been incredibly stupid of the Thorntons to confront a cruel man like this. Conrad sighed. Alex didn't seem to be looking for him. He just needed them all to leave, and then he could return home. He suddenly realized he had a long life ahead of him, and that he wanted to live it. Episode 455, Ruin. Just as he had breathed his sigh of relief, a figure flashed out. It moved so quickly that he didn't even see it, so it was a sudden shock when he leaned back and fell silently to the ground. To a bystander, it would have looked like he had simply fainted, as there were no signs of fight on him. Alex took a deep breath and turned, continuing his slow walk down the road, leaving Celia and Ethan stunned. Alex showed no evidence of being in a fight either, as if everything had just been a dream. There were no wrinkles on his clothes, not even a trace of blood, and there was no sadness or joy on his face.
"What about these men? If the police find out, he'll be in big trouble,"
Celia said in a low voice. "Just forget it. Let's go home." Ethan pulled Celia's hand, which was cold to the bone. After they had left, a few people ran out from the darkness, looked around, and then started to clean everything up. "We need to call the director and secure this area. No news of what has happened here can be leaked. Do you understand?" the leader said.
"Yes, sir."
They nodded and got to work. It was going to be a long night. It was also a sleepless night at the Mitchell's garden villa. Dominic held a glass in his hand in one hand, the other resting in his pocket as he looked out at the bright stars outside of his window. Behind him stood the man who Alex had seen with Wesley at Celia's dinner, along with other men in expensive suits and shoes. "Connor," he called, Has Wesley started to move?
Yes, Father.
The man stepped forward confidently.
The $15 million has been paid to Wesley's account in France. He's collected evidence of the Ambrose Group's tax evasion and other illegal dealings in Baltimore from the last few years. I instructed Wesley to report to the government tonight so we wouldn't lose any more time.
Dominic was satisfied.
What else?
Connor continued.
At present, we've purchased many shares in all listed companies of the Ambrose family. We'll sell them when the time is right, and it'll send ruptures through the entire stock market. No one will be able to recover, and the Ambroses' destruction will be inevitable. Well, the Ambrose family will be surprised that we have such a strong fund. They've always underestimated us. We'll certainly win this time. Dominic smiled. Dominic couldn't wait to see the Ambrose empire fall. He had been wanting to pull the family down from their pedestal since he was a child and bring his family to the top to replace them.
And what is this I hear about the other families? He asked.
He had reached out to the Chapmans, Palmers, Robinsons, and Baldwins to see if they would assist the Mitchells with their plan. One of his executives stood up.
"Uncle," he said, "the four big families say that the Ambrose family's been in Baltimore for too long and need to be replaced. They have responded to the Mitchell family's call and agreed to work together to dismantle all the Ambrose family's affairs in Baltimore. The only family whose position is unclear is the Stedmans."
Hearing about the Stedman family, Dominic's face darkened.
"Between us and all the other families, we have enough to get what we want. Who says the Mitchell family can't destroy the Ambrose family without the Stedmans? Lincoln is old. He can't adapt to modern times. If he's smart, he'll give up his position as soon as possible," Dominic said coldly, then settled to think. After a while, he asked, "What about the Black Hand?"
"Master, don't worry."
Theo, the Mitchell's housekeeper, stepped forward. "The leader of the Black Hand told me that he will personally deal with the Ambrose family." The old man gave Dominic a reassuring smile. He had been with the Mitchell family for more than 50 years and had practically raised Dominic himself.
"Good, very good." Dominic's face brightened.
The Black Hand was a well-known dark organization in Baltimore. They were powerful and had killed many people and destroyed various organizations and companies. They had agreed to participate in the fight and discreetly deal with the important figures of the Ambrose family.
"This time we'll wipe out the Ambrose family from Baltimore," Theo finished.
With that, Dominic clenched his free hand into a fist and looked out the window again. His face was solemn and his eyes fierce as he stared at the stars. He concluded the meeting and dismissed his people to begin sorting out the next steps of his plan. At the same time, Wesley was reporting the information to the government about the Ambrose family and their crimes, including tax evasion, and how one particular family member, Aiden, had been using his position to embezzle state assets. The police responded very quickly and immediately launched an investigation into the Ambrose family's finances. With no time to prepare, the Ambrose family found all their companies and assets blocked, and key members of the family being arrested. Lincoln had felt that something was wrong, as did Justin, which was why he had called Alex in the first place. However, they had underestimated how serious the situation would become. By the next morning, everything had changed. The Mitchells' plan was more complex than Nathan's had been. This wasn't just a simple attack against the richest man in Washington, D.C., but a battle of millions and billions worth of money. The Ambrose Group's accounts were blocked and investigated, and other big listed companies were struggling to avoid getting in trouble too. The stock market plummeted, and the investors who bought Ambrose's shares complained and felt extremely depressed. Aiden and other members of the Ambrose family tried to call them to reassure them, but they were rejected and ignored. They were losing more friends and allies by the minute. Soon, Aiden was taken away by the police. Alex's walk was interrupted by his ringing cell phone. He pulled it out of his pocket and saw that it was Justin.
"Brother,"
Justin choked out, trying not to cry.
"we are finished."
There was no way Alex could save them now. The Ambrose family was doomed. All the banks associated with the Ambrose family had become cold and unfriendly, demanding that the Ambrose family repay all their loans immediately. Companies from up and down the East Coast that had business ties with the family canceled contracts. In an instant, the entire Ambrose family was in a state of ruin. Episode 456, A House Divided. As their problems piled up, Lincoln called the entire Ambrose family to meet on one of their many islands, Fairview Island. On the day of the meeting, the view was anything but fair. The air was bitterly cold, heavy rain clouds hung in the sky, and biting winds were pummeling the island from the sea. Despite the gloomy atmosphere, the island was teeming with increased activity. The arrival of the family members caused a stir among the uneasy staff, and helicopters had been coming and going from the island for the last couple of days. The members of the family had gathered in the parlor of the main building. Through a large window that looked out toward the sea, they watched as the waves and the wind came crashing onto the shores of their island refuge. Their moods were as gloomy as the weather, if not quite as turbulent. Every one of them sat in silence, contemplating their future as they waited for Lincoln to arrive. They had expected him hours earlier, but he still hadn't come. They were growing anxious. If something had happened to Lincoln, they knew that their problems couldn't be solved. They would be facing an unmitigated disaster, and there would be no way to avoid it. The wait was growing intolerable, and Nathan was the most impatient of them all. He rose to speak. "There's no point in waiting," he said. "We all know what's happening. The stock price of our company is plummeting, and everyone's tripping over themselves to sell. There's only one thing we can do." The rest of the family stared at him in silence. They looked as if they were ready to cry. "Just shut up, Nathan," Justin said, looking contemptuously at his cousin. Nathan's pessimism was the last thing the family needed. "You don't get to speak for the whole family." Nathan scoffed. "Oh, really?" he answered. "Then who does? The old man isn't here. He's losing it. He won't be able to save the company and will have to declare bankruptcy. When and if he bothers to show up, we need to convince him to divide the family property amongst ourselves before we lose it all. If we wait, the state will take it all." The atmosphere in the room grew unsettled. There were many in the family who agreed with Nathan's description of the future. There was a crisis brewing, and this was only the beginning. There was no telling how bad things would get. They needed to act now, before it was too late. Gideon stood up. "Nathan, sit down," he said sternly. "We don't need to hear your divisive doomsday prophecies. If we're going to fix this, we need to band together and trust each other." "All I'm telling you is the truth," Nathan said, while he met the eyes of the other family members. "I'm sorry if it hurts, but we need to be honest. Unlike some of us, I don't want to punish the family because I couldn't raise my son properly." "You little snake!" Flora shouted. She was shaking with anger. You're only looking out for yourself. Lincoln isn't even here yet, and yet you're already trying to split us apart. Just to save your own money. You're the enemy. I don't know, Flora, said one of the older family members, a distant uncle of Alex. What Nathan is saying makes sense. The way things are going, we have a choice between divesting now or waiting until we're left with nothing. I know it hurts to split up the company, but at least all of us will get something out of it. Many of the people in the room nodded in agreement, and Nathan smiled triumphantly. Things were working out better than he had dared to hope for. His grandfather was a no-show, and more of his family were starting to look to him for guidance. No! Justin roared. We need to work together now. He looked around him in desperate frustration. Many of his family members seemed to just not want to hear him. It occurred to him that most of them had probably come to the meeting only to discuss how to best divide the family assets among themselves. Well, I think this island should be given to our side of the family, someone suddenly yelled, as if to confirm Justin's fears. We're the ones who use it the most. That's ridiculous, cried another younger member of the family from the other side of the room. Why should you get to have it? There are other properties, was the answer. And there's Harmony Island. We're willing to give up our claim to it, for a small compensation. These words caused an uproar on the other side of the room. Rubbish! This young man roared as he and those around him rose from their chairs. This place is much more valuable, and there's no villa on any of our properties that's better than this one. You're trying to swindle us. How dare you! The other man yelled, rising from his chair. The tension in the room was electric. It seemed as if a fight was going to break out. Stop it! A booming voice suddenly cried out. It echoed in the large, barren space. At the sound of it, everyone turned toward the entrance into the room. Through the large open doorway, with his hand resting on the handle of a cane, came Lincoln. He walked slowly and unsteadily, and his face was a shadow of its old self. His white hair lay flat and shapeless on his head, and his eyes were sunken and bloodshot. None of them had ever seen him look so frail. As he came further into the room, everyone around him nodded deferentially and muttered salutary greetings. He barely looked at them. When he finally reached his chair, which stood at the other end of the room in front of a large window, he tried to straighten himself and raised his head to speak. What's going on here? He asked calmly. There was a sadness in his voice, but the serene self-confidence of his old self was still with him. No one dared to answer. Their respect for him had mingled with the shock of seeing him in his present state, and their combined effects had stunned them into silence. That silence hung over the room for what seemed like several minutes, until Nathan stepped forward to speak. Grandfather, we're discussing how to divide up the family property, he said. Given the state of the company, it seems to be our best option. You think so? Nathan said, and he looked at Nathan with pain in his eyes. The calm tone of his voice surprised everyone in the room. Yes, I do, Nathan answered. And I'm not the only one. Our company is a sinking ship. We need to salvage whatever assets we can before it's too late. Nathan glanced around himself. He had hoped that some of those who agreed with him would back him up in front of his grandfather, but nobody did. Oh, Nathan, Lincoln said with a smile. Everything's been going our way for so long. You don't know what bad times are like. Now there's trouble and you want to cut and run at the first opportunity. every man for himself. Perhaps you also feel like you don't need to listen to me anymore. I'm trying to make the best out of a bad situation, Nathan shot back. I'm just telling you the truth. Oh, get over yourself, Justin cried. He couldn't hold his anger in any longer. Do you really think that Grandpa needs you to tell him what's true or not? You're a liar. Lincoln raised his arms gently and gestured for his grandsons to calm themselves. Control yourselves, boys, he said. Nathan, please come and sit down. Nathan didn't move. Instead, he stood, staring at Lincoln as the old man walked slowly over to an empty chair and gestured for him to sit. Every eye in the room stared at Nathan in disbelief. He stood frozen, locking eyes with his grandfather, and neither of them moved for several seconds. Lincoln's hands started to tremble. Nathan's whole body shivered. You sit down, Lincoln suddenly shouted angrily. The power of his deep voice shocked the entire family. Then there was complete silence again. No one dared to say a word. Episode 457, The Right Course of Action. What's wrong, Nathan? Lincoln asked. Are you refusing me? Everyone watched Nathan with cold eyes. All the sympathy he had enjoyed before Lincoln's arrival had dissipated. As much as they might have agreed with him about what they should do, there was nobody in the world who they respected more than Lincoln. Whatever he decided, they would do. Nathan had made the mistake of being openly disobedient toward the one person in the family against whom disobedience was unforgivable. Nathan was acutely aware of the change in his circumstances. He immediately became flustered. Grandfather, he said pleadingly, I was wrong. I didn't mean to... To do what? Lincoln snapped back coldly. To encourage your family to start bickering among themselves over pennies and trinkets? Nathan's forehead started to gleam with little beads of sweat. He avoided Lincoln's gaze. It seemed to him as if his grandfather was staring straight into his soul. The housekeeper, who had followed Lincoln into the room and stayed by the door, came forward. She had worked at Fairview Island for as long as Lincoln had owned it, and she was fiercely loyal to him. You need to learn some respect, she cried. Your grandfather built everything around you, and now you're trying to destroy it. How dare you? Nathan felt the cold and disapproving eyes of the entire family come down on him. No one would come to his defense now. He had overplayed his hand. He walked forward toward Lincoln with his back bent and his eyes on the floor. He didn't dare say a word. He knew that if he said or did the wrong thing, even one more time, there might be calls for his expulsion from the family. Everything would be for nothing. He would be penniless. Lincoln looked at him in disgust. It wouldn't be enough to simply punish Nathan. He needed to make him see the error of his way of thinking, or his pessimistic attitude would spread like a disease among the family. It would split them apart. Nathan needed to be brought under control somehow. But the exact method would have to be devised later. There were more pressing matters to discuss. The problem of the tumbling stock price had already been solved. It had required a large chunk of their emergency funds, but Lincoln had been able to stop the value of company stock from falling any further and provided the company with some extra liquidity at the same time. It was a start, but it wouldn't be nearly enough to get them out of trouble. The next step was to salvage their existing business relationships. Lincoln once again gestured to Nathan to take a seat, and then he turned to Gideon. "Have we heard from the Baldwins?" he asked. "I've spoken to several of the companies controlled by them," Gideon answered. "They all deny that they have any hidden motive for ending their contracts with us." He sighed. "The Chapmans say the same thing, but we've lost our partnerships with over 100 different companies so far. It can't be a coincidence. Someone influential must be pulling the strings." Lincoln nodded pensively. "If anyone has an opinion on what we should do, please speak up," he said. "I think we should write it out," Flora said assertively. "The fundamentals of our business are strong enough to make it through a rough patch. We might want to think about streamlining the business a little, but if we persist, people will want to make deals with us again soon enough." Many nodded in agreement with her words, and Lincoln's eyes shone with approval. They all wanted to believe that she was right, and they thought that she might be. Marion, by contrast, glowered at Flora with a fierce envy in her eyes. All the drama with Alex had improved her and Marcus's favor with Lincoln, and Marcus had been given many more responsibilities in family matters. It was one of the reasons why Nathan had become so bold in his desire to lead the family one day. What mattered most to Marion was that she had to come out on top in her personal competition with Flora. But there had also been signs that their improved status was on shaky ground. Lincoln continued to entrust Gideon with many responsibilities, and it was well known that he wanted to contain Nathan's ambition. Another troubling sign was that he seemed remorseful about cutting Alex off from the family. He was unlikely to reverse his decision, but he might change his mind if he kept speaking out like this. Tristan cleared his throat to speak. "Isn't there anything more proactive we can do?" he asked. "Shouldn't we at least try to get our contacts in law enforcement to clear up this mess for us?" "I've already tried that," Lincoln said. "Nobody would take my call, not even Director Abbott." The whole room went silent. This was very bad news indeed. They were not only losing their business partners, but it seemed that many of their other contacts were abandoning them as well. "Who is behind this?" one of Alex's younger cousins roared. "Whoever's doing this to us, we should get out there and destroy them." "Calm down," Lincoln urged them with a weary voice. "I know who it is. It's the Mitchell family." The mention of the name caused an uproar among the entire family. They had been competing with the Mitchells for a long time, but there had never been outright hostility between the two families. Tristan slapped his thigh. "So this is the work of Dominic Mitchell," he said. "And to think, I had dinner with him just last month." The atmosphere in the room grew more and more aggravated as everyone started muttering among themselves. Lincoln was at a loss. Flora's suggestion to trust in the strength of their business was appealing, but it came with huge risks. The various subsidiaries and regional departments of the company were in the hands of highly competent people, but they were business managers. If the situation grew into something more explosive than a mere competitive business environment, which it already had, they wouldn't know what to do. Suddenly, a young woman's voice called out from one of the corners of the room. "I have a proposal," she said. Everyone went silent and turned to see who had made the soft-spoken but assertive outburst. It was Nellie. She had been sitting in the corner the whole time, and she hadn't dared to speak until now. With the eyes of the entire Ambrose family upon her, she braced herself for their reaction to what she was about to suggest. "Grandfather," she began in a soft tone. "Alex has become very capable, and he would help us in a heartbeat. I think you should ask him to come back to us." Episode 458, Breaking News. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe what Nellie had said. As much as they cared for Alex, they knew that Lincoln would never allow him back into the family after all that had happened. It was unthinkable. Flora and Gideon squirmed at the mention of their son's name. They shifted nervously in their chairs and studied Lincoln's face with apprehension. Lincoln was conflicted. He knew that Alex loved and cared for his family, and he wanted nothing more than to return that love. But he was a proud man, and he lived according to principles. Alex had made his choice, and that choice had consequences. Nothing could change that. "Alex," he murmured faintly, and memories of his grandson flowed through his mind. A sad look fell over his face, and his eyes grew watery. He turned to Nellie and looked into her eyes. "You don't understand, Nellie. What you suggest is impossible." Flora started crying. Gideon gently stroked his wife's shoulder in an effort to comfort her, but he was close to tears himself. Justin sighed audibly and rubbed his hands feverishly. He didn't know what to do with himself. Lincoln watched them as he considered his options. In one sense, Nellie was right. He had heard of Alex's recent exploits, and he would be a great help. But if his disobedience to the family was forgiven, Lincoln's authority would be undermined. Bringing Alex back would be good for the family in the short term, but it would open the door to future discord and strife. Besides, Alex would be unlikely to turn the tide on his own. Lincoln didn't say anything more. He had made his decision, but it hurt him deeply. He missed Alex terribly, and he still loved him. At the same time, he was angry and frustrated that Alex had forced him to do what he had done. Nathan could read the emotions on his grandfather's face, and his jealousy bubbled up inside him. "Grandfather!" he cried in desperation. "Alex betrayed us. He's not one of us anymore, and we can't rely on him for anything. It's a stupid fantasy. We only have one choice." Lincoln gave no reaction to his grandson's outburst. Instead, he walked slowly over to his chair, sat pensively for a few moments, and gestured for them to leave him. Everyone rose from their chairs and walked silently out of the room. The meeting was over, and nothing had been decided. They had no option but to wait for Lincoln's decision. While they waited, the downfall of the family was drawing closer and closer. At the same time as his family was having their meeting, Alex was inspecting the grounds of Oak Ridge High School with Debbie. Oak Ridge had been completely restored, and the previous principal had turned over his office and his car to Alex. He was now the principal of the school, as well as the main teacher for Class 6, and everyone looked at him with respect. The current principal was still on hand to help with the day-to-day affairs, but Alex held the real power. When they had finished inspecting the school, they returned to his office. Debbie stood in the doorway, and Alex walked over to his desk and sat down in his chair. They smiled at each other, and then Alex turned his attention to the documents on his desk. His assistant had brought in the mail, and the newspaper lay at the top of the pile. The headline on the front page caught his eye, and he was stunned. It read, "Ambrose Company in turmoil. Aiden Ambrose under investigation." Alex froze. The mention of his family's name on the front page of the newspaper was the last thing he ever expected, and it struck him like a thunderbolt. It was a clear sign that the family was in worse trouble than they had ever been before. He kept his eyes fixed on the newspaper as he took his phone out of his pocket. When he turned it on and shifted his gaze from the newspaper to its screen, he grew even more worried. He had several missed calls from his family. Justin had called him several times, as had his mother and father. "If they're calling me like this," he thought, "they must be in worse trouble than even the newspaper could say." His hands started shaking from his frustration with himself. After all the recent drama, he had kept his phone off to get some quiet. He had never thought that things would unravel so quickly. He knew that this all had to be the work of the Mitchells, but he had never expected them to act so boldly. He looked back down at his phone. The names of Justin and his parents on the screen shone like a fire in his eyes. For them to call him would be a direct violation of his grandfather's wishes, and they had done it anyway. Whatever their situation, they must truly have been desperate. He tried to calm himself and look clearly at the situation. Wesley must be a part of it, he realized. He's in the best position to undermine the company, and it said that he's loyal to Nathan. He could have worked from within for years, weakening the company in small but important ways. He could make it look like everything was fine, while slowly turning the company into a house of cards. He shook his head at the thought of Nathan. As much as his grandfather was the force that kept the family together, Nathan was the force that was tearing them apart. And in the middle was Aiden, whose rise or fall would determine which force would prevail. "What's the matter, Alex?" Debbie asked him as she stepped forward to read the newspaper headline. "Is your family in trouble?" Her voice snapped Alex out of the whirlwind of his thoughts. He looked up at her. He had almost forgotten that she was there. "Yes," he answered. And then he sighed audibly. "It's my fault. I knew that the Mitchells were making moves against us, but I thought that they were only trying to cut into our market share. I had no idea they were trying to bring us down completely, but they are. And they must have powerful allies to help them." Alex frowned. His family had treated him unfairly, but they were still his family. He had to find a way to help them. Debbie could see the inner turmoil written on his face, and it affected her deeply. Even though Alex's family didn't approve of their relationship, she held no animosity toward them. Besides, if she could find a way to help them, maybe they would see her differently. "Don't worry, Alex," she said. "We'll sort it out. I could call my grandfather and ask for his advice." Alex looked at her. He loved her for trying to help, but he knew that her family wouldn't be able to tip the scales in a war between the Ambroses and the Mitchells. They would only be putting themselves in the crosshairs. He shook his head. "No, we shouldn't bother Jessup with this," he told her. "There's nothing your family can do about it." He needed time to think. He decided to walk home by himself. As he walked out the entrance to the school, he took out his phone and brought up his father's number. A short while later, Lincoln called the family back for a second round of discussions. While he had been pondering their situation, he had summoned Gideon and given him a short list of instructions. As the rest of the family took their seats, Gideon stood and got ready to present his progress to his father. "Dad, I've begun to take actions according to your orders," he said. "We'll be able to pay off our outstanding tax debts, and all our most substantial bank loans have also been paid. Furthermore, we've started negotiations with our business partners, and we're confident that the vast majority of these relationships will be restored. I believe that we'll be back to business as usual in about 2 days' time." Lincoln smiled approvingly. Gideon had rewarded him for his faith in him, and he had performed excellently. The entire family was in a lighter mood. The Ambrose name still counted for something, despite the best efforts of the Mitchells. Gideon, emboldened by the joyous look on his father's face, decided that the time was right to break another piece of news. "There's more," he said with a slight tremble in his voice. "I've had a phone call from Alex. He's coming to Fairview Island as we speak." Episode 459, An Unpleasant Flight. Nellie jumped out of her chair. "Alex is coming back?" she blurted out. She was overjoyed. Justin was also ecstatic at Gideon's news, but the rest of the family only stared nervously at Lincoln. They had no idea how he would react. They all liked Alex, and they knew he would come to help them if he could. But it was Lincoln's decision. In contrast to the previous mention of Alex's name, Lincoln looked calm and relaxed. Whether because of the good news or because he was softening toward Alex, he seemed to be warming to the idea of allowing Alex to come back. Nathan became acutely aware of the change in his grandfather, and his newfound humility gave way to desperation. If Alex returned, it would spell endless trouble for him. He had to step in and stop it. "You can't allow it, Grandfather," he cried. "Alex is no use to us. He can fight, but that's all he's good for. He thinks we're desperate, and he's using our troubles for his own gain. It's what he does." Marion decided to speak out in support of her son. "It's true, Lincoln," she said and gave Flora a dirty look. "In the end, he's his mother's son. He's a schemer." Marcus put his hand on her arm, as if to signal it would be best for her not to say any more. "Father," he said calmly, "we know what Alex has been up to. He's been making powerful enemies out there. We have to make sure that they don't also become our enemies, especially now." Lincoln's face grew troubled. The brief period of happiness and relief appeared to be over, and his family was once again showing signs of a terrible split. He sighed heavily. No matter what he chose to do, this divide would be the biggest problem he had had to solve in years. Before he could think of what to say to them, he was interrupted by the crash of the door flying open. A young man came running in through the doorway. He stopped a few feet into the room, took a few seconds to recover his breath, and then cried out in a terrible voice, "Aunt Flora's helicopter has crashed." Marion looked around herself. She hadn't even noticed that Flora wasn't in the room. Everyone was stunned. Gideon grew pale as a ghost. He had sent Flora out to meet their son and bring him to the island, and he had personally asked Mickey Doyle, the head mechanic, to see to it that nothing could go wrong. He had even requested that his second helicopter be sent out as a decoy. Lincoln was as stunned as the rest of them, but he quickly regained his composure. "What happened?" he asked, in as authoritative a voice as he could muster. "The helicopter must have been tampered with," the young man said through his heavy breathing. "It's crashed almost immediately after takeoff. Aunt Flora's been taken to the hospital wing. She's in bad shape." "I want security to scour the whole island immediately," Lincoln roared, "and round up everyone at the aircraft hangar for questioning." Although he was taking decisive action, Lincoln was rattled to his core. Fairview was a fortress. A place where they always felt completely safe. If the Mitchells could reach them there, the family were in greater danger than he could have ever imagined. In the main hangar of the island's aircraft maintenance area, Mickey Doyle stood watching as a terrible scene unfolded on his phone. He saw his 8-year-old daughter. He saw the bruises on her face and arms. He saw the post to which she was tied and the rag that had been put in her mouth. He heard her muffled cries. "That's enough," he whispered through his tears. "I did what you asked. Now let my daughter go. Please, I beg you." "We'll keep her for a little while longer," a cold voice said just out of the frame. "We need to know that you've done what we told you to do. Once we confirm the helicopter crash, we'll release her." The screen turned black. The call had been ended. Mickey put the phone away. His eyes were watery and his mind was a mess. The thought of what he had done made him sick to his stomach. But they had taken his daughter. There had been no other choice. "What?" Alex shouted as his father told him the news. He was sitting in the helicopter, the one that had been intended as a decoy. His father had told him that his mother would be coming to get him, and she had not been inside. Then his father had called him, and now he was telling him that his mother had been in a crash. Alex was furious. He punched at the seat next to him, unable to contain his violent rage. The backrest ripped open, and the metal frame was bent. He took a few deep breaths and put the phone back to his ear. "Dad, listen," he said. "We need to keep it together now, for Mom's sake. How's she doing?" "It's not looking good, Alex," his father answered in a heavy voice. "You'd better get here as soon as possible." Gideon's words cut into Alex like a knife. He sounded far older than he was, and Alex felt a chill come over him as he thought of the suffering of his parents. But the chill passed quickly, and in its place rose a scorching hot anger and a lust for vengeance. Alex was no fool. His mother's crash couldn't have been an accident, and he knew who was to blame. He vowed to himself that the Mitchells would pay. "I'll be right there, Dad," he said. "Everything will be okay, trust me." He hung up the phone and signaled to the pilot to take off. Any hesitation he had felt about going back to his family had vanished. His grandfather could punish him as much as he wanted, but he was going to see his mother. Nothing would stop him. He only hoped that she would hold on until he arrived. As the helicopter lifted into the air, Alex's mind went back to Dominic Mitchell. He knew that the man was ruthless and determined, but he had grossly underestimated the lengths to which he would go to get his way. "I'll destroy you, Dominic," he vowed to himself in his rage. "I'll bring your entire family down. You have money and you have power, and you might think that you're safe, but you're not. I'm coming for you, and all your money will mean nothing when I'm standing over you. Should have done it earlier, and then my mother would be safe. Well, now you'll know what it's like to be hunted." The thought of his revenge on the Mitchells consumed Alex for the entire helicopter ride, and he soon found himself touching down on the landing pad on Fairview Island. When he jumped out onto the asphalt and walked away from the helicopter, he saw that many of the staff had gathered to greet him. They were all cheering for him and crying out his name. He saw no one from his family. Up in the villa, Lincoln was sitting alone in his chair in the giant parlor. He had made up his mind. The circumstances of the family had changed drastically, and he had decided to grant Alex's request to come and meet them on the island. Once he had made the decision, a heavy load had been lifted from his heart. But he had no idea that Alex was already there. Episode 460, Visiting Hour. The news of Alex's arrival spread quickly, and the whole family hastened to the parlor to receive him. When he came into the room, they had already taken their seats. Every eye in the room was on him, but his full attention was on his grandfather. He knew that no one else would allow themselves to react to seeing him until they knew what Lincoln had to say. Alex approached his grandfather with slow steps and a deferential posture. When he reached Lincoln's chair, he lowered his eyes. He only said a single word. "Grandfather." "Is that all you have to say, Alex?" Lincoln asked in an apprehensive tone. As soon as he said it, everyone understood that Alex's expulsion would not be taken back so easily. Nathan was relieved. He cared nothing for what had happened to his Aunt Flora, and it didn't matter to him whether Alex could be of help to the family. The only thing he cared about was that Alex should remain estranged from them, and Lincoln's reaction had rekindled his hopes. "Grandfather, what did Alex ever do to you to make you treat him like this?" Nellie asked from her seat in the corner. Of all the things she didn't understand about her new family, their treatment of Alex was by far the most perplexing. "Be quiet," Lincoln barked at her, and his eyes shone with irritation. Everyone was silent. Even if anyone had wanted to speak for Alex, they wouldn't dare. Alex remained standing with his eyes firmly on the ground. As anxious as he was to see his mother, he knew that he needed Lincoln's approval to do so. Getting back into his grandfather's good graces was a different matter, and it wasn't nearly as important to Alex just then. "Grandfather," he repeated, "I know that I have no right to ask to be part of this family again. I'm only here to see my mother. After that, I'll leave. I need to make someone pay for what's happened." "Of course," Lincoln said. His voice was suddenly full of sympathy. "We're all deeply sorry for you, Alex. You should go and see your mother now." "Thank you, Grandfather," Alex said as he looked up and met Lincoln's gaze for the first time. He could see no animosity in his eyes. There was only sympathy, respect, and the glimmer of a faint hope. He turned and walked out of the room. As the rest of the family watched him go, their sadness mingled with a sense of relief. Lincoln had allowed Alex to come to the island, and he had chosen to receive him without conflict. It was progress. Someday soon, Alex might be welcomed back into the family. In the hospital wing of the Fairview Island complex, Flora lay unconscious in her bed. She had fallen from the helicopter while it was still in the air, and she had been badly wounded. She was lucky to be alive. Gideon sat by her bedside, and when Alex arrived, they embraced and cried in each other's arms. "I'm here, Mom," Alex said as he took his mother's hand. "I've come to save you. You'll make it through this, and you'll live a long and happy life. Happier than anyone else's, I promise." He turned to his father. "Don't worry, Dad. I promise you Mom's gonna be okay." As he was talking, Gustave Glover, the Ambroses' private physician, came into the room. He had a grave look on his face. "I appreciate your words, young Alex," he said, "but your mother doesn't have long. I'm sorry, but we need to prepare ourselves for the inevitable." Alex gave him a sympathetic look. "I know that's what you think, Doctor," he said, "but the medical sciences don't have all the answers. If you and my father would please leave the room, I'll show you what other ways can do." "All right," Gustave said in a sad voice. Alex still had hope, and he didn't want to be the one to destroy it. He put his hand on Gideon's shoulder, and the two walked out together. About an hour later, Alex walked out of the hospital wing. His mother's situation had improved dramatically, and it wouldn't be long before she was fully restored. As much as Alex trusted and respected the doctor and his staff, he had known that modern medicine might not be enough to save his mother. But his healing herbs had done the trick. Flora would not only recover, but her vigor would be stronger than before. But Alex didn't have time to stay with her as she recovered. He wanted to stay, but he was needed elsewhere. Someone had gone after his family, and he needed to set an example. He needed revenge. Gideon arranged a helicopter for him, and this time he had it looked over 3 times for any irregularities. When it was deemed safe for travel, Gideon and Justin followed Alex down to the helicopter. Alex hugged his father goodbye and jumped in. With one final look back at his father and cousin, he signaled to the pilot to take off, and the helicopter lifted into the air. Gideon and Justin were left standing on the platform, staring out across the water as Alex disappeared over the horizon. Dominic Mitchell's private residence was a luxurious villa outside Baltimore, though it could more be properly called a palace. Its grounds covered a vast expanse of land, and its gardens were so large that newcomers often got lost in them. The gardens contained lawns so large that they could be used as football fields, and many of the rooms of the villa could be used as concert halls. The whole estate was a symbol of the wealth and power of the Mitchell family, and it wasn't just where Dominic lived. It was also where he did most of his work, held important meetings, and received official visitors. Anyone who saw it realized immediately that the Mitchells were not a family to be crossed lightly. The villa was the center of power for Dominic Corp, the large conglomerate through which Dominic did all his business, and all the members of its senior management had gathered there to discuss their present situation. Among the members of the Mitchell family, there was Austin, Francis, Basil, and Eugene, all of whom were in Dominic's inner circle. The rest of the assembled group was made up of core executives from Dominic Corp, as well as members of the Palmer family, who did business with Dominic Corp and had close ties to many other important families. They had all gathered in the main dining hall. Dominic himself stood in front of the large panoramic windows that overlooked the gardens, his hands behind his back and facing away from them all. At the other end of the room, behind all the guests, stood Dominic's faithful old housekeeper, Theo. He was fiercely loyal to his employer and only left his side when absolutely necessary. They had gathered to coordinate their long-awaited assault on the Ambroses. Dominic had finally chosen to make his move, and news was trickling in about the progress of his plans. He had proven himself to be the more capable commander, and it was clear to everyone that Lincoln could do very little but react to whichever moves Dominic made. Everyone in the room sat waiting to hear what his newest instructions might be. While they sat there, more news began to trickle in. Most of it was beneficial to the Ambroses. There were rumors that the Ambrose group would recommence business operations within 2 days. Then word arrived that several key figures in the company were no longer being faced with criminal charges. Worse yet, a large stock of capital had salvaged the company's liquidity from out of nowhere. The only piece of good news was the confirmation of a helicopter crash on Fairview Island. But Gideon Ambrose had not been on it as expected. Instead, his wife Flora had been put into a coma. She was not expected to survive. Dominic's face remained unchanged at this onslaught of bad news, and his mind remained unclouded. As the room began to grow unsettled, his own confidence in himself only seemed to increase. "I had anticipated this chain of events," he said in a light-hearted tone. "The Ambroses are scrambling to save themselves, but this is only the beginning of what I have in store for them. We couldn't expect them to go down after a single blow, could we? Most of the men in the room nodded along with his words. While many of them had hoped for a swift victory, they knew that it would be unreasonable to expect the Ambrose group to crumble immediately. The Ambroses have a fatal weakness, Dominic continued. They never thought that anyone would notice, but I have, and it will guarantee their downfall. Have any of you ever wondered why Aiden Ambrose is the only member of the family who actually holds an official position in their own company? I have, Dominic's brother Basil responded. But why does that matter? Dominic turned around and faced the room. It matters because Lincoln Ambrose thinks he's too good to be officially involved in his own company. He thinks that it's better to keep his distance, and the rest of the family thinks the same. Sure, there are benefits to that arrangement, but it also creates a weak spot. I've seen it, and I intend to use it to bring them down. Dominic stretched himself as tall as he could stand, swelling with pride at his own brilliance. His executives nodded along and looked at him with flattering eyes. He basked in their adoring gazes and prepared to once again bathe them in the light of his intellect. But he stopped himself. He had noticed that his son Connor wasn't in the room. "What about Connor?" he said in a frustrated tone. "Where is he?" Episode 461, Speak of the Devil. "Connor's having dinner with someone from the Robinson family," Austin said. "Call him back," Dominic said. "I have a bad feeling about this. I'm sure it'll all work out, but we need to be careful." Theo came rushing in. "Alex has gone to Fairview Island," he said, "and he's not someone who can be ignored." "Alex?" Dominic asked, frowning. "Didn't Lincoln Ambrose disown him?" Still, he wasn't foolish enough to dismiss Alex simply because he was no longer a part of the Ambrose family. Alex had always stood out among Lincoln's grandchildren, and Lincoln was stubborn and foolish to not make use of such an asset. "Is Alex going to be a problem?" Dominic asked. "Don't worry," Theo said. "The three leaders of the Black Hand are martial arts experts. Even if Alex is an expert, he can't defeat all three of them. Besides, Alex is just a young man in his 20s, so he doesn't have much experience. If he comes, I'll take care of him." "Good," Dominic said, nodding with satisfaction. Theo gave the impression of being frail, but he was actually incredibly strong, and in the past he had enjoyed a lot of influence. According to legend, Theo had once killed several assassins with a single coin. But these days he was committed to the Mitchell family and rarely appeared in public, so most people had forgotten he existed. Dominic was clearly an important man to have someone like Theo as his housekeeper. "With you and the Black Hand here, I'm sure it'll be fine," Dominic said, his tension easing. "Ha, and the Stedman family thought we wouldn't be able to deal with the Ambrose family without their help." The villa gate suddenly burst open, as if someone had plowed through it. The gate had been extremely sturdy, and it should have withstood any attack, but now it lay in ruins. "What's going on?" Dominic demanded, but no one knew the answer. A guard took out his gun and aimed at the door, waiting to see who appeared. One of the bodyguards ran over to Dominic and stood between him and the door. "Sir, you need to get out of here," he said. "Go up to the second floor where it's safe." "No need for that," Dominic said. "I have Theo with me, so there's nothing to worry about." Everyone watched the door. Through the smoke and dust, they saw a young man approach them. The intruder was an attractive young man with a slight curl to his hair. "Is that Alex?" someone asked, gasping. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. They'd been talking about Alex, and now here he was. A group of senior executives had been looking at photos of Alex earlier, but the pictures hadn't done him justice. He was far more impressive in person. No matter how powerful you are, don't you think it's foolish to come here alone? Dominic asked. There was no change in his expression as he raised his glass and took a sip, appearing perfectly calm. Alex didn't answer. He simply walked closer. The guards pointed their guns at him and yelled, "Stop, or we'll shoot." Dominic was surprised that Alex was here. He knew the Black Hand had already targeted Alex and would be attacking him imminently. So how could he have gotten inside Dominic Corp headquarters? Alex smiled and ignored the bodyguard's warning. Dominic and the other senior executives grew uneasy, feeling a tremendous sense of dread as Alex stalked toward them. A bodyguard fired numerous shots at Alex, aiming each of them at vital parts of his body. The guard was well-trained and ruthless, so he would kill Alex before allowing him near Dominic. "Haven't you heard that bullets can't stop me?" Alex asked, sounding bored. His voice echoed through the hall, and everyone was stunned. The bullets had peppered the wall, the ground, and the ceiling, and debris was flying everywhere, but not one of the bullets had hit Alex. When the bodyguards failed to hit their target, they changed positions, but Alex had slipped out of sight, and the guards held their guns out, searching for their target. They couldn't fire randomly for fear of hitting someone else. Moments later, Alex dashed at the guards, catching them by surprise and hitting their wrists, forcing them to drop their guns. Everyone gaped in shock. Several experienced bodyguards had failed to shoot Alex and had then been disarmed. Alex was truly skilled. The bodyguards were humiliated from being disarmed so easily, and they didn't take failure well. Furious, they worked together to attack their enemy. Alex held up a pistol and fired rapidly at the guards, giving them no chance to escape. The guards collapsed to the ground, and Alex continued to stride forward. Jaws dropped as everyone watched what was happening. Alex hadn't even slowed down as he had dealt with the bodyguards. Clearly, he was even more skilled than they had realized. Dominic swallowed hard. He had known that Alex was very powerful, but he had been sure his men could stop him. Apparently, he had been wrong. If Alex wants to kill us all, I'm not sure we can stop him, he thought. "Theo," Dominic said, turning to the old man beside him. In the past, whenever there had been a crisis, Theo had helped to deal with it and had ensured the safety of the Mitchell family. Episode 462, Never Underestimate Your Opponent. "Young man, if you leave here now, I might let you live," Theo said. "Oh," Alex asked, continuing to walk forward. "If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might leave your body in one piece." The bodyguard who was protecting Dominic rushed at Alex, striking out. Alex twisted out of the way and blocked him. Then, Alex punched him hard in the face, knocking him out and sending him sprawling at Dominic's feet. Theo scowled at Alex, and then he suddenly launched into action, clenching his fists and attempting to box Alex's ears. He was exceptionally thin, and it seemed unlikely that he would have the strength to cause any damage, but he had a lot of power behind his hits, and he was much faster than anyone realized. Several gasps could be heard around the room as Theo's fist approached Alex's face. As soon as Theo had begun to attack, Alex had realized that the man was more skilled than the famous Ash Thornton. Theo must have been an expert martial artist. "Not expert enough," Alex muttered, blocking the hit. Then he fought back, striking out and meeting Theo's attack head on. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched, neither giving ground. But then Theo started to pull back, adopting a more defensive posture. He seemed shocked by Alex's abilities. "You've reached the level of master?" Theo asked, his confidence fading as he realized his opponent had the upper hand in terms of courage and fighting ability. He recognized Alex's style of fighting and could tell that Alex had achieved a high rank. Martial arts training could be very complicated. Practitioners started from nothing and gradually grew in strength, leading to increasing levels of success. If they nurtured their talent properly and worked hard, then they could become masters. But few people reached that level. The most recent had been Tyson Slade of the Blood Brothers gang. Theo dodged Alex's attack, leaving Alex to punch the wall, sending little bits of plaster raining down. Alex shook out his hand, seemingly unconcerned. "I wouldn't have expected a master to be so young," Theo said, his expression thoughtful. Hardly anyone reached the level of master, and those who did were usually in their 80s or 90s. It was unusual enough for Tyson to have reached that level in his 50s, but Alex seemed even younger than that. Theo couldn't hide his confusion. "How did you get so powerful when you're still in your 20s? He asked. He continued to move, coming to stand in front of Dominic in a defensive posture. He couldn't afford to underestimate Alex. If Theo made a mistake, then the Mitchell family could be destroyed. "You haven't seen anything yet," Alex said. Theo snorted. He straightened up, seeming to grow in size and strength. With his determined attitude, he almost looked like a different person, and he even appeared younger than Alex had previously thought. "Theo?" Dominic asked, stunned by Theo's transformation. Dominic had never seen Theo look so powerful, and nobody else could believe their eyes. They would never have guessed Theo wasn't just a frail old man. "I have served this family for many years," Theo said, his voice much firmer than before. "And I've thwarted many assassination attempts. I may be 50 years old, but I'm still as tough as ever, and I'm more than capable of repaying the Mitchell family for their kindness over the years. Once I have dealt with this attempt, it will be time to say goodbye and move on." He turned his sharp gaze on Alex. "Young man, you should have had a bright future," he said. "In time, you could have achieved the highest rank possible." He shook his head. "But you shouldn't have come here and provoked me. Now I'll have to kill you for the good of the Mitchell family." "You talk too much," Alex said, lashing out at him. Alex hadn't known that the Mitchell family had their own martial arts master. Most masters spent their time protecting the entire world, but Theo had chosen to serve Dominic instead. Dominic had been involved in many questionable things, so he had made a lot of enemies who wished to kill him. Theo had made it his mission to defend Dominic from any such attacks. Few people would be able to defeat Theo, possibly not even Tyson. Alex wasn't afraid. He tossed a knife, but Theo evaded it, and the blade flew through the air, traveling between two senior executives and embedding itself in the wall. "Nice throw," Theo said, stepping forward to pull out the knife. He tested its weight, transferring it from one hand to the other. Then he tossed it away, narrowly missing one of the executives. Clearly, Theo didn't care who got hurt, as long as he protected those he was sworn to defend. Other lives didn't matter at all. He produced his own blade and circled Alex, who had pulled out another knife. They attacked simultaneously in a frenzy of feet, fists, and blades, crashing through the room and destroying everything in its path. Paintings were knocked off walls, vases were smashed on the floor, and several people, including Basil and Austin, were merely collateral damage. More than one person was screaming, desperate to escape, but there was no safe path through the furious fighting. Many people had been knocked to the ground, their condition unknown, and neither Alex nor Theo seemed to care. "You're stronger than I thought," Theo said, pausing to look at Alex and noting that he didn't appear hurt at all. Is he actually stronger than me? He wondered. Is he already the highest level of master? Theo's eyes grew wide. How was that possible? Episode 463, The Explosion. No matter, Theo said. I can still beat you. He slowly moved toward Alex, his movements graceful and confident, like a tiger stalking its prey. Alex was impressed by the restrained power contained within his opponent. Theo was clearly much more dangerous than he had expected. Alex's eyes were drawn to Theo's hands, noting the small grenade the other man had pulled out from somewhere. The room was large, but an explosion would still do a lot of damage, risking the lives of everyone inside. Let's do this, Theo yelled, pulling the pin of the grenade and rushing at Alex, keen to do battle. Bring it, Alex shouted back, surging forward to meet the attack. When he got closer, Alex leaped at Theo, kicking out and connecting with his abdomen, sending the man toppling backward. As he fell, Theo tossed the grenade, and Alex dodged, letting it fly past him. The grenade crossed the huge room, hitting the back wall and exploding on impact. The entire house shook, and Alex's ears rang with the noise of the blast. Windows blew out and cracks appeared on the walls. The sturdy villa collapsed in on itself, unable to withstand the damage. Dust billowed as the walls and roof caved in, the house groaning as it fell into ruin. All the senior executives of Dominic Corp were buried in the rubble, apart from Dominic, who was trapped with his leg under a large stone. He wiped the dust from his face and coughed, struggling to breathe. At the moment of the explosion, Theo had rushed to cover him, saving his life. Alex, let's take this outside, Theo said, chuckling. Then he turned and crawled through a hole in the debris. Alex picked up his knife, frowned, and followed him out. Theo was clearly a martial arts master and not just a simple fighter, and Alex knew he would have to kill the man. Otherwise, he might retaliate someday, and Alex couldn't risk him going after Debbie or the Ambrose family. I was too soft before and I almost lost my mother, he thought. I won't make that mistake again. As for Dominic, Alex didn't even spare him a second glance. Once he had dealt with Theo, he could go back and kill Dominic. It wasn't as though the man could go anywhere with that rock pinning him down. Theo was waiting for him, his hair fluttering in the breeze. I guess it comes down to you and me, he said. You know, there was a great master who trained up in the frozen north. I fought with him for a long time and it ended in a stalemate. He was truly skilled. He shook his head. I haven't seen him for over 10 years, but I'm sure he must have achieved the highest level of martial arts by now. You're not much weaker than he was, but I doubt you'll ever be able to defeat him.
The frozen north? Alex asked, frowning. Are you talking about Tyson Slade? I killed him a while ago.
Didn't you hear about it?
What did you say?
Theo asked, his jaw dropping.
Not far away, several important people sat in a house, drinking and talking.
Oscar Stedman had finally come home, and everyone had gathered to celebrate his return.
Father, I'm sure you'll have reached the level of master this time, Edward said, holding up his glass.
Ah, do you really think it's that easy to become a master? Oscar asked, laughing. He looked fit and healthy, and his eyes burned with ambition. Masters are rare. In this entire country, there are only a few masters, such as Ash Thornton, whose martial arts skills are legendary. If I reach his level, then no one will be able to stop me. He paused for a moment and then continued. Even if I haven't succeeded in becoming a master this time, I'm still much more powerful than I was. If ordinary martial artists dare to fight me, it wouldn't take me long to defeat him. No one should underestimate me, not even Ash.
Ash is currently out of action, Edward said.
Apparently someone broke his leg and now Ash is recuperating at home.
Huh? What happened?
Oscar asked, shocked. Although Ash's martial arts skills are exaggerated, he is still a master. Who could have defeated him? I haven't been gone that long, so how could someone so powerful have just appeared?
Everyone is talking about it, but no one knows any details, Edward said.
The Thornton family's been staying out of sight recently, and they don't seem to be planning revenge. Apparently they just want to let it go, and they're not talking about it.
What are they afraid of?
Oscar asked, his eyes wide. It's such a shame that all the strong families seem to have disappeared now. How about the Mitchell family? Oscar asked. Dominic has already launched an attack on the Ambrose family, and his subsequent attacks will be even fiercer. The Mitchells have enlisted several other families, such as the Robinsons and the Palmers. He also sent someone to us while you weren't here, but I didn't accept his offer. I thought it was in our best interest to remain neutral. We can wait and see who will be victorious before we choose sides. Edward cared nothing about morality and justice, and he could always be depended upon to act in his own interest.
That's true,
Oscar said thoughtfully. We're close enough to watch the missile house and can keep an eye on what happens. He was very interested in the fight between the Mitchell and Ambrose families. The sound of an explosion interrupted their conversation. Edward grabbed a pair of binoculars and rushed to the window, looking out to find the source of the blast. His mouth hung open, and he slowly lowered his hands.
You have to see this, he said.
Oscar stepped forward and took the binoculars from Edward. The explosion had clearly come from the Mitchell house. He watched as two figures battled, fighting so furiously that they were practically a blur. Is this a fight between masters? He muttered incredulously. Episode 464, Don't Count Your Chickens. Alex and Theo continued to fight. Theo's skills were second only to those of the Blood Brothers, whose top fighter had been Tyson. In the huge courtyard of the Mitchell house, Theo lunged at Alex with a blade. He had suffered some injuries in the blast, so he wasn't at his best, and Alex easily evaded him. Theo's martial arts skills had peaked, and if Alex had really defeated young and brilliant fighters, then Theo might not win this fight. Theo tossed another grenade, missing once again, and opening a hole in the ground and sending dust and dirt flying into the air. Alex pulled out a blade and advanced on his opponent. The blade was long and sharp, and it was capable of slicing through most things without much effort. Theo raised his own knife, blocking Alex's thrust and spinning out of the way. Even though Alex was skilled with a blade, he would have to get close enough to use it. "I have to admit, you're much more capable than I thought," Theo said, stunned. He blocked Alex again and jumped out of reach. He looked very calm, but he was slowly backing away. "So you consider yourself the equal of Tyson?" Alex taunted, keeping pace with him. Without warning, he tossed his knife, which glinted in the sunlight as it headed toward its target. Theo didn't take his eyes off the approaching blade. At the last moment, he managed to dodge it, only receiving a shallow cut to his arm. When he attempted to throw his own knife, his aim was off, and Alex didn't even need to move to avoid it. "Enough, Theo," Alex said. "It's time for you to die." He pulled out another blade and dashed at Theo, determined to finish this once and for all. He moved quickly, giving Theo no time to react, and lashed out with the killing blow. Theo didn't even see it coming. The blade slid through his ribs, straight to his heart. His knees buckled, and he crumpled to the ground. Oscar had arrived at the Mitchell house just in time to see the end of the battle, and he looked over at the calm young man who had just defeated Theo. Alex paid no attention to him. Instead, he turned and walked back into the villa. Dominic was still trying to move the stone off his leg. A mobile phone kept ringing, but he couldn't reach it. The rubble shifted a little, and he inched a little closer to the phone, but it was still out of reach. After a moment, he became aware that he wasn't alone, and he looked up to see Alex staring at him with a cold expression. Dominic paled. "Mr. Ambrose, I admit that we did the wrong thing," he said. "Please spare my life, and I'll be loyal to you in the future. Whatever you need from me, I'll do it. My family has a lot of power and money, which will be at your disposal if you let me live." Dominic was a proud man, but now he begged Alex for mercy. He hoped that the mention of his family's influence would serve as both an enticement and a threat. "The Mitchell family?" Alex asked, shaking his head. "Even if you are rich and powerful, what can you possibly do for me?" Alex folded his hands behind his back and strolled casually over to Dominic, leaning closer to look at the man who had declared war on the Ambrose family. "If you kill me, the Mitchell family will never stop hunting you," Dominic said, beginning to panic. Dominic could feel the threat coming from Alex, who was watching him with an implacable gaze. "That was Connor on the phone," Alex said, stomping on the phone and smashing it into little pieces. "But don't worry, you'll see him in hell. And not just him, but your entire family. You'll all be reunited soon." "What?" Dominic asked, not understanding. "You tried to kill my mother, and that is unforgivable," Alex said, his voice hard. "My family will ensure it never happens again." He picked up a large piece of rubble and placed it on Dominic's chest. Then he lifted his foot and pressed down on the rock, steadily increasing the pressure. Dominic gasped, but he could no longer speak or cry for help. Within moments, his head fell to the side, and he was gone. Connor Mitchell sat with his friends in a hotel. "Connor, after tonight, your family will be the most powerful in the world," one man said. "Try to remember your old friends." "Of course," Connor said, taking a gulp of wine. He was almost giddy just thinking about his family's success.
"Connor, everyone is talking about the Mitchell family," another man said excitedly. "You went up against the Ambrose family, and I'm not sure they'll ever recover. Other families will eventually absorb them."
"Yes," someone agreed. "The Ambrose family will be too tempting to the remaining families. They'll be swallowed up and their power and money will be dispersed." One man remained quiet, not getting carried away. When he could no longer stand the empty flattery, he frowned and said, "Connor, don't count your chickens before they're hatched. It's too early to claim victory. The Ambrose family is more powerful than people realize. That famous martial artist called Alex is rumored to be Lincoln Ambrose's grandson. You need to be careful." "Alex, I've never met him," Connor said dismissively. "But don't worry, he won't be around for long. Anyone who dares to fight against my family will end up dead." "Anyone who dares to fight against my family will end up dead?" Everyone was shocked. Connor had grown more and more serious lately, and he could no longer be ignored. Episode 465, Sudden Death. "Don't look so worried," Connor said, looking around. "My father has an agreement with the Black Hand. No matter how good Alex's fighting skills are, he'll still die." "The Black Hand!" someone exclaimed. Everyone looked nervously at each other. They had all heard of the Black Hand's reputation. Once they had marked someone for death, there was no escape. They would hound that person, making their life hell, until they eventually caught up with them and put them out of their misery. "With the Black Hand involved, Alex's days are numbered," one man said with a sigh. "Then no one can stop the Mitchell family's rise to power," another man agreed. They all turned to look at Connor. One day his family would be the most powerful in the world, and his social standing would be greatly improved. After that, it would be much harder for them to get his attention. Connor smiled, but then his mouth suddenly dropped open and his eyes widened. He clutched at his throat, clearly in distress, but there was no sign of anything wrong. His hand slapped the table as he began to panic. And then he stopped, his hands falling limply away from his throat, and he slumped forward, not moving at all. His friends called out, not understanding what had happened. "What's wrong? Connor? Is he okay?" The room descended into chaos as they tried to work out what was going on. Everyone was suspicious, but there was nothing out of place. And yet Connor was clearly dead, and nobody knew how it had happened. There was no wound on Connor's body, and he hadn't been sick. So, what had killed him? The three leaders of the Black Hand hurried through the streets, eager to find someone. Alex stepped out in front of them, his arms crossed. The men bowed their heads. "Leader," they said. "The Ambrose family is not to be harmed," Alex said. "You can serve me by protecting them. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," they said, saluting him. Then they turned around and disappeared into the night. "Sir?" Oscar muttered from where he watched in the shadows. He had expected a fierce fight between the Black Hand and Alex, and he was shocked at what he had witnessed. The Black Hand had seemed completely deferential to Alex. When Oscar had finished his training, he had been ready to take on the entire world. But now that he had encountered this mysterious young man from the Ambrose family, he realized he was nothing. Alex suspected that he had only seen this meeting because Alex had allowed it. Clearly, Alex didn't consider him a threat and had no interest in killing him. After Connor's inexplicable death, the same thing happened again, all over the country. Younger members of the Mitchell family would be out eating, drinking, and having fun, only to suddenly collapse and die under mysterious circumstances. There was never any sign of foul play, and nobody could explain the deaths. The older family members died in the same way while sitting in their offices, or even in their own homes. Others died quietly in their gardens. One by one, the Mitchell family succumbed, and they had no idea why or how to protect themselves. Many died in front of witnesses who saw nothing amiss. Each death was sudden and inexplicable. The Mitchell family paid a heavy price for their attack on Flora Ambrose. In less than 3 days, almost every member of the Mitchell family was dead. People wondered if Alex had been responsible, although nobody could prove it. Still, his reputation grew, and nobody dared to provoke him, afraid of his response. Would any of the surviving members of the Mitchell family dare to seek revenge? No one knew. It was clear that the Ambrose family was untouchable. Anyone who harmed them would be destroyed. It didn't matter that there was no evidence of their involvement. The Mitchells had attacked the Ambrose family, and now almost all of them had died under mysterious circumstances. What other explanation could there be? Oscar had seen Alex kill Theo, and he was convinced that Alex had eradicated the Mitchells out of anger. The whole world was shocked at the unexplained deaths, and no matter how many scientists investigated the matter, nobody could find any answers. Is Alex really a top-level master? Oscar wondered. Next to that much power, Oscar was nothing. His dreams of success were doomed to failure. His arrogance had faded, and he was glad that Edward had made the decision to remain neutral. The Stedman family hadn't publicly supported the Mitchells, so they should be safe from Alex's wrath. The Mitchell family had made a huge mistake. They had used all their powerful connections to take down the Ambrose family, and they had underestimated Alex, not realizing that he was the family's greatest asset. Now that most of the Mitchell family had been wiped out by Alex, what use were their connections now? Who would care about helping such a damaged family? Most people would cut their losses and avoid the Mitchells. A few members of the Mitchell family were overseas. They also believed that the attack on Flora Ambrose had been a terrible decision. Alex walked through the streets until he came to the remains of the Mitchell house. He stood there, alone, thinking about everything. Oscar arrived. He looked at Alex and then kneeled before him, his legs almost giving out as he lowered himself. "Mr. Ambrose," he said, his tone respectful. He kept his head down, afraid to meet Alex's gaze. He waited for Alex to speak, but he heard nothing. After a while, he summoned enough courage to look up, and he discovered Alex had already gone. Episode 466. Did Alex do it? Oh. Oscar let out a sigh of relief. Alex had left him alone, and he was still alive. He got up from the ground and realized that his body was covered in a cold sweat. I never knew there were such incredible fighters in the martial arts world. This night has been a big eye-opener for me, he thought. Then he asked himself, why does Alex hate the Mitchell family so much? He's not a bloodthirsty man, but I'll have to be careful now. He clearly hates my family." The whole of Baltimore was shaken, as well as many important families in the rest of America. The fact was that the powerful Mitchell family should have been able to destroy the Ambrose family easily, but they had almost been entirely exterminated. Dominicorp had been left without a leader. The unbelievable reports from insiders stated that hundreds of members of the Mitchell family had mysteriously fallen to the ground and died immediately. Some people claimed that it must have happened as the result of a curse on the Mitchell family. Others thought they had been exterminated by mysterious forces overnight, probably from outer space. Many people believed that the Ambrose family were involved, but they didn't know how, and there was no evidence. What was known was that the Dominicorp villa had been burned to the ground in a huge fire, and that there was only one white wall remaining. There was some evidence that pointed to Alex, but no one seemed to know whether Alex was related to the Ambrose family of the underground world. All that anyone had to go on was gossip and hearsay. The Ambrose family itself remained so secretive that very few people knew anything about them, let alone were in a position to clearly state the relationship between Alex and Ambrose family. There was now so much mystery surrounding Alex that no one knew what to think. The few people who really knew the truth stayed silent. One of those was Oscar Stedman, who never spoke of what happened that night. Even when Edward begged his father to reveal what had happened, Oscar kept silent. Other powerful families who had once allied with the Mitchells now distanced themselves, and even sent people to show their respect to the Ambrose family. Now that the Mitchell family had perished, they quickly changed their alliances. As soon as the Mitchell family was destroyed, the Dominicorp group also collapsed. In contrast, the Ambrose family was ecstatic. Only a few days previously, the Ambrose family had been hiding on one of their small islands. They had been nervous every day and were predicting that their family was finished. Then, suddenly, overnight, their fortunes were reversed. The family were overjoyed, but didn't really understand what had happened. "Did Alex do all this?" one of his cousins asked. "According to the news, Dominicorp's villa was burned to the ground overnight, and no one knows where the remaining members of the family are," said another. "It's not just that. Almost all of the Mitchell family, except those overseas, have been killed. Some people say it was Alex's revenge for his mother," someone else said. Flora was also slowly recovering in the hospital and was overjoyed to hear the news. "I believe it must have been Alex. He's usually kind-hearted, but if you do anything to his relatives, he'll never forgive you. I grew up with Alex, so I know him really well," Justin said excitedly. He believed that Alex was capable of just about anything. That was why he had called him for help. "I also think that my cousin did it, but I won't tell you why I think that," Nellie said. She was convinced that it was Alex who had saved the Ambrose family. She had witnessed the battle on the edge of the Hudson River with her own eyes. It was a terrifying contest of martial arts, and she didn't believe that there was anyone else capable of such extraordinary feats as Alex. Gideon wasn't sure what to think. Had his son done it? He accepted that there was a lot that he didn't know about him. On the main villa on Fairview Island, the Ambrose family was silent and thoughtful, which was different from the excited atmosphere when they first understood their lucky escape. Lincoln was sitting in silence with no trace of joy on his face. He was clearly worried. A young cousin of Alex's interrupted his thoughts. He said excitedly, "If there are people like Alex in the Ambrose family, why should any of us be worried? Hey everyone, our Ambrose family is so lucky to have Alex. He'll make sure that the family always survives." "Shut up!" Lincoln shouted, scaring everyone. He stopped drinking, thought for a moment, and then said, "From now on, anyone who dares to suggest that Alex was responsible for what happened to the Mitchell family will be punished." Everyone was silent, and no one dared to speak. They patiently listened to Lincoln's orders. Lincoln took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Do we know for sure that Alex did it?" "We don't know yet." "Why do you all believe it was him?" "As you all know, Alex has been expelled from this family. What he does or doesn't do has nothing to do with the Ambrose family." Many people looked sad when he said that. Alex had always been very popular in the Ambrose family. He was polite and considerate to everyone, but in challenging situations he was also brave and never yielded. His character had been noble since childhood. Everyone was disappointed that Lincoln was still rejecting Alex. Lincoln was still thinking about what had happened. If Alex was responsible for what had happened to the Mitchells, Lincoln was sure that the only reason that he would have killed the whole family was in revenge for his mother's attack. Lincoln was worried that it would arouse the attention of the authorities. Lincoln pondered for a long time. The truth was that he had already determined that Alex must have done it. However, he had to be careful about sharing his conclusions. His grandson had committed a lot of crimes. The Mitchell family were a well-known family in Baltimore, and the collapse of Dominicorp was also newsworthy. The sudden deaths of so many members of the Mitchell family would certainly be intensely investigated. It wasn't just Lincoln's family who wanted answers. Many important families in Baltimore were waiting to be told what was going on. They believed that if Alex Ambrose had done it, he would surely go to prison. But then the news was released that Aidan Ambrose had been acquitted, and that he had returned to join the rest of the Ambrose family. Everyone started to believe that the Ambrose family were untouchable. The vacuum left by Dominicorp Group was quickly filled by the Stedman family, specifically by Oscar Stedman, who was very financially astute. After the acquisition of Dominicorp, he immediately visited Lincoln. His words were very respectful, and he pledged the allegiance of the Stedmans to the Ambrose family. However, Alex did not try to visit anyone in the Ambrose family again, and the rest of the family, including Lincoln, were disappointed. Lincoln felt very sad about Alex's isolation from the family, and he spent many hours on his own, contemplating the situation. "What are you planning, Alex? My wish is to pass on the leadership of Ambrose family to you, but you haven't even found it in your heart to approach your grandfather and request permission to return home." Episode 467, The Paradise. While the Ambrose family were still wondering what had happened, Alex left Baltimore and went to Atlantic City. At 11 o'clock that evening, Alex met with Debbie. The following day, they were going to board the Paradise cruise ship at Atlantic City Wharf. They were planning to spend some time on the cruise to rest and recuperate after everything that had happened. When they met, Debbie told him that they both needed new clothes to wear on the cruise, and told him about a boutique on board the ship that sold beautiful clothes. When she told Alex that the clothes cost around $1,000 per item, he had tried to change her mind. He thought, she fell in love with a man who's just a security guard and a teacher. How can she want to buy such expensive clothes? Although Alex and Debbie were now the leaders of the Black Orchid cult sect in the Appalachian Alliance, neither of them had asked for any money from either organization. Alex frowned. Although he and Debbie didn't care too much about money, he accepted that they still needed some to make the most of their time on the cruise ship. As he was thinking, he overheard other people near them chatting. "Hey man, where'd you get to last night? It's good to see you're still alive," one man was saying to his friend. "Tell me about it. I've had a lot of trouble on the cruise ship last night. I lost everything, over $5 million. Now I have to sell my house to pay off the debt," his friend replied. The man who had lost all money wanted to cry. He had nothing left to his name. "The Paradise? The casino cruise ship in Atlantic City Boardwalk? Buddy, that's a devil's cave that eats people and spits out their bones. Their games are designed to cheat visitors out of their hard-earned money. Why did you go there, to gamble?" "Well, I'd heard the Paradise was a good place to have a bit of fun. I never thought I'd lose everything." The man looked extremely agitated. He was probably thinking about how to pay the money back. He didn't want to think about the consequences if he didn't. The man didn't realize that Alex had been listening to their conversation. He was very interested to find out more about the casino cruise ship, the Paradise, and how harmful it was to clients. When he heard what the man said, he started to wonder if the casino was either cheating or that it could be run by gangsters. After Debbie had gone to bed in their hotel room, Alex asked and called Rufus if he could lend him $5 million, and Rufus was very happy to be able to help. He told Alex that it was a gift and that he didn't need to pay it back. Alex wouldn't accept it as a gift, however, and he made a note of how much he borrowed and how much interest he would pay back on the loan. He was determined not to take advantage of Rufus. If the owners of the boutique on the Paradise were aware of a member of the great Ambrose family was going there to buy clothes for his girlfriend, they would have been overjoyed. However, the security guards had no idea who Alex was when he tried to board the ship. "Please show me your identification, sir," one of the two security guards demanded as he tried to board the cruise ship. Their eyes were polite but firm. "Identification?" Only then did Alex consider that he would have to show proof of his age to board the casino. Alex smiled at the two guards and looked into their eyes. They instantly fell a little dizzy, and by the time they recovered their senses, Alex had passed them and boarded the ship. It was extremely luxurious inside the cruise ship, and also very busy with clients. Business was clearly thriving. The decadent scent of wine, beautiful people, extravagant outfits, and money made Alex feel uncomfortable. Everyone there was clearly very wealthy. Before seeing it for himself, Alex would never have imagined that such a hedonistic place existed. "Hey, buddy, is this your first time?" asked a portly, smiling man holding a glass of red wine. Alex didn't respond, so the portly man continued. "Buddy, you're here to make your dreams come true like the rest of us. Gambling is the most fun a man can have, and if you're lucky, you can win a couple million." "Really?" Alex smiled. The amount of money the man was hinting at was nothing to him. When he saw Alex's disappointment, the portly man took a mouthful of red wine. He said, "Oh, really? So a few million isn't enough for you? But if you want to play for higher stakes, you can definitely do that here too. The turnover of this place is at least 150 million a day. Between me and you, this is the place where members of the Chamber of Commerce launder money." "Really?" Alex's interest was piqued. "Oh, I can see this is your first visit. My friend, you really should know that..." The man paused as he checked around to make sure that no one else was listening to him. Then he lowered his voice and whispered, "The Chamber of Commerce is practically a black market organization itself. The Paradise is the economic lifeline for local chamber members, and the owner is one of the senior directors. You gotta be very careful when you come here and gamble. They're vigilant and ruthless. Last night a man from Philadelphia cheated and was thrown straight into the sea to feed the fish." Alex laughed. He found the whole concept of the casino amusing. The owner was happy to swindle his clients, but he wouldn't let the gamblers cheat themselves. What a con man. Now that he had a better understanding of the situation, Alex nodded to the man and walked into the casino. The lights were bright, and the atmosphere was welcoming. There were piles of chips on the gambling tables in front of many rich clients who were happily throwing them onto the tables without much care. "Welcome," a beautiful woman addressed Alex warmly. She led him to the cashier to buy chips. "Sir, how many chips do you want to buy?" the cashier asked. Alex took out his cash and placed it on the counter. "Whatever I can get for $5 million, he told her. The cashier didn't seem at all surprised. She was used to dealing with very large sums of money. Smiling, she gave Alex his set of chips for the evening. Alex took the chips and walked casually to a roulette table. The rules were very simple, and he bet $300,000 on black to start the game. The 8 gamblers already at the table were well dressed, and they noticed immediately that Alex's clothes were cheap. They couldn't believe that he had started with such a large bet. To bet so much on a roulette table was unusual. The other gamblers were reluctant to match Alex's bet. They were all rich, but they did want to throw their money away. The croupier smiled and called, "All bets in now, please." The wheel stopped on red, and Alex's chips were gone in a flash. "Bad luck," the croupier said. Alex's expression didn't change as he bet another $300,000, this time on red. The croupier stared at Alex for a moment and then spun the wheel. All the spectators who were watching were astonished. Even the other gamblers on nearby tables were surprised. Many of them stopped what they were doing to watch Alex's table. Episode 468, Roulette. In the next round, Alex bet another $300,000 on red. Several guests saw Alex as courageous, but some were unsure. They wondered what he was really up to. The dealer spun the wheel, and it landed on black. Alex had lost again. Some people were starting to turn against Alex, thinking he was being too rash with his money. Others were laughing, enjoying the spectacle. After his third loss, Alex was approached by the portly man who reminded him, "Buddy, gambling's all about luck. The more you play, the more likely you are to win. If you keep placing such large bets, you're going to give all your money away without giving yourself a chance to get it back." Several other people overheard the man and giggled. They wondered who Alex was to feel so blasé about losing money. "It's okay. I'll win it back later," Alex replied calmly. By his third bet, a lot of people were standing watching. They all wanted to see how much Alex would lose on the next spin. Alex placed another $300,000 on black and said, "This time I'm going to win." Of course, no one took him seriously. They all thought he was joking. Everyone knew that winning in a casino was all about luck, and you can't determine your own luck. "Everyone, place your bets, please," called the croupier, smiling to encourage people to play. While everyone else hesitated, Alex stepped forward and said, "I'll bet again. I must win this time." By then, Alex had come to the attention of the managers of the casino. They were watching the roulette table and smiling to themselves. This boy would make them rich if he continued to bet so generously. The croupier spun the wheel, and Alex lost again. The portly man just couldn't watch him lose any more money. He said, "Buddy, don't you think you've lost enough? I think you better stop for tonight." Alex smiled but placed another $300,000 on red. As he placed them on the table, he looked at the plastic chips and thought,
They really don't even look like money, just a pile of plastic.
The croupier smiled. He knew that his bosses would be watching and might even give him a bonus for the amount he had won them from this young man. Alex noticed that the croupier touched something on the underside of the roulette wheel while he was distracting the gamblers. He was a little puzzled about it. Suddenly, the crowd burst into laughter. Alex realized that the croupier was also starting to take bets from the crowd on whether Alex would win. Almost 20 people had gathered around to bet against Alex. The croupier spun the wheel, and Alex lost again. The portly man shook his head sadly. He had come across gamblers like this young man before. They could lose everything they owned but would still continue to gamble. As a result of their addiction, they would go deeper and deeper into debt until finally, their entire families would be ruined. Although the young man in front of him looked confident, the man was worried about him. And he certainly didn't seem willing to listen to any advice. Most of the crowd thought that Alex was a fool. The portly man was very anxious and still wanted to help Alex. Although he wasn't a relative, he had a good feeling about Alex and didn't want him to lose everything. He tried to persuade him. Buddy, for your own good, let's go for a walk. Alex simply smiled at the man, trying to convey to him that he was in control, that he knew what he was doing. But to the man, Alex seemed to be possessed by the devil. He wouldn't stop gambling. Alex noticed that the atmosphere in the casino had changed subtly. Previously, he had been surrounded by other gamblers, but now several staff seemed to have congregated around the roulette table. They seemed to be persuading the other gamblers to move away, so that Alex was the only one continuing to play. The truth was that the staff had noticed the large bets that Alex was placing, and they wanted him to continue without being persuaded to stop by the other clients. They'd also noticed the crowd around him getting very excited, and they wanted to calm things down. In the next few games, Alex lost almost all of his chips. He hadn't won a single game. How could anyone have such poor luck? In less than an hour, he had lost $5 million. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. The portly man looked at Alex from the other side of the room and sighed. He thought, "Oh, that boy was stupid. I bet he's lost every penny he had. I hope he has somewhere to sleep tonight." The man was a regular in the casino. Although he never gambled too much himself, he had seen too many ignorant young men like Alex losing all their money. Now that the crowd had calmed down, the staff moved away, and the other gamblers started to return to watch Alex. They wanted to see how bad a person's luck could be. Would he not even win a single game? When they gathered back around the roulette wheel, Alex had only $300,000 left. He had lost all the rest. Alex didn't know that he was being watched from an upper balcony by a somber-looking middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth. One of the casino croupiers told the man, "Boss, that young man's a fool." "Well, he's confident, but he's clearly stupid," the man commented as he puffed out a cloud of smoke. "We need more people like him to visit the casino every day." "Boss, I think we should offer to lend him money. It's clear that he still wants to gamble, but he'll have to stop when he runs out of money." The croupiers were very good at spotting opportunities like that, and lending money to the gamblers was common in the casino. If a client wanted to borrow money to continue gambling, they would lend them as much as they wanted. The money would all be going back to the casino anyway. If the debtor couldn't afford to pay back the loan, the casino would ensure they regretted it. "Yes, but let him lose everything before you approach him." The man knew exactly the best strategy to adopt. The $5 million that the boy had already lost was an insignificant amount. The real money would be made by the casino when they persuaded him to borrow more. Then, they could take everything his family owned. Alex was on his last game. The croupier smiled at him, encouraging him to place another bet. Without any hesitation, Alex placed the last of his chips on black. The croupier spun the wheel, and Alex lost again. The beautiful woman who had first greeted Alex saw what was happening. She approached him and asked politely, "Sir, do you need more chips?" Episode 469, You're Cheating. Everyone laughed. No one could believe the bad luck that Alex had experienced that evening. Yet he still potentially wanted to gamble more. Alex ignored the woman's question about whether he wanted more chips. Instead, he slapped his hand on the table and stood up. Everyone was a little shocked, including the croupier. The portly man who had been talking to Alex was also concerned. He was worried that the boy was being a poor loser and was going to start making trouble. All he had said to him was in vain. He looked away, unable to watch the boy getting on the wrong side of the casino managers. Alex asked the croupier coldly, "Is the casino cheating? I've played 10 games and I've lost them all. That can't be right. How can I lose every round and the casino always win? Everyone says it's all about luck, but how can your luck be so good and mine so bad?" he continued. "That's sometimes what happens in casinos, sir. Of course no one's been cheating. You've just been very unlucky." The croupier grimaced. He knew what was really going on and he felt very uncomfortable. "I know that you cheated, and you didn't even do it very well. You really should have let me win once or twice, right?" Alex pointed out. "Sir, I really must ask you to keep your voice down or leave. There are thousands of guests here. What will they think if they hear what you're saying? I'm afraid you won't be able to fight against the power of the casino." His tone was very threatening, and there was no trace of a smile on his face. At that moment, a man dressed completely in white walked down the stairs and approached Alex. He said, "Sir, you just lost $5 million. We understand why you're feeling angry, but you cannot blame us for your bad luck or try to tarnish the reputation of the casino." The man in white looked around at the other gamblers and continued, "If you apologize now, we can put this incident behind us, and I won't embarrass you in front of everyone." He leaned in and whispered menacingly, "If you're not quiet, you'll suffer the consequences." The worst crime that a casino could be accused of is cheating. Once a casino gained a reputation for cheating, they were finished. They therefore had to deal with Alex immediately and effectively. The hall became quiet. The guests looked from the man in white to Alex. Then they looked around at the rest of the casino staff. Some started thinking, "I didn't win one of the 10 games I played either. It must be due to bad luck, but it's more likely that the casino was cheating. Why do the customers lose so much more than they win? I really want to know. Maybe there was something going on." Alex laughed and said, "Sir, you cheat, and if any clients catch you out, you threaten them? I really can't imagine a worse way to treat your customers. Now, what are you going to do?" he asked. "Well, sir, if you refuse to be quiet, you'll have to face the consequences. That's our rules." The man in white turned and said to the croupier, "Break both his hands and throw him into the sea." A bearded man walked over carrying a hammer in one hand. His face was devoid of any expression. "Put your arms on the table, sir," the bearded man said in a hoarse voice. A few onlookers shivered.
"Wait a minute," Alex said. "Let's play another 10 games. What do you think?" he asked. He wasn't sure why he had suggested it. He had already played enough to know what was going on. A deep male voice came from the balcony.
Yes, good idea.
"How many chips do you want to buy this time?" asked the voice. It was the man with the cigar. 30 million was not a lot of money for the man with the cigar. But if someone accused his casino of cheating in front of so many customers, he had no choice but to deal with it personally. He was the director of the casino on board the Paradise, and he answered to the Chamber of Commerce members the portly man had mentioned before. "I haven't finished gambling yet. What's wrong with you?" Alex said to the staff. The aggressive tone of his voice surprised everyone. "This time, one of your clients is going to spin the wheel. If I keep losing, no matter how much I lose, it'll prove that I am wrong and that I am guilty of slandering you," he continued. "If that happens, not only will I kneel down to apologize, but I will also allow you to break my hands and feet, okay?" he concluded. Although Alex spoke very quietly, everyone could sense his self-confidence. He really must have suspected the casino of cheating. The man picked up his cigar and chewed on the end of it. He thought, "This young must be crazy to want to make such a deal." But now some of the other guests are having their doubts. The reputation of the Paradise cruise ship is at stake. "Okay, if that's what you wish, we'll ask one of our clients to spin the wheel," he said. "Young man, I don't intend to take advantage of you, only to protect the reputation of the casino against your slander. If you win more than 3 out of 10 games, we'll give you an extra $5 million on top of your winnings. But if you don't win 3 games, then we will break your hands and throw you into the sea for slandering us. Do you accept?" The crowd shook their heads. With Alex's bad luck, there was no way he could win 3 out of 10 games. They feared for the polite young man. "Allow me to make a suggestion," the portly man said as he stepped forward. "The staff should not be the ones to pick who will spin the wheel. The young man could still have doubts that the person picked was a plant. Allow the young man himself to pick who is to spin the wheel. Also, it would be a good idea to purchase a brand new roulette wheel from a manufacturer of gambling equipment." "That's a good idea," someone in the crowd stated. "That proposal is fair to everyone. If the casino wins, its reputation will be fully restored," agreed his friend. "Yes, I agree," said another. All the customers thought that the proposal sounded fair. It would take some effort to put the man's suggestion into place, but it did seem to be a fair way of settling the situation. No matter who won or lost, everyone would be convinced that the outcome was correct. The director of the casino narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the portly man, and then said, "Okay, thank you for your suggestion. We can do that." In less than an hour, a new roulette wheel had been delivered to the casino. When he saw that it had arrived, the director walked down to the gambling hall holding a cigar in his hand. He said to Alex, "Now you choose who you want to spin the wheel." Then he nodded to the man in white, who immediately stepped aside. Episode 470, The Ultimate Gamble. The director looked at Alex with a slightly amused expression and asked, "Sir, are you really prepared for your ultimate gamble?" Alex didn't reply. He looked around at the other customers and pointed to the portly man who tried to help him. He said, "I choose him to spin the wheel." In order to prove that the casino wasn't cheating, the director allowed Alex and the other gamblers to inspect the new roulette wheel. Everyone agreed that there was nothing suspicious about it. After confirming that the crowd were satisfied, the director waved his hand.
The man in white walked over to the roulette wheel to demonstrate how to spin it to the portly man and to supervise the game. As he reached forward, a black eagle tattoo with a protruding eye was exposed on his right arm. The eagle was extremely realistic and appeared to have a defiant look in its eyes. There was a hand attached to the eagle that seemed to symbolize the power of heaven and earth. Even Alex was taken aback by the tattoo. The man in white looked around at the gamblers in the casino. His eyes were small and sharp, as if he really was an eagle and the people were his prey. "Wait a minute." The director looked at Alex and said, "Sir, how many chips are you going to bet this time? Was $5 million all you had?" There was a glimmer of scorn in his eyes. Alex smiled. He didn't want to ask Rufus again or rely on his family. He quickly sent a message to Celeste, who was still at the Moon Palace. Within 20 seconds, she had given him access to a bank account with over $600 million in it. It was all the money the Moon Palace owned. "Please don't use all the money. Please leave at least $200 million in the account, will you?" Alex reassured her and laughed a little to himself. Did she really think that he would spend $400 million in one day? "I'm ready," Alex told the director. "How much do you suggest I bet? I have plenty of money." "Excellent," exclaimed the director as he thumped the table in his excitement. "Now we're gambling. If you dare to bet $15 million, I will honor your bet. Do you accept?" "Well, if you suggest $15 million, then I agree." Alex waved his hand nonchalantly. He swiped a bank card on their machine, and a receipt was printed with a huge sum of money on it. The crowd gasped. The young man clearly didn't even need to make an appointment at the bank to request the money. They had given him access to the $15 million instantly, which demonstrated that he must be a highly respected client of the bank who regularly dealt with large sums of money. Everyone was surprised. It was rare to meet such a young billionaire. They hadn't expected to meet such a person at the casino that day. Several women who had not taken much notice of Alex initially now admired his handsome new face and attractive eyes. The director was surprised. He was confident that he already knew everyone from the wealthy families in Atlantic City, but he had never met this young man before. However, he stopped thinking about it. He was keen to get on with the game and save the reputation of the business. He was worried that if he didn't prove the integrity of the casino, other gamblers would also start to suspect them of cheating. "Let's get on with it. The stake is $15 million. You don't need to worry about buying chips. You can just swipe your bank card," he announced. He passed Alex's bank card to the cashier, who swiped it in the machine. The truth was that even $15 million was a small amount to him. He really wanted to suggest 10 times that amount, but he didn't want to scare the youth away. He could always increase the bid as they went. Alex was smiling as he retrieved his bank card. He said, "Let's start." The atmosphere in the casino was very tense, with every single client now watching Alex. With a starting bet of $15 million, it was highly possible that the young man could lose $1 billion by the end of the night. Everyone was excited and craned their necks to watch Alex. "Place your bet," the director said to Alex. There was amusement in his eyes, and he put one hand on Alex's shoulder. The gesture was supposed to be intimidating. "Get your hands off me," Alex said slowly. "I bet $15 million on black." Then he threw the receipt for $15 million onto the table. The man in white was becoming impatient, and he urged the portly man to spin the roulette wheel. The man stepped forward and spun the roulette wheel. His technique was extremely professional, and everyone was slightly surprised. The man in white was still glaring at Alex. His intention was to destroy his confidence. The wheel spun. The director continued to smile as he chewed the end of his cigar. He pretended that he was relaxed about the result, but in reality, he was a little anxious. Slowly, the wheel came to a stop.
"It's black!"
someone screamed. They couldn't control their excitement. Everyone in the casino started shouting and yelling, and then suddenly it was silent. The director and security guards had made them all be quiet. "I won." Alex was grinning. With that one game, he had reversed his bad luck from the previous 10 rounds. Many guests couldn't hide their excitement. They were so pleased for Alex. He had lost so many games in a row, but now he had won a huge amount back. They felt that it was the fairest outcome. The man in white looked angry. He didn't say anything, but just glared at Alex aggressively. But the director was still smiling, as if he had won. He laughed and challenged Alex.
"Okay, but can you win 3 games in a row?"
The cashier had paid Alex his winnings in front of everyone. They all waited to see what he would do. Alex smiled and said, "Yes, I'll accept your challenge. I believe that I will win 3 games in a row. This time I'll bet 30 million, he announced, on red." The portly man stepped forward and spun the roulette wheel again. Everyone watched it spin. The man in white looked at Alex with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He appeared confident that this time the casino would win. Everyone in the room was pressing forward, waiting to see where the wheel would stop. A young girl screamed, "It's red!" The crowd exploded in excitement. A lot of the security team even rushed into the casino to see what was going on. Most of the guests had wanted Alex to win. It made for a great underdog story. Alex took the $60 million from the cashier and said, "Yes, it seems that I've won again. Thank you." Episode 471, Dropping the Ball. The man in white shook with anger, and the portly man stood staring at the roulette wheel. Everyone around was in shock about what had happened. Alex stood tall and looked at his adversaries with a triumphant smile on his face. One more spin, and it would be over with. The director stood gaping, and the man in white was turning blue. He glared at Alex with a deep anger in his eyes. "Last round," Alex said. The man in white snatched the ball out of the wheel and held it in his closed fist. He stared deep into Alex's eyes. "Same bet?" he asked. Alex thought for a moment. "How about $60 million this time?" he finally answered. "If your casino can afford that much." The crowd erupted in a stunned murmur. "You're joking," the director exclaimed, but there was worry in his eyes. The man in white looked as if he wanted to stomp Alex into the ground right then and there. Then he gave Alex a sinister smile. He had accepted. "Good," Alex said, without waiting for an answer. "I bet on black." The man in white gave the director a reassuring look, and then he nodded for the portly man to begin spinning the wheel. As he readied himself to throw the ball into the wheel, Alex stopped him. "Wait," he said. "I'll pick someone else to do it this time, just so we know there's no funny business." He looked out over the crowd, and his eyes fell on a small but well-dressed man who stood on the other side of the table. He was trembling from the suspense, and he was sweating nervously. You do it," Alex said and pointed to the man. He came over to Alex's side of the table, took the ball from the man in white with a trembling hand, and threw it into the spinning wheel. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ball as it spun around the rim of the roulette wheel. It seemed to stay there for an eternity, but then it fell into the middle of the wheel and bounced around among the numbered fields. After a few seconds, the bounces of the ball became shorter and shorter, and before long, it had stopped completely. Everyone leaned forward to see where it had landed. It had landed on red. The entire casino hall erupted. Everyone had assumed that Alex had some trick up his sleeve, but they appeared to have been wrong. He had won twice against the odds, but now they knew that he had just been lucky. They jeered and glowered at him. The director of the casino stood laughing in the midst of the commotion. "You lose, little boy," he said derisively, and clapped his hands together. He seemed to be thanking God for having saved the casino. The man in white stayed completely calm and looked contemptuously at Alex without showing a shred of excitement or relief. "I guess you should have gone for red," he said. "But I suppose you're not as good at this kind of thing as you thought you were. Now, pay us the money you owe us, and then we'll take care of the rest of your punishment." The crowd went silent at his words. They looked at Alex as if he was a dead man, which to them he was. In only a few minutes, the man in white would have his hands crushed and thrown him into the ocean. They all grew uneasy, and some started moving away from the roulette table. They didn't want to stay and watch the aftermath. But Alex only smiled. Then he began to laugh. He laughed louder and louder, so loud that the attention of everyone in the room was drawn to him. When he stopped laughing, he stood and looked around the room with the brightest smile on his face that any of them had ever seen. He seemed to revel in the moment. The people around him grew even more uneasy. They couldn't understand Alex's behavior, and they started to think that maybe there was something wrong with him. The director smiled gleefully, but then his eyes shifted back down to the roulette wheel. His whole body went cold. The ball was now on black. The shy little man who spun the wheel leaned over and inspected the wheel. He began. "It's on black. Black wins." Alex clapped his hands and rubbed them together. The room was silent as the grave. The director stared at the wheel in horror. Nobody had touched it. Nobody had even come near it. The ball must have moved on its own. One final bounce while they had stopped watching. Alex looked at the man in white. "What were you saying about not being as good as you thought you were?" he asked slyly. The man in white seemed unable to speak. The director gave Alex a quizzical look. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked. "I mean that if you're going to be in the casino business," Alex answered, "then you should know not to count your chickens before they hatch. You were all waiting desperately for a result, and you so hoped that it would come out a certain way that you jumped to conclusions. Well, you lost. I'll take that money now, please." Alex shone with contentment at the puzzled faces. It amused him how clear it was that they couldn't begin to understand what had just happened, and he wasn't about to explain it to them. The man in white's face grew a color to match his clothes. His hands were tied. Alex had been standing far from the wheel. He had chosen people at random to spin and throw the ball, and nobody had had the opportunity to change the result after the fact. Even if Alex had cheated, he couldn't refuse to accept the result. The credibility of the casino was at stake. Alex turned to the director.
I won 3 games in a row as we agreed, he said. I believe I'm cashing out at $120 million. Should we settle downstairs? Episode 472, Cashing Out. The tension in the casino was palpable, and everyone seemed to be waiting for violence to erupt. Many looked at Alex as if he was mad. He had waltzed into the Paradise Casino and won over $100 million, and he seemed to think they would allow him to just walk away. That wasn't how things worked. The director took a cigar out of his inside pocket, put it in his mouth, and lit it. He wasn't sure how to best handle the situation, so he stalled for time. If they had been somewhere more private, he would have Alex beaten and disposed of. But they were in the middle of the casino. He had to tread carefully. The man in white also didn't make a move, nor did he say anything. He was sure that Alex had cheated, but he couldn't understand how he had done it. And he had no way of proving it. The roof of the casino was riddled with cameras, but if they had seen anything, someone would have let him know by now. The director sucked on his cigar and shifted his gaze from Alex to the man in white. He was waiting for him to do something. The man in white was an expert gambler and an expert cheater. If anyone could figure out how Alex had managed to win, the director knew that it would be the man in white. Alex stared at their dumbstruck faces. He was starting to lose his patience. "Can you suddenly not speak?" he asked in a raised voice. "I want my winnings, and I want you to admit that you were cheating. 10 games and not a single win. Then we change things up and I start winning immediately. How do you explain that?" The people around Alex started nodding along with his words. He was winning them over, and he was turning them against the casino. Many of them were frequent visitors, and the management had always smiled at them and enticed them with kind words. If it turned out that they had been cheating them the whole time, there would be hell to pay. It was a gross betrayal of their trust. A discontented murmur rose from the crowd. Many glared suspiciously at the director and the man in white. "He's right," one man said. "If the game isn't fixed, 10 losses in a row in roulette almost never happens. If you didn't cheat, bring out the other wheel and prove it." "Right," a second man chimed in. "Come to think of it, I've never won a single game of blackjack in this place either. Every other casino I've been to, I've won, and I've lost. But here, I've never won even a single time. Something's up." More and more people chimed in, and the director looked nervously around the room. Things were getting out of hand. It wouldn't be long before they turned into a mob. He was already being encircled. He had to make a move. He tried to make eye contact with the security staff, but he knew there weren't enough of them to stop a general riot. He decided not to call on them. Instead, he made a run for it. He pushed some people out of the way, dashed across the casino floor, went up the stairs, and ran into his office. In the upper drawer of his desk, he kept a handgun. He picked it up and then fired a few rounds into the ceiling. Panic set in immediately. The crowd that had gathered by the roulette tables scattered, and there was a whirlwind of bodies on the casino floor as everyone ran for cover. But there were some who didn't try to hide. The gunshots had triggered other instincts in them, and their instinct was to defend themselves. Fights broke out everywhere on the floor, and the casino erupted in chaos. Alex saw his opportunity to escape, and he took it. On his way out, he passed the cashing out station. It had been abandoned in all the commotion, and the door was open. He went inside, grabbed the money they owed him in cash,
stuffed it into his pockets, and walked out on deck. He walked to the back of the boat, got into an inflatable dinghy, and raced off back to Atlantic City. When he got back to shore, he pulled some of the money out of his pockets and looked closely at it. He had taken the highest value bills that he could find, but it would be unlikely to match the money he had been owed. But it was certainly enough. He felt it was right to pay the portly man for his help at the roulette, since he had tried to warn him that the casino was dangerous, and he would have to return the money the Moon Girls had lent him, but there would still be an enormous amount left over. Alex smiled. There would be enough left over for him to buy Debbie all the new clothes in the world, and a new house on top of that. They would live like rich folks, and it was all because the casino had been stupid enough to try and cheat. He laughed to himself, stuffed the money back into his pockets, and walked away. He took the train back to his apartment near Oak Ridge High School. By the time he got back there, it was late in the evening. The sun had gone down and the streets were dark, but the lights in the apartment were still on. As he approached the door to the apartment building, he sighed contentedly. He knew that Debbie was inside, and it made him feel as if he was truly coming home. When he came into the apartment, he closed the door behind him and went to the bathroom to take a shower before bed. It was only once he got out of the shower that he noticed how clean and tidy the whole apartment looked. Everything was in its proper place, and his nightclothes were lying neatly folded over the armrest of the living room sofa. Debbie had truly gone the extra mile. He was overcome with gratitude and a warm sense of home. He wasn't used to the feeling of being lovingly cared for by a true partner, and it overwhelmed him. At that moment, he could have sworn that he was happier than he had ever been in his life. This is what life is supposed to be like, he thought. Simple, safe, and warm. As long as there's a place like this to get back to at the end of the day, everything else is worth it. He went into the bedroom and found Debbie. She was lying on her side of the bed, still wearing her regular clothes. Her cheek was pressed against the covers, and she had a blissful smile on her face. She must have fallen asleep waiting for him, and she seemed to be dreaming pleasant dreams. He walked up to her and watched her sleeping. He didn't want to disturb her rest, but she stirred when his shadow came across her face. She blinked sleepily a few times, looked up at him with love in her sleepy eyes, and stretched herself out. "Have you eaten?" she asked. Alex smiled at her. To come home to someone who cared for him so much was more than he could ever have dreamed of. He still could hardly believe his luck. In his mind, the loving girl who lay looking up at him took on a kind of extraordinary dreamlike beauty. Episode 473, Domestic Bliss. Debbie sat up. Because she had fallen asleep waiting for Alex, she was still wearing her regular day clothes, and he found it amusing to see her sitting sleepily on the bed in such proper attire. She hadn't even taken off her coat. When he looked at her, he thought of everything that had happened to them, and how strange and chaotic their lives had become. And yet, in spite of everything else he was now expected to be, the sound of her calling him by his name made him feel perfectly normal. With her, he was still the boy from Preston. He was still just Alex. Suddenly, he smelled food and realized that he was very hungry. "Debbie, did you cook for us?" he asked and stroked her face. She smiled joyously back at him, as if she had forgotten about it herself. "Yeah, I did it while I was waiting for you." "Debbie, you didn't have to do that," he said in a grateful but concerned voice. "You're in school all day and then you're doing homework. You shouldn't exhaust yourself." He looked at her. "What if I get hurt again while I'm not looking?" he thought. He didn't want to say it out loud. She only smiled back at him. She seemed to know what he was thinking. "You don't need to worry about me, Alex," she said. "I've never felt better, and I'm not planning on having any more accidents. Are you?" He gave her an exaggerated look of mock sternness, but he couldn't keep a straight face. They both laughed. "Come on, let's go eat," she said, and led him out to the kitchen by the hand. She hadn't been idle while he'd been away. On the table stood a bowl of soup, a plate of fresh vegetables, and 2 pieces of meat with fried mushrooms on the side. They looked simply cooked, but immensely appetizing, and Alex's mouth watered from the wonderful smell they gave off. "There's a bottle of beer in the fridge," he remembered. "Should we share it?" Without answering, Debbie walked across the kitchen and got the bottle out of the fridge. When she handed it to him, he noticed immediately that it wasn't the same bottle that he had put in the fridge. "What's this?" he asked, and inspected the bottle. "Is this light beer?" "Yeah," Debbie answered with a smile. "Look, Alex, with everything that's going on, I don't think we should be drinking strong alcohol at home. Especially not you. We have to take care of ourselves and each other. Otherwise, we'll pay for it when we're older." Alex chuckled. He hadn't thought about it, but perhaps Debbie was right. He had almost started thinking of himself as being above illness, as someone whose only concern was physical injury. But even if that were true, there'd be no harm in maintaining a healthy lifestyle. The most important thing was the way that Debbie had phrased her concern. "When we're older," he repeated to himself. She was imagining a life for them in old age, still at each other's side. He was deeply moved and felt as if he might start to cry. He decided to change the topic. "The soup looks delicious," he said, and picked the ladle out of the soup bowl. "And still warm." "Is it?" she asked. "I must have only slept for a few minutes. Here, let me." She took the ladle out of his hand and began to stir the soup. As she did so, their eyes met and they smiled at each other. There was a warmth and a tenderness in her eyes that was even greater than Alex had seen in them before. "There you go," she said, and handed the ladle back to him. "Here, try some." Images of family dinners from his childhood sprang into Alex's mind. They were images of a blissful domestic harmony that he hadn't experienced since he was little, and he had thought them lost to him. A happy home life wasn't something he had dared to hope for in a long time, but here they were, right in front of him because of Debbie. It felt more right than anything ever had. This was where he was meant to be. Alex took some soup and tasted it. At that moment, it was the best food he had ever eaten. He had not known how hungry he really was, but that first spoonful of soup brought it out in full force. He couldn't help himself. He finished the soup in a hurry, grabbed some vegetables, and gulped the meat down as if he had no time to chew it. When his plate was empty, he pushed it away from himself and looked up at Debbie. To his surprise, she had hardly started eating. He became embarrassed. "I'm sorry," he said. "I should have waited for you so we could eat together." Debbie only laughed. "It's all right," she said warmly. "You were hungry, apparently. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Let me just finish eating and then we can go to bed." "Go to bed, huh?" he said mischievously. "I wish we could." She looked surprised. "What?" she asked. "Is there something wrong with that?" He thought of their kiss in the Moon Palace, and he felt as if he was living in a dream. Here he was with the girl of his dreams, and they shared everything and depended on each other. But there were things that they were not allowed yet to do. "We shouldn't," he said. "It isn't time for that." She gave him a quizzical look. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "Of course it is. It's already dark outside." He looked at her and smiled. "Well," he said, "as long as you promise that we're only going to sleep." Debbie blushed. It seemed that she was finally catching on to what he was saying. "Oh, I didn't mean that," she said as she turned a deep red. "Obviously, I only meant we should go to sleep." They did the dishes together and then got ready for bed. Alex took a large towel with him from the bathroom and laid it on the floor. They kissed goodnight and Debbie got into bed. Alex lay down on the floor and put the towel over himself. It wasn't long before he heard Debbie breathing heavily. She had fallen asleep. He lay awake for a long time, thinking about her and about them. He couldn't wait to share all of himself with her. But they had promised to get married first. He knew that she was as eager as he was, but it seemed that he had misinterpreted her. She hadn't been suggesting what he thought she had been. She hadn't even considered it. It made him love her even more. The next morning, they had a quick breakfast together before Debbie went to the university. Not long after she had left, Alex went to check on how things were going at Oak Ridge. All of the students and staff greeted him with warmth and respect. He was truly the principal now. He was gratified by the respect they showed him, but it also made him strangely uneasy. Teenagers shouldn't look up to their role models too much, he thought. It might lead them astray. They need to think for themselves. Suddenly his phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and answered. "Alex, it's Joe Hall," the voice on the other end said. "It's been a while. Are you too busy to get in touch with your old schoolmates?" Alex was taken aback. With all the craziness that had happened since he left Preston University, he hadn't thought about Joe in ages. "Hey, Joe," he said joyfully. "How are you?" "I'm doing just fine," Joe answered. "Actually, I've just bought a house in Baltimore. Will you come over and see it?" Episode 474, Housewarming. At 8 o'clock that evening, Alex was on his way to Joe's villa in the suburbs of Baltimore. As he walked the streets of the luxurious neighborhood, Alex reminisced about his old college roommate. He had always known that Joe was relatively well off financially, but he had never gotten a clear picture of just how wealthy his family was. If he was the first of them to buy his own house, and in such a fancy area no less, he must be doing well. There were certainly more expensive neighborhoods, but this one was beautiful, clean, and far enough from the city center that it almost felt like being out in the country. Joe had said that the house was worth $12 million, and he had sounded very eager to show it off to his old friends. However much he had actually paid, it had probably been worth it. The strangest thing to Alex was that Joe seemed to have decided to settle in Baltimore, and that he had called all his old roommates for a meetup in the city where Alex now lived. It seemed like a strange coincidence, but Alex didn't think there was anything sinister behind it. He had no reason to mistrust Joe. When Alex arrived at Joe's house, he wasn't very impressed. Compared to Clifton Manor and Dominic Mitchell's mansion, the villa wasn't very impressive. Still, he was happy for Joe's sake, and he was sure that it would make a lovely home. Joe had told him that Susan would be there as well. Apparently, he had bought it as a birthday gift to her. They were engaged to be married. Alex went in through the main entrance, and Joe met him with a smile and a warm embrace. Ben and Max, Alex's other roommates at Preston, were also there. They were all excited to see each other again, and all of them wanted to know everything that had happened to the others since they lived together. But the 4 roommates weren't the only ones who had been invited to the party. In fact, Joe had filled his new house with guests. As he stood in the hallway with his old friends and inspected the crowd of people further inside, Alex realized that he knew almost none of them. But the atmosphere was relaxed, and everyone seemed to be happy. When they stepped out of the hallway and into the reception room, the entire crowd of people turned to look at them. The conversation and the laughter stopped immediately. The happy faces disappeared and were replaced by looks of hostility and revulsion. Everyone looked at them as if they were intruders, as if they didn't belong. Alex immediately knew the reason. Because he had only expected to meet his old college friends, he had not dressed up. His friends hadn't either, and they all stood out like sore thumbs in the crowd of well-dressed socialites. Alex looked particularly out of place. Since he had gone for a quick visit to Oak Ridge that day, and then thought he was only visiting his friend, he hadn't even changed his clothes from the previous day. His clothes weren't just plain, they were crumpled and dusty as well. As he stood and watched the sea of inhospitable faces, he heard a friendly voice call out to him. "Alex," it said, "you're here?" A girl with a bright smile came up to him and stood next to Joe. It was Susan. She looked happier and more radiant than he had ever seen her, and she and Joe looked made for each other. She hugged him and then glanced around with a searching look. "Didn't you bring a date?" she asked. Then her radiant smile returned, and she met his eyes again. "My goodness, Alex, you're even handsomer than I remember. What kind of stuff are you taking?" "That's kind of you to say," Alex replied. He didn't mention Debbie. He didn't want to have to answer questions about her right then and there. Susan already knew a lot about Alex, but she had always been confused about his real identity. She had heard that he was actually very rich, but she wasn't the kind of person who believed in gossip and rumors. Except for his good looks, he had always seemed very ordinary to her. Given how he looked as he stood in her house just now, she concluded that the rumors were probably nonsense. "I was afraid you wouldn't come," she said with a smile. "Of course I came," he said and laughed. "It's your birthday after all, and you're moving into your new home. Which reminds me." He raised his hand to her and gave her his birthday gift. He had almost forgotten to get one. He had been so excited about seeing his old friend. It was only when he was already on his way that he had remembered, and by then his options were severely limited. He had managed to find something and thrown it into a plastic bag, and this was how he presented it to Susan. "Happy birthday," he said with a smile. On the way, he had imagined that the whole thing would be very funny. But that was before he knew he would be presenting his gift in front of a large audience. Susan took the plastic bag and didn't inspect it too closely. She could feel that it wasn't heavy. "Thank you, Alex," she said sweetly. Ben and Max had also bought gifts, and they both stepped forward to end the uncomfortable situation. Their gifts were also rather plain, though nowhere near as tawdry as Alex's, and Susan accepted them gracefully before putting them away on a table with the rest of her gifts. "Listen," she said when she came back, "we have to mingle with the other guests, but I can show you around quickly. The house isn't very big, but it's nice. We looked at a few properties before we settled on this one. and this was the best we could afford. She looked around and lowered her voice. It cost us $12 million, she continued. Both Joe's and my parents had to pitch in. I don't even know if they have any money left. Alex laughed. Susan wasn't hiding anything from them. It was clear that she saw them as old friends. Of course, we had to take out a huge mortgage as well, she said with a smile. We're pretty much prisoners here now. Whatever you do, don't make our mistake. If it makes you feel any better, Max said in a playful tone, I doubt any of us will ever be able to afford a house like this. I hope that's some comfort at least. Susan laughed. Thanks, Max. That does cheer me up. Joe left them to greet some other guests, and Susan took them on a quick tour of the house. As she led them through the hallways and into the various rooms, pointing things out as they went, Alex nodded along and did his best to seem interested. Susan was very pleased. When they had gone through most of the rooms of the house, she readied herself to go and receive other guests. But just as she turned to walk away from her friends, a small group of women came walking up to them. They wore brightly colored dresses, had shawls draped over their shoulders, and had fixed their hair in elaborate hairstyles. Susan, I didn't want to say anything, but you have a standard to maintain now, one of them said, and blocked Susan's passage through the hallway. She glared at Alex and Ben. If you invite this sort of people into your house, you'll make a fool of yourself. And worse, the value of your house could fall. The other women snickered and nodded along. Yes, said one of them. Are they your relatives? Friends of yours? It doesn't matter. You should ditch them. They'll be a bad influence. Ben grew angry, but Max put his hand on his shoulder to hold him back. If they made a scene at the party, they would only make it worse for themselves and their hosts. Alex stood and watched the women. He was quite calm. Their get-ups were as luxurious as they were impeccable, but their snobby attitudes made it all feel tawdry and cheap. It's really sad, he thought. Some of these women from rich families, they think that no matter how badly they act, they can just put on fancy dresses and makeup to become angels. He decided that he would prove them wrong if he could. Episode 475, Unpleasant House Guests. Susan was embarrassed. She turned to Alex and leaned into his ear. These are some relatives on my mother's side, she whispered to him. They've always been like this. I'm sorry. Just ignore them. She leaned away from him, turned to face the women, and put a smile on her face. Guys, she said with as much cheer as she could muster, this is my aunt, Tabitha Hadley. Alex nodded respectfully. He wanted to avoid conflict. Hello, he said politely. Max almost burst out laughing. What kind of name is Tabitha, he thought. Tabitha noticed his snickering and sneered resentfully at them. She looked as if they were something she had scraped off her boot. Then she turned back to Susan. My dear, you really should throw these people out, she said coldly. You can't allow riffraff to be running around in your new home. Alex looked at her scornfully, and she locked eyes with him. He had met many people who thought they were better than him, but Tabitha's eyes shone with more resentment than any he had ever encountered before. Wait, I remember now, one of the other women said and pointed at Alex. I've seen this one before. He's a security guard, a low-level one. I've seen him several times around John Hopkins. She said it as if she was revealing a shocking secret. Oh, shut up, Ben blurted out. He couldn't take it anymore. So what? You think security guards aren't worth anything? Is that it? Well, at least they're out there helping people. More than I can say for you." The woman stared at him in shock. "How dare you speak to me that way?" she cried, apparently forgetting that she had spoken first. "Just tell me," Ben continued, "do you think security guards are worthless or not? Answer me, you snob." "Did you hear that?" the woman asked incredulously and looked around at her friends. "Who are these people? They should be thrown out right now. It's the only proper thing to do." Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in the corridor. "Don't talk that way," it said. "If you disrespect others, you disrespect yourself." It was Joe. He came walking up behind the women, shoved his way in between them, and stood beside Susan with a displeased look on his face. He had heard everything they had said. "That's right," Tabitha said with a triumphant smile on her face. "Thank you, Joe. Now, please, see these people out. I don't want to be in the same house as people who treat me like this. I feel dirty just talking to them." "Sorry, Tabitha," Joe said, "but I'm talking about you. You're insulting my friends, and you don't even know them. Do you realize that you insult me when you're rude to them?" Tabitha looked as if she was about to scream. "What are you talking about, Joe?" she shot back at him. "I'm your aunt. Without my help, you couldn't have bought this place. Don't be ungrateful. I'm only looking out for you. These people are degrading your home and ruining your party." She looked around at the walls in the hallway. "Maybe it's no use," she muttered contemptuously. "The damage has been done." "Tabitha, please show my friend some respect," Joe said. "What's wrong with being a security guard? It's good, honest work that protects people. And it teaches self-reliance better than any inheritance ever could. Like I said, you can only respect yourself by also respecting others." "Respect is earned," Tabitha said. She sneered at Alex. "And what has he done to earn it? I take it he's a classmate of yours from Preston? Why should I respect someone who graduates from such a place only to get a job as a grunt? He must be grossly incompetent." Joe frowned. He couldn't help but show his displeasure. He took a step forward and started to speak, but Alex took him by the arm and stopped him. He didn't want Joe to get in trouble with his family for his sake, and he didn't need anyone else to fight his battles for him. "Miss Hadley, my name is Alex," he said in a conciliatory tone. "Have I given you a bad impression?" Tabitha snorted. "Don't speak to me," she snapped back at him. "You're nothing but a loser, and you don't get to be familiar with me. Go mingle with your own kind. You've already ruined my evening, and I don't think I'll be able to eat." Joe was embarrassed. Tabitha's behavior was unacceptable, but he was hesitant to reprimand a member of Susan's family. On top of that, he didn't exactly know what to say. Just like Susan, Joe had heard rumors that Alex was incredibly wealthy, but he had also seen him struggle to buy food for himself in the past. He wanted to set Tabitha straight by telling her the truth about Alex, but he realized that he didn't know the full truth himself. But the truth of Alex's wealth didn't matter. Tabitha was disrespecting Joe's good friends, people who had been his closest friends at university. He had to defend them. "Be quiet, Tabitha," he shouted. "This is my house, and I decide who's invited into it. Maybe you should leave." Susan stepped forward and gave her aunt a pitiful look. "Yes, Auntie," she said. "You've really gone too far this time." Alex cleared his throat to get their attention. When they all looked back at him, he smiled warmly. "Listen, everyone," he said. "Don't be angry." "How can you not be angry?" Max asked him. "She's trying to get us thrown out of our friend's party." "There's no need to be angry," Alex responded. "They're just a bunch of unhappy people doing what unhappy people do, lashing out and putting others down. We should pity them." Tabitha and her friends were in shock. "Pity us?" she cried out. "You impertinent little brat! How dare you condescend to us like this?" Alex didn't respond, and a sudden silence descended over the hallway. Everyone looked at each other. Tabitha and her friends stood staring with indignant eyeballs locked onto Alex. They were almost hyperventilating. His words had struck a chord. Episode 476, Etiquette. Alex smiled faintly. "I meant every word. I understand you don't see it, but your attitude really is to be pitied. The power you think you have is fake." "Fake? Do you think I'm stupid?" Tabitha jabbed a finger at him. It was true that in that moment, she looked rather powerful compared to him. "Oh, he's just spouting pithy sayings to try to elevate himself. He's not worth the trouble," one of her friends muttered. "Sasha, you're quite right. He must have suffered some awful misfortune to end up like this. It's him I pity," Tabitha laughed. "Yes, we'll have to be generous with this little security guard," said the other woman, whose name was Sasha Haynes. She took in the sight of Alex standing with his former roommates with a sneer. "I disagree," Tabitha said viciously. "I'm not sure he'll learn anything from generosity. I think it would be best for him to apologize." "True," said Sasha. She turned to Alex. "If you don't apologize, then your life in Baltimore will become very difficult from now on." "What's the matter? What's going on in here?" a voice called out from the hallway. Suddenly, another group of people came to stand around the little confrontation. Among them was Saran, Susan's mother. Saran was a beautiful, fashionable woman with natural style and grace. She had a noble temperament, which was very different from Tabitha, who flaunted her wealth through gaudy style choices. After listening to Tabitha's version of events, Saran turned to Alex and his former roommates with a stern look. "Alex, you are our guest," she said severely, "but I cannot tolerate you insulting the other people at this party. Please apologize. Otherwise, things really might go badly for you. If they do, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to help." Susan and Joe both looked like they wanted to speak up. But at the same time, Saran was their mother and partially responsible for paying for the house. They knew it would be bad to publicly contradict her. "Please say sorry right now," Saran continued, obviously hoping to end the fight as quickly as possible. Susan tried to intervene. "But, Mom..." "Please, dear," said Saran. Susan shut her mouth unhappily. She knew that she was in danger of having a fight with her mother in the middle of the party if she didn't hold back. Instead, she shot a quick, conspiratorial glance at Alex and the others, trying to hint that there was little she could do and that she was sorry. "I'm sure my friends here didn't mean it. They're just in high spirits. Let's settle this." Alex smiled again. "Absolutely. But I'd like to wait. Why don't we talk about this again at the end of the party?" Everyone turned to him with puzzled looks. He continued, "If, after we've all had a chance to cool off, it still seems like I need to apologize to these ladies, then I will. I'll even kneel down. You can film it if you want." "I may well do that," Tabitha said. "What would your boss say to a video like that? Well, it sounds worth the wait." Now that she knew that Saran was going to take her side, she felt bold. "But," Alex said, "if by the end of the night, their behavior shows that they don't deserve an apology, then I won't offer one. Because then I won't have insulted them, right? I'll have just stated the truth." Tabitha pulled a sour face at his implication that she would embarrass herself. Alex gave her a bland smile. "It's really no harm to you, is it? After all, you have so much power, you can afford to be generous." It was irksome having to be polite to people he knew he could easily defeat. But he didn't want to embarrass his friend, so he tried to solve the matter peacefully. While he said this, a middle-aged man came over to join the group. He was a tall man in a good suit and a neat pair of glasses. He said in a calming voice, "Please, I'm sure we're all reasonable people. Do me a favor and let the children go. There's no need to be harsh with them." This was Neil, Joe's father. He was nevertheless well respected for his upstanding and honest character. As he was Joe's father, everyone knew it was appropriate to defer to him in this matter. As the group broke up, though, Saran made a point of saying to Alex, "That was badly done. Needlessly disrespectful and vulgar. There will be consequences." "What will be the consequences? For whom? Why?" A beautiful voice chimed. A girl wearing bright pink strode over on long legs. She was effortlessly pretty, easily outshining the women nearby. Saran couldn't help but smile at the approaching figure. "Do you think I'm being harsh, Rose?" Everyone looked at Rose favorably. She was a striking girl and quick to charm. All the men nearby couldn't help but think how incredible she looked and how much they wanted to know her better. Rose also knew a great deal more about Alex's true identity than most of the people at the party. But she had chosen to keep much of what she had seen, such as his fight with Tyson, to herself. She hadn't stopped thinking about him since watching that match. "This all seems like a big mistake," said Rose, heedless of the previous attempts made to establish peace. "Just because someone is older doesn't mean they automatically deserve respect. And just because someone doesn't dress up for a party doesn't mean other people should be rude to them. I think rude people are always looking for an excuse. I bet Alex really did nothing wrong." Tabitha turned to her with a furious expression. "Who do you think you are?" "Someone who deserves to have their own opinion. Why, who are you?" Rose said smilingly. She knew she couldn't tell them why she thought Alex was so incredible, and it irritated her. But she also knew that it was important that she respect Alex's privacy. If he didn't want to talk about his accomplishments too much, then she would follow his lead. But it seemed ridiculous that he should have to put up with attitude from people so obviously inferior to him. Rose's family was not as distinguished as Joe's, but she attracted powerful people, and so had accumulated a lot of respectable reputation for herself. Tabitha and Sasha both knew that Rose had the potential to be very powerful one day. Since more and more people seemed to be coming to Alex's defense, they decided to let the issue be. They also felt it was rather humiliating to argue so publicly with someone as low as a security guard. They decided to wait for their apology until the end of the evening. Tabitha snorted as she walked away. "Well, it's no difference to me," she said loudly and shot Alex a cold look. "Let's see how big you talk in the future." Episode 477, Wild Stories. Alex and Tabitha exchanged rather evil looks, but they left each other alone. Tabitha and Sasha walked away to find their other friends in the villa. Saran shook her head in irritation and went to see her other guests. Rose gave Alex a shy smile.
I didn't really have plans to be in Baltimore. I'm sort of here by accident. But if I get to see you, then it's worth it. Are you here alone?
My girl had other places to be, Alex said quickly. Rose blushed. She tended to be a darling wherever she went, easily charming men. It was strange to find herself liking someone she used to hate so much, but she found she really didn't mind. Before, Rose had not pursued Alex because she really liked him, but because she was trying to advance herself in society. Ultimately, what she wanted was wealth and glory. But now meeting Alex again, she found she really liked him. He was handsome, of course, but there was something about his confidence and attitude that other men just didn't have. So she was happy to get the chance to flirt with him a little while he was on his own. She hoped he wouldn't think less of her for it. Alex shoved his hands in his pockets. He could feel Rose's intentions from the way she was gazing at him, and he wanted to put an end to it. Well, it was good seeing you, but I need to get moving. Rose's heart jumped. She suddenly said,
Of course, but it's so good to see you. Can we get a picture really quick? Just to commemorate the moment.
Before he could protest, she whipped out her phone and pressed close to him to get a selfie. She felt a bit as if she was getting a picture with a celebrity. Many people, including Tabitha and Sasha, watched this with bewilderment. They couldn't understand why someone as pretty as Rose was acting so silly with some low-class security guard. Joe and Susan were also a little confused, as were some of their other former classmates. Many of them had heard rumors that Alex had been up to some rather interesting things, but they didn't know the details. Yet Rose was looking at him as if he was a star. After saying goodbye, Rose took her leave. Alex was thinking about leaving as well. But Joe and his other former roommates quickly swept Alex up, saying they wanted to introduce him to some friends. Some important-looking men were scattered on a sofa in another room of the villa. They looked a bit more mature and refined than Joe and Alex. These guys are from the Martial Arts Association, Joe said, introducing them. If you run into any problems in the future, they can help you out. The men laughed. One said, Joe, are you advertising our services? Alex pretended to be surprised.
I'm not sure I've heard of this organization. Who leads it?
Not heard of us? Another of the men cried. But you must have heard of our leader. He's becoming very prestigious. The first man spoke again. We're doing all right for ourselves, of course. We're well known for our skills and we have good contacts. But this guy, our leader, is on another level. I heard he's in talks with the military academy to do some work for them. What kind of stuff has he done? Max asked. I'm not good at keeping up with current events. The second man in the group shook his head. This wasn't common knowledge. There are a lot of secrets in the martial arts world, and it's not always possible for us to know everything. But what I do know is that our leader got into a massive battle at the Hudson River, where he defeated the leader of the Blood Brothers gang. It was a huge deal. There's a ton of history behind the Blood Brothers. They've been feuding with other groups for over 100 years. But this match ended it all. He spoke with authority, as if he had been in the fight himself. Of course, Alex did not recognize him. He realized that this guy, and probably his friends as well, were all no better than beginners. It felt strange to listen to people talk about him as if they knew him. I heard he defeated a bunch of other people from the Blood Brothers gang too. He's got some kind of working relationship with the Clifton family. Jessup Clifton is always really respectful to him. I heard he recently got rid of a bunch of foreign mercenaries. Alex took a deep breath and sighed. He wasn't sure how the men had heard about that last one, but clearly there were plenty of stories making the rounds about him. They continued their stories, boasting about Alex's accomplishments as if they had achieved them all themselves. Around him, Joe, Max, and Ben were all getting excited, swept up in the drama. They felt like they were gaining an inside look to a mysterious world. Their group attracted attention, and some girls came over to listen to the stories as well.
"What does he look like?"
one wanted to know.
"You make him sound like a Prince Charming. Is he good-looking as well as skilled?"
"He's incredibly handsome," one of the men confirmed. "A real lady killer. He knocks them for 6 wherever he goes." The girls squealed with delight.
"You have to call him," the girl said. "Where's your phone? Get him to come here so we can meet him."
At this, the men suddenly got a little quieter. We can't just call him," one said with a bitter smile. "It doesn't work like that. He's got stuff to do, and we're not that high-ranking. You're gonna have to find your own way to him." Alex frowned. "So you don't have his number? That seems odd since you're members of his group. What's this guy's name again? You've met him, right?" "Well, I haven't seen him exactly," one admitted. "But Master Alex is an important guy. We just can't demand to see him whenever we want." Everyone nodded along to this explanation. It made sense to them. High-ranking people had many demands on their time. Alex was the only one who seemed to doubt their story. Episode 478, Proof. Alex was frustrated from listening to these strange men talk about his fights and accomplishments and exaggerate his character. He wanted to get to the bottom of this problem with the Martial Arts Association. "So when do you think we could meet this Master Alex?" he asked pointedly. The trio of so-called disciples became uneasy. Although they had bragged about their association with Master Alex, they really had never met the guy. They didn't like being called on their bluff. But one collected himself and said, "On Thursday. This Thursday, in fact. There's going to be a big gathering in Baltimore. We'll be there, of course. We can try to get a few people in. And of course, Master Alex will be there. It wouldn't be much an event if he didn't show up."
"Amazing!" the girls around them cried. "I want to go. What a great opportunity to meet Master Alex."
Joe felt a bit obligated to see his suggestion through, since an invitation had basically just been extended within his own home. "Well, Alex, how about we go together then? It's been so good to see you all again, and I definitely want to hang out some more." Ben and Max nodded enthusiastically. They were imagining getting selfies with martial arts masters, or even getting some signed photos to sell. Joe turned back to the men. Addressing one, he said, "Luke, how about you? Can you get us all in?" A few of the men around them murmured eagerly, imagining ways to tie the martial arts meeting into their own business. Luke looked around uncertainly. "I'd love to, but I think this might be too many people. I don't think I can get you all in." Neil had been listening to some of the discussion, and now he came over to join the group. "Luke, are you sure? I would love to go." Luke looked embarrassed now that Joe's father had gotten involved. "It's just not that easy." Alex saw the look of disappointment on Neil's face and said, "Are you really interested in going to the gathering?" The men who had been bragging about Master Alex jumped in, not wanting to let Alex take the lead on the conversation. "It's not easy to get in, of course. You can't just rock up to the door and expect to be let inside. It's hard even for dedicated people like us to get access." Neil didn't get a chance to answer Alex directly. Luke waved a hand dismissively at Alex and said, "You know what, it's fine. I've got contacts. bet I can get you all in." The people around him exploded into cheers. "That's amazing, thank you! You're so great!" At hearing this, Neil turned back to Alex with a smile. "Well, looks like we all have a way in. I can help make sure you get access too, if you want." Alex smiled. He knew Neil was trying to be nice to him. "That would be great, sir, thank you." Joe and the other friends nodded. After all, Alex was only a security guard with few high-ranking connections. There was really no way he would be able to get an invitation on his own. It made sense that he would need help from people like them to get in. The rest of the evening passed quickly. People were buzzing with excitement from the martial arts discussion before, and the mood stayed positive for the rest of the party. Eventually, people began to get tired and leave one by one. Soon only a dozen or so people were left. Among them were Tabitha and Sasha. By this point, Alex was also ready to go home. "Where are you headed to?" Neil asked. "Me? I have to get back to Oak Ridge High School." Neil was surprised. The high school was an incredibly prestigious institution, famous for its famous students. It was easily the best school in the district. "Is that where you work?" Neil asked. He had overheard that Alex was some kind of security guard, and guessed that he must be a guard at the school. "I see. Very interesting." "Just so I'm clear," Sasha drawled, inserting herself into the conversation, "what exactly is it that you do at Oak Ridge?" She wanted Alex to admit to his humble position at the school. "I was recently promoted," Alex said honestly. "We've gone through a bit of a reshuffle. I'm technically the principal there now." Sasha and Tabitha burst out laughing. "Don't be ridiculous," Tabitha crowed. "I've been talking to people tonight. You've been seen in your security guard uniform several times. It's bad enough having such a poor little job, but lying about it is even worse." Alex frowned. It was true, he tended to think of being a security guard as his real job, and the work at Oak Ridge is just a hobby. But everything he was saying about his position at Oak Ridge was true. He didn't like being accused of bragging just for telling the truth. "Do you even understand what an institution Oak Ridge is?" Tabitha sneered. "How competitive it is to get in? How powerful the families of those children are? I know people whose children scored extremely well on the entrance exam but still didn't get in. They were off by just 1 point, but the school stayed firm." Neil was embarrassed on Alex's behalf. But Alex shrugged casually and turned to Neil. "I'm not lying," he said. "I work at Oak Ridge." "In such a school, it would be an incredible accomplishment to be hired as a teacher," Tabitha continued ruthlessly. "People work their entire careers with Oak Ridge as a goal. But you claim that you are the principal? The leader of that school? Oh, it's too funny." As if on cue, her friends around her began to laugh uproariously. Those nearby who were not close to Tabitha still glared at Alex in disdain. They were annoyed that someone so young had tried to pass off such an obvious lie. Neil's opinion of Alex was rapidly dropping, but he still tried to be kind to the young man. "It's very difficult to get a taxi out here," he said smoothly. "Can I arrange a ride for you?" "That's kind of you," Alex said, "but it's not necessary. Central District is so far from here, I don't want to put anyone out. I can have a car come pick me up." His original plan had simply been to travel on foot. With his martial arts training and internal force, the journey would take him no time at all. But he knew that if he took off walking now, it would only seem to confirm Tabitha's accusations, and he didn't want to give her the satisfaction. "And he's still going," Tabitha sneered. What kind of car is going to pick you up? Is it special? Of course, the principal of Oak Ridge would have a car. Is that what you're talking about? She was astonished that he was refusing to back down, even with so many people present to watch her catch him out in his lies. Episode 479, Trying to Help. Sasha was still laughing her head off, as if the situation were the funniest thing in the world. Alex gave Tabitha a cool look. Yes, that's exactly the car I mean. The car for the principal of Oak Ridge High School. It's going to come pick me up because I am the principal of Oak Ridge. I don't know how to make this any clearer. He dialed for his driver and told him the address he was currently waiting at. Well, well, Tabitha said in mock surprise to Joe. How competitive! You two only finished university recently, and he's already claiming to be the principal of one of the most important schools in the city. I'd like to see who comes to pick him up. Yes, Sasha cried. We'll wait and see. You don't mind us waiting, do you, Alex? Joe wasn't sure what to think. He had never known Alex to boast before, but it had been some time since the two of them had seen each other. Maybe Alex had picked up some bad habits. But even if he had, he wished Tabitha wouldn't make such a big deal about it. Actually, it's been so good to see you, Joe said, thinking quickly. Alex, I'd like to invite you to stay the night. We can talk more in the morning, really catch up. Thank you, but no, Alex said firmly. My car will be here soon. He felt he had been very patient all evening. It was annoying to have to wait around for the car, but now he wanted to prove that he wasn't a liar. Yes, let's have a look at the principal's special car, someone new cried. Alex looked over at them in amusement. What? Who are you? Why is this so interesting to everybody? I didn't know I was such a fascinating guy. Well, if it's fancy, then we might be able to say that we've seen it, right? The person laughed. Maybe it'll be the next big news story. I'd love to be at the start of a chain of gossip for once. The people standing around had nothing better to do, so they decided to see how the drama between Alex and Tabitha played out. Alex didn't want to cause trouble for his old roommate, so he smiled and didn't let anyone see how angry the situation was making him. There was no reason he couldn't be gentle with people who were acting foolish because they didn't know any better. Neil's expression had become quite gloomy. He thought it was incredibly poor manners to make fun of the poor. He had struggled with money himself growing up, and still remembered the way people used to treat him when they thought that they could get away with it. But while he wanted to help Alex, the young man just seemed to be digging himself deeper and deeper. Neil was beginning to worry that his son Joe was making poor choices in friends. Susan was also upset. She'd wanted to throw a nice party, and she didn't like how Alex and Tabitha's needling of each other kept ruining the mood. She stamped her foot with frustration. Alex, you're just embarrassing yourself. It's such a ridiculous lie. You're the same age as us. How can you have become the principal in any school in such a short period of time? She was regretting letting him come to the party. She felt embarrassed to be tied to him just from knowing him at school. Alex turned and shrugged. I don't know how many times I have to say it, but I'm not lying. I'm the principal of Oak Ridge. I use the office. I oversee what happens there. The former principal acts as my deputy. It's the truth. Why is that a problem? Susan turned away angrily. The others began to laugh again at the new information Alex had just revealed. The old principal's still working, and He reports to you, does he? So which one of you is actually the principal? This is getting ridiculous. Neil shook his head and refused to look at Alex. Alex glanced at his phone. Not much longer now. Neil snorted. I don't know how to help you anymore. What a nightmare, Tabitha said, lips curling wickedly. I had no idea someone could be so shameless. Neil took a deep breath and decided to try to help Alex one more time. After all, he didn't know anything about the young man. I'm about to head out. Let me take you at least part way to your destination. Maybe your driver could meet us somewhere? Oh, stop trying to spoil it, Neil, Sasha cried. We just want to see his special car, another person called out in a mockingly innocent voice. We don't mind waiting. By the way, Tabitha smirked, I know a family trying to get their child into Oak Ridge. Won't you help? If you're the principal, I'm sure you can make it easily happen. I could, Alex said blandly. But I don't believe in cheating. They have to apply the same way as everyone else. This is childish, Neil finally snapped. He turned his anger on Tabitha and her lackeys. Why are you so intent on bullying some poor young man who works an honest job? Security guards are humans too. Of course they are, cried Tabitha. But Alex says he is much more than that. Is it my fault that he's promised a big show? I just want to see this car, that's all. The others chimed in. That's not bullying. We just want him to keep his word. Yeah, you can't really blame us for any of that. Don't be angry at us. Maybe he'll learn a valuable lesson. Alex shook his head and smiled. He could tell the situation was frustrating Neil, who clearly had a lot of beliefs about honesty and honor. But he was confident the man would understand just as soon as the car arrived. But the car was taking a long time to get there. Nearly 20 minutes passed without anyone showing up. Well, what's going on? One person demanded. We've been pretty patient. Maybe it broke down on the way here, another person chuckled. No way. I bet the driver came across a pregnant woman in a broken-down car who was about to give birth. So of course he had to stop and help her. The person snickered. It happens all the time, right? In movies, anyway. Maybe the driver was drinking, someone at the back suggested sweetly. That's too bad. I was so excited to see this very special car. Neil sighed and said to Alex quietly, You've dragged this out long enough. Just apologize. It'll be all right. He was disappointed in Alex, but he hoped that an honest apology could smooth the whole thing over. But suddenly, an engine roared in the distance. Lights flooded the entryway of the villa, as bright as a spotlight. The people who had just been laughing and making up reasons for the driver's non-appearance blinked at the light in astonishment. But Tabitha shook her head, smirking. I recognize that model of car. It's very expensive. Obviously, my husband sent it here to pick me up. Episode 480. Proof. Everyone followed Tabitha as she walked out to get a better look at the car. But as she drew closer, she realized she did not recognize it. Nervously, she wondered if this was the car Alex had claimed to be waiting for after all. Although it was not a particularly fancy car, it was extremely official-looking and neat, well-maintained and polished to a shine. Sasha leaned down to peer at the license plate. It was stamped with an insignia marking it as an official car from Oak Ridge. That doesn't mean anything, Tabitha muttered.
Maybe he's friends with the driver and asked him to come as a special favor.
But Neil was surprised and pleased by the development. He began to wonder if he had been wrong after all. The driver stepped out of the car, walked toward Alex and said,
"Mr. Ambrose, I'm terribly sorry for the delay. I hope I did not keep you waiting too long."
The driver was very young and seemed a bit nervous. He spoke to Alex in an extremely respectful tone. He did not seem like a friend Alex had called to pretend to be his driver. Everyone gasped in shock as they realized that they had been wrong. They looked over at Alex feeling foolish. He had said over and over that he was telling the truth, but they hadn't believed. Now it appeared that he really was the principal of the school. Alex smiled at him.
"It's Xander, right? I've told you before, you really don't have to be so formal. And you're fine, your timing's perfect. Shall we head out? Otherwise people might start asking me more questions." "Of course, Mr. Ambrose," Xander cried, instantly forgetting that his boss had just asked him not to call him that. But then he looked around and seemed to register that people were staring at the car. He bristled, a little defensive. "It's not the fanciest model car, I'm sorry about that, but this one is very secure, and the engine is of a good make. We went for quality over anything flashy. It seemed more appropriate for the principal of a place like Oak Ridge. I hope that's not a problem."
"Of course, that's fine," Alex assured him. The rest of the crowd was beginning to murmur appreciatively now that they understood that Alex really was the principal of Oak Ridge. No matter how they looked at the situation, the car and the driver seemed to prove everything. Max and Ben were particularly startled. They thought they had a good understanding of Alex's character. While they knew Alex was generally a good guy, they would never have imagined he had it in him to achieve such a high position at his young age. Joe and Susan were also muddled by the reveal. Neil was staring at Alex in wonder, reassessing the young man's character as rapidly as he could. Tabitha had become as pale as a ghost. Sasha looked as though she had been slapped in the face. They turned what they had just learned about Alex over and over in their minds. Not only had he achieved a highly prestigious position, but he seemed to have done it entirely on his own merits. Becoming the principal of a school like Oak Ridge wasn't the sort of thing a rich parent could bribe their child's way into. Not to mention that Alex had barely mentioned his family all night. However he had achieved this amazing position, he seemed to have done it on his own terms. Tabitha thought ruefully of her friend, who desperately wanted his child to go to Oak Ridge. She realized she might have just postponed their chances of getting in for good. It was galling to think that this was the person they would have to apply to in order to make it happen. Many of the people who had been joking about Alex before covered their mouths, wishing they could disappear. They wondered if Alex would remember their names and faces. A deeply uncomfortable silence settled over the whole group. Sasha was consumed with shame and indignation. She had been riding high on her sense of superiority all evening, and now she had come crashing down to reality. She had a son of a similar age to Alex currently struggling with drug abuse. He would probably never achieve anything like what Alex had done. "Well, it's time for me to go," Alex finally announced. Neil stepped forward. "So it's really true? You were telling the truth this whole time?" Alex smiled modestly. "I can't say it was an appointment that I was seeking out, but since it has fallen on me, I'll do my best." "You're too modest," Xander cried out. "You've made so many improvements to the school. The whole teaching staff has raised their game. You even managed to get a new round of donations to boost the school's facilities. And with so many children of so many important people attending this school, you've become a friend to every leader in the city." His words shamed the crowd even further, They couldn't believe they had been so rude to someone with so much influence.
Billy Wilde has been working there for a while too, Alex said, desperate to take some of the attention off himself.
Billy? Max cried. I remember him. He was awful.
I still can't believe he stole your girlfriend like that, Ben muttered. It was cheap. But that was just college stuff, Joe said. That's just how things were.
Mr. Wilde has been driven out, Xander reported to them. He had no real skills and he was jealous of Mr. Ambrose. Finally, everyone had had enough. I've heard he's been blacklisted in the district. He won't find work again.
Xander didn't completely understand what situation he had walked into, but it was clear the crowd didn't really understand who his boss was. He felt compelled to tell them. Alex shook his head. I don't know about any of that. Xander, we don't need to gossip. He didn't want to put on airs for himself, and he didn't want anyone else to flatter him either. Xander's eyes went wide.
Sorry, but it's true enough.
Success is the best revenge, though, Ben said sagely. After everything Billy put you through back then, this is an amazing turnaround.
It's pretty amazing revenge on other people, too,
Max whispered, sneaking a look at Tabitha and Sasha. Alex's former classmates continued to congratulate him on his hard work and good fortune. Neil finally stepped forward and asked to shake Alex's hand. I really misunderstood you this evening, he said humbly, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. Episode 481, A Restless Night. Neil looked at Alex, feeling surprised and guilty. He knew Alex was a good friend of Joe's. It's fine, Mr. Hall, Alex said, smiling at him. You couldn't have known. Neil shook his head. I should have been more respectful, he said. Don't worry about it, Alex said. It really doesn't matter. Neil nodded, and Tabitha flushed with embarrassment. Neil was angry when he saw Tabitha and Sasha muttering to each other. The party could have been perfectly enjoyable if they hadn't gone out of their way to attempt to embarrass Alex. Behave yourselves, he said, glaring at them, embarrassed by their antics. Tabitha and Sasha scowled at him, saying nothing. Alex wasn't angry, but he thought he should still respond to their insults. But since Susan was there, he decided to bide his time. Later, when Alex was back at the school and about to go to bed, Jessup called him. Alex, there's a martial arts association in Baltimore, Jessup said. Have you heard of it? Has their president called you yet? Has he told you about the reception? Alex smiled. They keep telling everyone that I'm their president, he said. The Baltimore martial arts community is having a reception next Thursday, and I believe the Martial Arts Association is invited. Oh, really? Jessup said. I just met the president, and he begged me to invite you to attend the reception. Will you go? Alex was stunned. He really didn't want to attend. It was too tiring. I don't have anything to do with the Martial Arts Association, he said. If they want to ask me something, then let their president come to see me in person. The president is a disgrace, Jessup said, sounding a little nervous. He knew how stubborn Alex could be, and he was worried that the president might offend him. You know that I'll refuse them, so why are you trying to talk me into it? Alex asked. I don't have a choice, Jessup said. The martial arts community in Baltimore wants to see you, and they really want you to attend. If you don't go, it'll ruin the reception, and the kids will be disappointed. They really want to meet you. He paused. They're having this meeting to boost morale, and they want everyone to see how skilled you are so they have something to aim for. You are the future of the martial arts community. Will you please go? Alex wanted to refuse.
He had never enjoyed having to deal with so many people, but he felt like he had to go. "Okay," he said, sighing. "I'll be there, but only long enough to show my face. I'm not sticking around." Jessup was pleased. "Thank you, Alex," he said. "I'll make the arrangements." After hanging up the phone, Alex flopped onto the bed, yawned, and drifted off to sleep. In his dream, Alex had an argument with Debbie, who then ran to the window and jumped out of it. Full of remorse, Alex lunged at her, grabbing her arms and stopping her from falling. He used all his strength to drag her halfway through the window, but just as he was about to pull her to safety, his eyes shot open and he found himself in his bed. His mind was a little foggy, and he still struggled to make sense of what was going on, but he sensed danger nearby. The air smelled strange, and Alex knew something wasn't right, but it took a moment for him to realize he was being drugged. His body was completely relaxed, and he couldn't think clearly, leaving him helpless. He forced himself to turn over slightly, his movements sluggish. Mere seconds later, a blade stabbed through his mattress just where he had been lying. If he hadn't moved when he had, the blade would have gone right through him. Alex yelled out, realizing that someone was hiding underneath his bed. The shock cleared his mind, allowing him to shake off the effect of the drug, and he lunged to his feet. A woman wearing a mask slipped out from under the bed, rolling to her feet to face him. Then she rushed at him, brandishing a short sword, before leaping into the air and bringing the sword down, aiming at his head. If she made contact, it would kill him. Alex stepped out of the way, avoiding the blow, and the woman landed on the bed, which collapsed with a loud bang, pitching her onto the floor. The woman scowled as she stared at him. "Why aren't you unconscious?" she asked. "Your drugs weren't powerful enough for me," he said, shrugging. "And it's mostly gone now, so you don't need that mask." The woman made no move to reveal her face. "You haven't changed your clothes, shoes, or hairstyle," Alex pointed out. "So what's the point of hiding your face, Tabitha?" Her eyes widened and she finally removed the mask. "You're smarter than I expected," she admitted. "Not only did you evade my attack, but you also managed to shake off the drug that should have kept you immobile." She had thought it would be easy to kill Alex. After all, the drug she had used was exceptionally strong, and she had expected Alex to be incapacitated for a while. "Thank you for the compliment," Alex said, raising one eyebrow. "It doesn't pay to underestimate me." Tabitha narrowed her eyes. "Yes, so I see," she said. "In fact, you'll find it impossible to kill me," Alex said, looking around. "So where's Sasha? Didn't you bring her with you?" He smiled. "I know you were both deliberately trying to provoke me at the party." It was true. Tabitha had constantly ridiculed Alex, hoping it would throw him off balance. Episode 482, Swordplay. Tabitha knew Alex was powerful, so she fought to remain focused. She was a disciplined fighter, and she wouldn't allow herself to become distracted. Earlier, she had watched Alex early make a fool of himself waiting for his car to pick him up to prove a point, and had waited for an opportunity to catch him unprepared. Finally, she had followed Alex to the school, confident that he suspected nothing. When he had fallen asleep, she had used a drug to overpower him, and then she had attacked while she had thought he was unconscious. She had thought her plan was foolproof, But Alex had shaken off the drug too quickly, and she had failed. Tabitha knew she was good, but it seemed that Alex was better. She lifted her sword and stared at Alex. "No matter how powerful you are, you're going to die tonight," she said. "Oh, really?" Alex asked, laughing. "The only thing you've killed so far is my bed." He tilted his head as he looked at her. "Who are you really?" "What?" Tabitha asked, surprised. "What do you mean?" "You're an unusual woman," Alex said. "And I'm sure you're not who you pretend to be. So who are you?" Tabitha stared at him in shock. Never before had anyone managed to see past the face she presented to the world. No one had ever realized she wasn't who she claimed to be. But Alex had seen the way she had fought, the way she had moved, and he had known something wasn't right. Most people didn't have that level of training. No matter what she said, he knew she was hiding something. Tabitha realized she would have to kill Alex to protect her secret. The light glinted off her blade as she lunged at him, aiming right for his neck. Alex dodged her, his movements quick and graceful, and the blade missed its target. Tabitha barely paused. Instead, she moved straight into another attack, turning her sword horizontal to slash at him. Again, Alex simply eluded the strike, slipping out of sight. She growled with frustration as she stared at the shadows, trying to see where he had gone. She advanced, stabbing out with her sword, trying to cover everywhere he could be. Her attack was almost instinctive after years of training, and even experienced fighters would be impressed by her skills. Few people would have been able to evade her. She continued to slash out at the shadows, moving deeper into them. She was convinced it was only a matter of time before she killed Alex. The blade narrowly missed Alex, but it also gave away Tabitha's position. The longer she fought without success, the more uneasy she grew. Clearly, Alex's martial arts skills had reached unimaginable levels. He was much harder to defeat than she had expected. In fact, he was turning out to be the most difficult opponent she had ever faced. "Not bad," Alex said, casually evading her strike. His moves were simple and elegant, as though he were barely expending any effort. "But you've miscalculated. You thought it would be easier to attack me when I was sleeping, and you were careful in your approach. But in the end, you failed to realize that I'm simply much better than you." Tabitha glowered at him, unable to deny the truth. He was right. "What's the point of becoming someone else's pawn?" Alex asked. "You kill people for money, obeying orders and never thinking for yourself." He slapped her wrist, knocking her sword away and sending little tingles up her arm. Humiliation washed over Tabitha as she realized Alex was merely playing with her like a cat toying with a mouse. She felt her arm grow cold and looked down to see Alex's blade had split her sleeve, leaving it flapping uselessly. "You..." Tabitha spluttered, both shocked and angry. She knew Alex could have just easily cut off her arm, or worse, he could have killed her if he had wanted to. "I am an assassin," she said. "But yes, I underestimated you. You are an excellent swordsman, but I was sent by the Chamber of Commerce members, and I will carry out my orders." "Well, Miss Assassin hired by the Chamber of Commerce, you should surrender," Alex said. "No one in this world can kill me." Tabitha gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on her sword. She spun around, the sword gliding through the air as she used a new technique. She kept her muscles loose, and she almost appeared to be dancing. the sword seeming to be an extension of her body. She picked up speed, not pausing for a moment, as she whirled in her deadly dance. Alex sighed. "I recognize that technique," he said. "You're very good." He could no longer afford to be relaxed about defending himself, but he still managed to stay out of danger. "Well, come and get me," Alex said, raising his own blade. Tabitha slashed at his left arm, and she felt the sword make contact. She grinned, sure she was going to win, as she stepped to the side. "Now you'll pay the price for your arrogance," she thought. Episode 483, The End of a Promising Career. Tabitha looked down, her eyes growing wide as her sword broke, the tip falling to the ground. Fortunately, she had already moved aside, hoping to avoid Alex striking back. Otherwise, he might have taken advantage of the situation to launch his own attack. Alex was holding his own blade, and she realized that was what had shattered her own sword, leaving it useless. Before Tabitha could recover from the shock, Alex struck out at her with his bare hand, shoving her hard. Unable to resist, she staggered back, only just managing to keep her feet. She had years of training, so she managed to keep her composure. Holding her broken blade, she inched toward the door, planning to escape. Alex drew back his arm and threw his knife straight at her. "Oh!" Tabitha cried out in pain and clutched at her shoulder, blood oozing from between her fingers. She clenched her teeth, refusing to allow the injury to slow her down. She kicked open the door and dashed out of the room. Alex was too strong, and failure was inevitable, so Tabitha knew she had to escape. He laughed and followed her. It was too late, so he didn't want to make too much noise and risk waking everyone. If anyone came to investigate, they might get hurt. Outside, Tabitha held the wound on her shoulder as she ran. Alex was seriously skilled with a knife, and he was clearly a powerful martial artist. She had failed to kill her target for the first time in her life, and she wasn't even sure she would be able to escape. Alex stalked Tabitha, keeping a little distance but not allowing her to get away. Then something went very wrong. Under the dim light from the street lamp, two students were kissing, totally unaware of the approaching danger. Tabitha saw an opportunity. She grabbed the male student and held a knife to his throat. "Who are you?" she demanded of Alex. "Are you the master everyone is talking about?" Alex felt sorry for these two young people who had stumbled into the path of a cold-blooded killer. He dragged the female student behind him and said, "Don't move. I'll save your boyfriend." The girl took a step forward, but then she looked at Alex and moved back again, watching the woman who had taken her boyfriend hostage and waiting for Alex to make a move. "Who am I?" Alex asked Tabitha. "Haven't you already investigated me?" He glared at her. Risking his own life was one thing, but now Tabitha was threatening an innocent boy, so he had to be much more careful. "I think you are the famous Alex," Tabitha said, "and if you move, I'll cut your student's throat." "No, this is not happening," Alex said firmly. "I will not let you kill a student." "I'd like to see you stop me," she said. "I really can't understand why such a well-known martial artist would become a high school teacher. But since you're his principal, you need to protect your students. So if you let me go, I promise not to hurt him." The boy was shivering with fear and didn't dare to speak. This hasn't really gone to plan, has it? Alex asked, inching closer.
Back off, she said. Don't try anything funny.
She didn't believe Alex would be able to react quickly enough to save the boy, so the student was a useful hostage. Alex folded his hands behind his back. Not only did he not retreat, but he continued to walk forward, his expression indifferent. If you don't let him go, then I will damage you in a way that you won't recover from, he said. It will end your career, and I'm sure you don't want that. Make the right choice, or I'll permanently put you out of work. Tabitha laughed.
Really? And how exactly do you plan on doing that? She asked. I don't believe your nonsense. Step back.
Alex took another step forward. She bit her lip and pulled the boy closer, her broken blade pressing harder to his throat. She wasn't bluffing. If she had to hurt the boy, she would.
If you don't let me go, I will kill your student, she said, and it will all be your fault.
But when she went to carry out her threat, Alex rushed her, punching at both her arms and making her drop the blade. Pain and numbness shot down both arms, and she no longer had control over them. Her arms shook with weakness, and she couldn't stop the trembling. Shocked, she dropped to her knees. Alex waved his hand at the boy, who dashed off with his girlfriend, not looking back. Tabitha flexed her fingers, regaining some feeling, but there was clearly some kind of nerve damage, and her movements were clumsy and painful. Alex stood beside her, silently watching her. Without fine motor skills, Tabitha would be unable to function as an assassin. He shook his head. He had warned her what would happen, so she had no one to blame but herself. I'll wait until you're ready to talk, Alex said, picking up a pebble, tossing it up and catching it. It's not like I can go back to sleep anyway, since you've broken my bed. After a few minutes, Tabitha managed to pull herself together. Tears ran down her cheeks, and she hung her head, embarrassed by her failure. She had always taken great pride in her skills, but if this nerve damage was permanent, then her life would never be the same again.
How could you do this to me? She wailed, looking up at him. Why didn't you just kill me?
Her career as an assassin was everything to her, and without that, she might as well be dead. Episode 484, The Late Night Phone Call. You're making this campus look untidy, Alex complained, looking down at Tabitha.
What do you want?
She glared at him, not appreciating the way he taunted her. If you want to die, then go over there and turn left, he said, pointing. There are some dumpsters over there where you can lie with the rest of the trash.
Leave me alone,
she screamed at him. I thought assassins were supposed to be calm, Alex said. It doesn't seem like you have the right temperament for this kind of work, so I doubt your boss would want to keep you on anyway.
What do you want?
Tabitha asked again. She knew Alex must not want to kill her, or she would already be dead. So what did he have planned for her? With that nerve damage, you're no longer suited to be an assassin, he said. So I suggest you find a new way to work for the Chamber of Commerce.
I will, Tabitha said. But please don't do this. I promise I won't try to kill you again.
No, Alex said, his expression indifferent. I don't trust you. And be warned, if you come after me again, I'll do a lot worse to you. Tabitha shivered, believing his threat.
I admit that you're stronger than me,
she said, keeping her head lowered.
And I admire your martial arts skills, so I'll do whatever you want me to do.
When I'm of no further use to me, you can simply dismiss me and I'll leave the country. I promise not to reveal my relationship with you to anyone. What do you think?"
"Why should I believe you?" Alex asked.
"You are the most powerful opponent I have faced," she said. "I know if I break my promise, your vengeance will be swift and brutal. I will keep my word."
He raised an eyebrow. What was the word of an assassin worth? "Well, I won't do any more damage for now," Alex said. "But if you step out of line, you'll regret it. Are you really prepared to work undercover for me? After all, I'm only a security guard."
"You're much more than that," she said, blinking up at him. "I would be honored to serve someone as skilled as you. If you're willing to show me mercy and teach me some moves, then when I retire, I'll start my own school."
Alex snorted. "I'm not teaching you anything," he said.
"Please,"
Tabitha said, determined.
"you won't regret it."
"What's your real name?" he asked impatiently.
"Kendall Payne," she said. "I started working for some select members of the Chamber of Commerce 15 years ago, mostly as an assassin."
Tabitha kept speaking for a long time, spilling all her secrets, but when she finally looked up, she realized Alex had already gone. Alex went back to his apartment and curled up in an armchair to sleep. At 2:00 in the morning, his mobile phone rang, waking him up. He sighed. This was why he hated carrying a phone around. He placed the phone face down and then he leaned back in the chair. But the phone was still ringing, and it was impossible to ignore, so Alex picked it up and answered the call.
"Alex, did I wake you?"
Debbie asked, sounding a little guilty.
"I'm sorry."
His grouchiness at being woken up vanished as soon as he heard her sweet voice. "I'm fine," he said. "I had a dream last night and I'm worried about you." He remembered the terrible nightmare, and his mind became more fully awake. Debbie never called at this time in the morning, so he realized that there must be something wrong.
"I'm fine," she assured him. "You don't need to worry about me."
"Where are you?" he asked, frowning at the sounds in the background.
"A girl in my dormitory suddenly fell ill, and I came with her to the hospital," Debbie sighed. "She has some health problems, and she's been in hospital before, but she seems worse this time. The doctors are not optimistic, so I decided to call you. When I was sick, you cured me, and didn't the doctors ask you to join them at the hospital?"
Alex remained silent.
"I was hoping you could help her," she continued. "She's a good friend, and I really don't want her condition to deteriorate. The hospital doctors don't seem to be able to do anything, so maybe you could."
Alex was touched by her faith in him. Debbie was right. His martial arts skills were advanced enough that he was proficient at using his inner power to cure illness. Debbie's happiness was important to him. So without any hesitation, he agreed to go and see what he could do. Alex had no medical training, but he did have experience with healing people.
"By the way," Debbie said, "my friend's father is also involved in the martial arts community. Apparently he's very well respected."
The hospital had a VIP wing, which was off limits to most people. Only the very rich were treated in this part of the hospital. Security guards stood at the door, and even cleaning staff had to be thoroughly vetted. But the VIP wing looked like an ordinary part of the hospital, so most people didn't even realize it was there. Debbie came out to meet Alex, and then she took him inside. After getting clearance, the guard allowed Debbie and Alex to enter. The ward was very spacious, and there were several people standing around the bed, deep in discussion. The young woman in the bed was pretty, but her face was really pale,
When she saw Debbie coming in, she smiled at her. One of the people standing beside the hospital bed was tall and his posture was ramrod straight, giving the impression he might be a military man.
"That's Mr. Clark Fairfax," Debbie whispered to Alex. "And that's my roommate, Sarah."
Episode 485. Do you have a license?
"That's Dr. Adams,"
Debbie said,
gesturing at the man in the white coat. "He's taking care of Sarah, and the other people are my classmates."
Alex nodded. He looked at Sarah, noticing that her lips were tinged with blue. She clearly wasn't well, and she was lying listlessly on the bed. As he watched her, he grew concerned. After Sarah said hello to them, her eyes drifted off to the side, no longer looking at any of them. From time to time, she gazed around the ward, but she clearly wasn't taking anything in. She blinked slowly, giving the impression she was about to fall asleep. Alex suspected she was about to slip into a coma. Clark finished his conversation and turned to Debbie with a smile. "Debbie, is this your boyfriend?" he asked.
"Yes, Mr. Fairfax," she said. "His name is Alex Ambrose."
Clark looked very severe, but he spoke softly. "Hello, Mr. Ambrose. Thank you for coming here so late." "That's not a problem," Alex said. "I heard that Debbie suffered from a strange disease not long ago," Clark said. "And I believe you managed to cure her, isn't that right? My daughter's illness is also very difficult to treat, so I'm looking further afield for anyone who can help. If you have any ideas, we'd be happy to hear them." Alex understood the situation. The doctor must have passed on the news that Sarah was slipping into a coma, and now Clark was desperately seeking anyone who could help. "Mr. Fairfax, may I examine your daughter?" he asked. "Of course," Clark said, sweeping a hand toward the bed. Alex approached Sarah, observing her closely. Dr. Adams stepped in front of Alex, blocking his way. "Mr. Fairfax, who is this?" he asked. "This is the doctor my daughter's classmate found," Clark said. "His name is Alex Ambrose." He turned to Alex. "Mr. Ambrose, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Adams, who is in charge of my daughter's treatment. He's familiar with her condition, so if you have any questions, you can ask him." "Hello," Alex said politely. Dr. Adams was stunned. He couldn't remember coming across a Dr. Ambrose before. Curious, he asked, "Which medical school did you graduate from? And which hospital do you work in?" "I haven't studied medicine," Alex said, "but I'm quite proficient in healing." "You have no medical knowledge?" Dr. Adams asked. "No formal training? What nonsense is this?" His face turned red with anger. "Medicine is a serious business. Without study, you can't be proficient in healing. How can you be so irresponsible? Do you even have a license?" "No," Alex said, smiling, as he realized Dr. Adams was really pedantic and determined to stick to the rules. "No license," Dr. Adams exclaimed. "I knew it. You're nothing but a quack. This is one of the top medical facilities in the country. This is no place for you to play at being doctor." His voice grew louder as he got excited. He turned back to Clark. "Mr. Fairfax, I warned you that no one could help," he said. "Your daughter's condition is irreversible, and she will soon be in a coma. There is nothing that can be done. Anyone who claims otherwise is a fraud." Dr. Adams was determined to keep Alex from treating Sarah. He glared at Alex with contempt and blatant hostility. But he had forgotten about Sarah, who had not yet lost consciousness and had heard every word he had said. At the word coma, she had turned pale and had started to tremble with fear. A single tear rolled down her face. "Mr. Fairfax," Dr. Adams continued, completely unaware of Sarah, "with all due respect, Alex's presence here is unnecessary, and he's a risk to Sarah's life." "Dr. Adams, you don't know what you're talking about," Clark said. "He's in a unique position to help my daughter." He remained calm, trusting in Alex and Debbie. An alarm went off, startling everyone, and the medical equipment began to flash. "Sarah?" Clark called, terrified. "Sarah, what's wrong?" Sarah's eyes had closed, and her head had fallen to the side. She was completely unresponsive. 2 nurses came to do an examination and gave Sarah extra oxygen. Thankfully, it appeared that Sarah was not yet in a coma. Rather, she had experienced a severe shock, which had caused her to lose consciousness. It was what Alex had expected, but it had happened much quicker than he had thought it would. Dr. Adams was at a loss, but Alex suspected it had been all the yelling that had upset Sarah, leading to the disease progressing. The atmosphere was very subdued. When Dr. Adams checked on Sarah, he looked at Alex as he passed, meeting his gaze. Alex walked over to Sarah's side, shaking out his hands. Clark sighed. It seemed that Mr. Ambrose couldn't help his daughter. After all, many people currently lay in comas all around the world, and there was little that could be done for them. Sarah needed a miracle, and those were rare. Dr. Adams glared at Alex. He still thought his presence was going to do more harm than good. Episode 486. He's not a doctor. "How can he possibly cure the patient?" Dr. Adams asked, gesturing at Alex. "Well, you don't seem to be able to do it," Alex said. He turned to Clark and said, "Mr. Fairfax, I can cure your daughter, and she will wake up." "Alex, that's great," Debbie exclaimed, grinning at him. She had always believed in Alex. Everyone else turned to stare at him. "What? Do you mean that?" Clark asked, so excited that he grabbed Alex's hand. "Can you really wake her up?" The others in the room looked expectantly at Alex, hoping for a miracle. "Of course he can't," Dr. Adams insisted. "I've already told you that nothing can be done for your daughter. There is simply no way to help her regain consciousness." He glared at Alex. "You're just a quack, and there's no way you're more powerful than I am. Do you really think you know more than the entire medical community?" He turned back to Clark. "If someone with no medical training claimed to be able to cure cancer, would you believe him?" he asked. "No, of course not. It would be ridiculous." Everyone's excitement faded away. "I stand by everything I said," Alex said firmly, "and I take full responsibility for treating Sarah." "Responsibility?" Dr. Adams echoed. "For what? If Sarah recovers, it'll be no thanks to you. What exactly do you think you can do here? Some kind of alternative medicine nonsense? You're not even a real doctor, so I assume you're just planning to fake it." Alex simply ignored him. He turned to Clark and said, "Mr. Fairfax, have you and Sarah recently been anywhere with dark energy?" Clark frowned. "Such as?" he asked, not understanding what Alex meant. "Somewhere like a mausoleum or a graveyard?" Alex suggested. From studying martial arts, Alex had developed a profound understanding of many things, including some more of the mystical skills. These came naturally to him, and he hadn't needed to expend much effort in learning them. Every time he learned something new, it led him to other knowledge, and he absorbed it all easily. Alex had become a master at healing people simply through his martial arts training, and he recognized the signs of someone who is suffering from exposure to dark energy. He was positive that was what was wrong with Sarah, but he didn't know where she could have encountered it. "Let's see, where have we been lately?" Clark muttered, walking up and down the room. "Where did you go in the days before Sarah started to complain about feeling ill?" Alex prompted him. "Oh," Clark said. "Sarah and I were walking in the countryside and we passed a cemetery. We took a shortcut through it. Is that what you mean?" "Exactly," Alex said. "Did the cemetery seem different in some way? Was there anything unusual about it? Which cemetery was it?" He began to come up with theories about what might have happened. Dr. Adams rolled his eyes. "What does that have to do with anything?" he demanded. "This is absurd." He tried to appeal to everyone else in the room. "What do cemeteries have to do with medicine? You're all intelligent people, so why are you wasting time on this nonsense?" No one answered him, and he began to shout at them. "He's a charlatan! Can't you see that? Why are you listening to him?" He turned to Clark. "Mr. Fairfax, you should have him removed from the room. He's not qualified to be here." He pointed at Alex. "Get out!" he yelled. "You're a disgrace. I don't even know how you got in here." He lifted his hand, intending to grab Alex and shove him from the room. Alex shrugged him off. "You're very excitable," he said, looking closely at him. "It's almost as if you don't want Sarah to recover." Clark's eyes narrowed as he looked at Dr. Adams. "What?" Dr. Adams spluttered. Then he forced himself to calm down. He pointed at Alex and said, "That's ludicrous. I'm a doctor, so of course I want to cure Sarah. I just don't want a con man like you interfering with her treatment, that's all. There's no way you can help her." "Sarah is critically ill," Alex pointed out. "So shouldn't we try other methods to save her? This isn't about your ego." "Don't be ridiculous," Dr. Adams said. "I'm a responsible doctor. I know what's best for my patient, and it's not letting some untrained idiot loose on her." He stalked past Alex and stood next to Clark. "Let me be clear. If you let this fraud treat your daughter, I will not be held responsible for what happens. I refuse to have my reputation tarnished by this con man." Alex narrowed his eyes as he looked Dr. Adams up and down. He thought the doctor was behaving oddly, and the longer he spent time around the man, the more clues started leaping out at him, painting a grim picture. "Are you one of the ghosts?" Alex asked. He was referring to the secretive organization who engaged in espionage and assassination. They were well trained in a variety of subjects, including medicine, and there were many doctors among them. Something about the doctor had been annoying him, and he was growing increasingly suspicious. Clark and Debbie looked at Dr. Adams. "Have you lost your mind?" Dr. Adams asked, throwing up his hands. "You're not making any sense." "That wasn't a denial," Alex pointed out, still watching him. "And you seem nervous. Why?" He shook his head. "Never mind. You don't have to answer. I can smell it on you." "Smell what?" Dr. Adams asked. "What are you on about now? This is absurd." Alex was certain he was right. When Dr. Adams had walked past him a moment ago, Alex had caught the faint scent of cherry blossom, and it had reminded him of Tabitha, who had carried the same scent. Dr. Adams was rattled. Although he was careful to control his speech, his eyes were wild and he was clearly on the verge of panic. The scent of cherry blossoms became stronger as he grew more agitated. Alex recalled seeing a cherry blossom tattoo on Tabitha's arm when they had fought, and he believed the ghosts used this symbol to recognize each other. The scent of cherry blossoms was another such symbol, engineered to be detachable only by those who had been trained as ghosts. Alex could smell it because his martial arts training was so advanced, and his sense of smell had grown more acute lately. "Are you really going to deny it?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. He was certain he was right about the doctor. Episode 487, Cherry Blossoms. "Deny what?" Dr. Adams asked. "I don't understand what you're accusing me of. And stop changing the subject. We're talking about why you can't treat my patient." "You're the one trying to change the subject," Alex said. "Do you have something to hide?" "You're the one being deceptive," Dr. Adams roared, his face scarlet with rage. "And now that I've exposed your lies, you're trying to slander me. This is intolerable." Clark was no fool, and he could tell something was off about Dr. Adams. "Dr. Adams, isn't it time to come clean?" Debbie asked. "I'm just a college student, and even I've heard of the ghosts. So do you really expect us to believe that you haven't?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Dr. Adams insisted. Debbie smiled at him. "According to the hospital website, you graduated from Fleming Medical School." She held up her phone. "That's right, isn't it?" Dr. Adams paled, and he was clearly lost for words. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, not managing to say anything. "You studied at Fleming Medical School, and you claim to have not heard of the ghosts?" Debbie asked skeptically. "Do you think we're stupid? Everyone knows that ghosts recruit from the students at that school. No one who studied there could possibly be unaware of them." Dr. Adams remained silent, but his eyes darted around the room. "And yet you say you have no knowledge of them," Debbie said. "Clearly, Alex is right, and you're trying to cover it up." The atmosphere grew tense, and everyone now believed Alex. Dr. Adams had been on edge since Alex had arrived. He had been yelling and gesticulating like a maniac, rather than behaving like a dignified doctor. The others in the room were intelligent, and they realized Debbie's argument made sense, so they were convinced Dr. Adams was lying. Clark's expression became stony. Alex stared at Dr. Adams. "The ghosts are a strange and secretive organization," he said. "They lurk in the shadows, and since they operate in secret, they get a specific tattoo to enable them to recognize each other." He looked pointedly at Dr. Adams. "Take off your shirt, and let's see if you have this tattoo." "No, I will not be treated this way," Dr. Adams said, folding his arms. He turned to Clark. "Mr. Fairfax, these people have done nothing but insult me and cast aspersions on my character, and yet you have said nothing to defend me. Well, I've had enough of this nonsense, so find yourself another doctor." With that, he turned around and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a loud bang as the door flew open so hard it was ripped off its hinges and landed on the floor. Startled, he turned around just in time to see a hand reach out and grab his shirt, yanking him back into the room. "Where do you think you're going?" Clark asked, his tone positively icy. Dr. Adams gaped at him in shock. Even Alex was surprised. He hadn't realized Clark had such an explosive temper. Clark had been polite in his dealings with everyone, and he had appeared to be a quiet person. But clearly there was a fierce man behind those manners. Clark was not prepared to let Dr. Adams leave until he had provided answers. Not when his daughter's life was at stake. When the doctor had attempted to flee, Clark had reacted immediately, not letting the closed door slow him down. He had simply kicked it down and seized the doctor before he could get too far. Alex appreciated the simplicity of Clark's actions. Sometimes brute force was the best option. When Clark let go of him, Dr. Adams dropped to the floor, his legs too shaky to hold him up. "Mr. Fairfax, what's wrong?" he asked, trembling. "Please, just let me go." Clark ignored him and turned to two of his men. "Remove his shirt," he ordered. The two young men came forward and walked toward Dr. Adams. "Mr. Fairfax, I'm not a ghost," Dr. Adams protested. "I'm just an ordinary doctor." Clark said nothing. Okay, I'll show you," Dr. Adams said, holding out his hands. "I'll take my shirt off." He began to undo the buttons, moving slowly but deliberately, while he maintained the injured expression of someone wrongly accused. All eyes were on his chest, waiting to see what would be revealed. When he reached the third button, he suddenly launched into action, jumping up and heading right for Clark. Before anyone could react, he held a scalpel to Clark's throat. Light glinted off the blade, and his hand remained steady as he looked around at them all. It seemed that Clark was in danger, and no one wanted to risk Dr. Adams killing him, so they stood still and watched. But Dr. Adams had underestimated Clark, who was a skilled martial artist. Within seconds, Clark had grabbed the doctor's hand, using pressure points to force Dr. Adams to release his grip on the scalpel, which fell harmlessly to the floor. He continued to exert force, and the doctor's face contorted with pain. His mouth dropped open in a silent scream. Clark twisted around and punched Dr. Adams hard, knocking out a tooth and breaking his nose. Dr. Adams covered his face with his hands, trying to protect himself from further injury. Two of the nurses were scared, and they shrank back, not wanting anything to do with what was happening. Clark's true nature was becoming clear. When it came to fighting, he clearly preferred simple but violent methods. Dr. Adams cowered from him, not daring to fight back. Clark grabbed him and shoved him to the floor. He tore at the doctor's shirt, removing it quickly, and then he stood back. Someone gasped as the cherry blossom tattoo on the doctor's chest was revealed. "Now what do you have to say for yourself?" Clark demanded, glaring at him. Dr. Adams refused to speak. "Take him away and question him," Clark ordered his men. "Use any means necessary to make him talk." The two men strode forward and began to drag Dr. Adams away. Dr. Adams frantically bit down hard, trying to burst the cyanide capsule implanted in his tooth, but the pill had been hidden in the tooth Clark had knocked out. As the men hauled him to the door, he looked over at Alex. "Bye-bye," Alex said, giving him a little wave. "Mr. Fairfax, who exactly are the ghosts?" Debbie asked. "I've heard of them, but I only know the basics." "The Ghosts are a secret organization that exists in several countries," Clark said. "Often they seem to be helping people, but in reality, they're assassins and spies. They're ruthless when it comes to obtaining information and seizing power. They infiltrate society through its institutions, businesses, and political organizations." He scowled. "And it seems they arranged for Dr. Adams to get close to me." "What do they want?" Debbie asked. Power, Clark said. They're both patient and ambitious. Their ultimate goal is to have members occupy all the important positions in society, and then they'll be able to shape the world any way they see fit. Episode 488, Grave Digging. Once the ghost seize control of an organization, they use that power to make money and expand into other areas, Clark explained. They're already moving into genetic research, and the possibilities there are terrifying. There are rumors they're attempting to develop diseases that'll target only certain sections of the population.
That's awful,
Debbie said, her eyes wide. Imagine a world where the ghosts can intentionally infect any group who stands against them, Clark said, frowning. Or even just any demographic they take a dislike to. They would have the power of life and death over all of us. He gestured around them. This hospital seems perfectly normal, he said. And yet one of their doctors was a ghost. Think about it. What if you were relying on such an institution for treatment and the ghost decided you should be eliminated? You wouldn't even see it coming. Everyone remained quiet as they considered the implications. The ghosts were everywhere, and they would all need to take precautions to protect themselves. Clark's fighting style was straightforward, but he was capable of complex thought, and he understood the sinister intentions of the ghosts. He was brave and resourceful, and he was determined to fight this insidious evil. Obviously, we can't move against any of the organizations they've infiltrated unless we have evidence, Clark pointed out. We're talking about well-respected institutions, after all. The ghosts are extremely skilled at remaining in the shadows, so we'll have to remain vigilant and wait for an opportunity to act. He sighed. I have no idea what they're doing here, though, he said helplessly. Perhaps Dr. Adams will be able to shed some light on that. Mr. Fairfax, I can guess what they have planned, Alex said. Oh? Clark asked. Yes, the ghosts are seeking to control you, Alex explained. To be blunt, they intended to use you as a pawn, and then plan to get to you through your daughter. Sarah's life is hanging in the balance, and they'll keep her alive as long as you do what they say. No doubt they will provide some secret medicine to cure her, but only if you become their creature. Clark thought about it, and then his expression grew hard. That's despicable, he said. He looked at Alex. You said you could wake Sarah. Was that true? Alex nodded. Of course, he said. I just need to know if there's anything unusual about the cemetery you visited with her. And where was this? Clark frowned. Unusual? He repeated. What does this have to do with Sarah's illness? Sarah isn't ill, Alex said, smiling. She's been exposed to some dark energy, which has disrupted her body's ability to function normally. What? Clark asked, more confused than ever. Mr. Ambrose, please explain. The cemetery contains energy from those buried within it, Alex said. Sarah must be sensitive to such things, and when you walked through the graveyard, some of the darker energy latched onto her soul and kept it there. Her soul? Clark asked. Her body is perfectly healthy, Alex said. But without her soul, she's fading away and losing the ability to think. Once her mind is gone, she'll be trapped in a coma. He paused. Mr. Fairfax, Sarah's problems are being caused by the loss of her soul. Clark was still struggling to understand. Is that true? He asked. It sounds ridiculous. I've never heard of such a thing. He had no idea what to believe, and he was beginning to doubt Alex. The whole idea just sounded so preposterous. Has my daughter really lost her soul? He wondered. Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing stories about such things. Could there really be some truth to it? He clenched his fists as he tried to decide what to do. Mr. Fairfax, what if he's right? Debbie asked, smiling at him. Why don't we go to the cemetery and check it out? Then we'll know for certain. What do you have to lose? Debbie trusted Alex completely. So if Alex said Sarah had lost her soul, then that was what had happened. Clark sighed. Debbie was right. Sarah was extremely ill, so he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. He turned to his men and called, "Get the car." A short time later, several vehicles left the city and drove north. Clark's men were in the first car, which was followed by the car carrying Clark, Alex, and Debbie. Behind them was a private ambulance, which was transporting Sarah. The cemetery wasn't too far from Baltimore, so it didn't take them long to reach it. As soon as he got out of the car, Alex noticed the heavy atmosphere, and he could feel the dark energy around them. This was definitely the right place. He passed out some protective charms, but there were none left for him or Clark. "Mr. Ambrose, what are those?" Clark asked. "And why didn't you give one to me?" "You're extremely strong," Alex explained, "so you don't need any extra protection from the dark energy. It wouldn't dare attack you. We can both withstand it without any help." Clark nodded reluctantly. Alex strolled into the cemetery and looked around, noting how run down it was. The headstones were faded and in various states of disrepair. Several of them had fallen over, and the place was overgrown with weeds. After walking around, he pointed to a grave which had been covered with fresh earth. "Dig here," he said. "Dig?" Clark asked, stunned. "You want us to dig up a grave?" one of the men asked, his jaw dropping. "We can't go around disturbing the dead," Clark said, scowling. Alex pointed at the mound of dirt, his expression implacable. Clark knew there was no point arguing. "Dig it up," he ordered. His men didn't hesitate. They simply retrieved some shovels from the trunk of their car and got to work. Before long, it became obvious that this was no ordinary grave. Instead of a coffin, they found a hexagonal box, which was the wrong size and not shaped to house a body. Something else was buried there. The cemetery was very old, and yet the box was of much more recent construction and bore no signs of decay. Curious, they opened the box and looked inside. Instead of a skeleton, they found several scrolls written in an unfamiliar language. "Oh!" Debbie exclaimed, pointing at something. "What is that?" She shuddered and walked back to the car, not wanting to look any closer at it. Episode 489, Toxic Situations. Everyone stared into the box, unable to look away. A few of the men felt like vomiting, and others were fighting the urge to back away slowly. At the bottom of the box was a large, slimy toad, which was staring intently at them. It was repulsive, and several of the men scrunched up their faces in disgust. Its skin was gray, shiny, and covered in odd lumps. As they watched it, it blinked slowly, and its throat pulsed as it swallowed. "Why is everyone just standing there?" Clark asked. He bent down to pick up the scrolls, but Alex put out his hand and stopped him. "Don't move," Alex said. "It's just a toad," Clark said. "It's ugly, but not dangerous." "I'm not worried about the toad," Alex said. One of the men reached out and tried to grab the toad, which jumped away from him. Its movements triggered a pressure plate, and a hidden compartment opened, revealing a nozzle. Liquid sprayed out from it, hitting the man, who screamed and clawed at his eyes.
"Get back," Alex ordered. "It seems to be some kind of toxin. Get some water to wash out his eyes and don't let him rub them. You need to keep rinsing his eyes until the toxin's gone."
Alex pulled out a pair of gloves and put them on. He edged around the open grave, trying to find a way through without being sprayed. When the toad had hopped away, Alex had spotted an odd wooden token engraved with a strange symbol. He could feel the dark energy coming from it, and he suspected this was the cause of Sarah's affliction. The toad croaked at him from its place inside the box, seemingly unaffected by the toxin. Alex darted forward, avoiding both the toxin and the toad, and he snatched up the token. He stepped back and took a lighter from his pocket. Holding the wooden token in one hand, he opened the lighter and held it to the wooden disc. Gradually, the edge of the token began to blacken, and then finally flames appeared. A dark, foul-smelling smoke arose from the disc, and he could feel the dark energy being repelled by the fire. Eventually, the energy dispersed, and Alex dropped the blackened token to the ground and stamped out the flames. Everyone gathered around him, looking down at the remains of the token.
"What was that?" Debbie asked. "And what was it doing here?"
"It was a receptacle for dark energy," Alex explained. "The evil is trapped within such an object, and it seeks out vulnerable people who pass too close to it, feeding on their souls." "What was it doing here?" Clark asked, still not taking his eyes off it. That was no ordinary grave, so I assume it was placed here deliberately. "Most likely, yes," Alex said. "Someone powerful created it and then buried it here to prey on innocent passersby. That toxin was designed to prevent anyone from removing it." They all nodded their understanding. "Now let's check on Sarah," Alex said. As Alex helped Sarah, another patient lay in critical condition at Baltimore Central Hospital.
"Why aren't you doing something?"
a young man called Michael Murdoch demanded. He was almost hysterical as he raged at the hospital director.
"You're completely useless!"
Various items lay scattered on the floor, and members of staff were doing their best to stay out of the man's way. He had thrown a spectacular tantrum, and a few minutes ago, he had punched the director in the stomach. The security guards and medical staff remained silent, worried about attracting his attention. Michael turned to look at the patient lying on the bed, and his expression grew anguished. His sister Louisa was lying with her eyes closed, seemingly unaware of the surrounding commotion. Michael had assembled a team of the top doctors in the world, but not one of them had been able to suggest a way to cure Louisa. All they could offer were ways to make her more comfortable while they waited for the end. Louisa had been poisoned, and the toxin had spread into her internal organs. There was nothing the doctors could do. Michael had spent a fortune seeking second opinions from many other experts, but it had all been in vain. Louisa's survival had been due to a rare folk medicine, which had lessened the poison's effects for some time. But the side effects were dangerous, so taking the medicine was a risk. If overused, it could become deadly. Even worse, the medicine was becoming less effective at keeping the poison at bay. Louisa wouldn't live much longer.
"Hurry up and find me another group of experts," Michael insisted. "No matter what the cost, we must save my sister."
He glared at the director. "I'm sorry, Mr. Murdoch," the director said. "There simply isn't any more we can do. We've consulted with every expert on toxins we could find, and no one knows how to cure her. The Baltimore Chamber of Commerce has promised to help, and they have asked the Ghost to send someone here. As the Ghosts are highly skilled in such matters,
Perhaps they'll be able to suggest something we haven't thought of.
The director was careful to remain respectful because he knew Michael was the son of Jeremiah Murdoch. Jeremiah was the CEO of a network of hospitals in the area, so he carried a great deal of influence. It was his daughter who had been poisoned, and everyone had heard about it.
All that money allocated to you every year, and you're still useless,
Michael raged, stepping into the director's space.
What is the point of a hospital that can't cure someone?
He narrowed his eyes.
So when will these ghosts arrive? If they don't get here in time to save my sister, I will hold you personally responsible.
The latter part came out in a roar. His father had given the director his job, so Michael knew he could just as easily fire him again. The director lowered his gaze and didn't dare speak. He prayed to anyone listening that Louisa would live. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Louisa cried out from the bed.
Who are you? Don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Her voice was full of panic, but she was still asleep. Michael rushed over to comfort her.
It's okay, Louisa, he murmured, taking her hand. I'm here.
Louisa opened her eyes and squeezed his fingers.
Michael, please help me, she begged. I can't stand the pain.
Since Louisa had been poisoned, the toxin had run rampant throughout her body. She had been lapsing in and out of consciousness, and all her internal organs were being damaged. It felt like her body was trying to rip itself apart, and it was unbearable. Episode 490, Be Careful What You Promise.
Save my sister,
Michael screamed at the hospital director.
Don't let her die like this.
The director called for doctors and nurses, who rushed to give Louisa injections of the folk medicine which had been keeping the toxin at bay. After almost 20 minutes, Louisa had calmed and the pain had lessened. But, unnoticed by everyone, dark energy swirled around her.
Hold on, sis, Michael said. I'm doing my best to get you help.
He took her hand once more.
The Baltimore Chamber of Commerce are sending us a ghost who is trained in medicine. I'm sure they'll be able to help you, so just hang on until they get here.
His expression hardened.
If they can't help, I'll tell Father, and then we'll deal with them. Then we'll find someone else to help you.
When Michael and Louisa had been children, their parents had not had much time for them. Instead, they had spent all their time together. As the eldest, Louisa had taken care of him, almost like a mother, and he couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Louisa was also the chairperson of Greenson Biotech, which had cornered the market for healthcare products throughout large parts of the country. She supported Michael financially, and he couldn't afford to lose her assistance. If Louisa died, it would set off a chain reaction within the Murdoch family, and her father Jeremiah was also anxious to save her. Louisa was extremely important to the whole family. Louisa sighed.
Alex,
she muttered. She was dozing on and off, and didn't seem to be aware of what she was saying. Michael frowned.
Louisa? He asked. Who's Alex? Is he your boyfriend? Where is he?
His sister was clearly confused, but he suspected this Alex might be a secret lover. From time to time, Louisa would call his name as she babbled nonsense.
Alex, find Alex,
Louisa said, her head tossing from side to side. The hospital director stood by her side, listening. Perhaps if this Alex visited Louisa, it might make her stronger. After all, the mind was an important tool when it came to healing the body. If she wished to see this man, his presence could encourage her. Several nurses had tears in their eyes. wondering if this was a wonderful love story where two souls would be reunited in death. Michael scowled. Why have I never met this man? He thought. And why isn't he here? What kind of heartless bastard wouldn't be here with her while she's so ill? When this is over, I'm going to track him down and kill him. The door opened, and several gentlemen in suits walked in. One of the men walked over to Michael. Mr. Murdoch, I'm Jonah Walton, the director of the Baltimore Chamber of Commerce, and I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Harvey Kingston. Michael didn't really care who these people were. He had never been interested in these matters, and right now, he was more concerned about his sister. Harvey Kingston was a short, overweight man who made Michael feel uneasy. Michael disliked him on sight, but he was careful not to show it. The atmosphere in the room seemed tense, and the hospital staff were on edge. The hospital director greeted Harvey with reverence, and he seemed a little afraid. He knew more about the workings of the Chamber of Commerce than Michael, because he had often spent time on the Paradise cruise ship. Mr. Kingston is a close ally of the Chamber of Commerce, and he's also one of the ghosts, Jonah informed Michael. He has spent years studying different toxins, and his whole family are doctors. When he heard about your sister being poisoned, he came all the way here to offer his assistance. Harvey approached Michael and said, Mr. Kingston, Michael said, shaking his hand, thank you for coming. I appreciate your help. He gestured to Louisa. My sister is in a critical condition. Please try to help her. Money is not a problem, so I'll pay whatever you ask for. Harvey chuckled. You're very direct, he said. I appreciate that. But I have no interest in money. I already have what I need. Oh? Michael asked, impressed. Well, if you can save my sister, I promise I'll give you anything else you want. He meant every word. His family had a lot of influence in the healthcare industry, so they were in a position to grant many favors, and there was nothing he wouldn't do to save Louisa. Harvey laughed, but he didn't respond to Michael's offer. Instead, he walked over to Louisa. Please, Mr. Kingston, Michael said, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, Harvey said, smiling down at Louisa. I will do my best to cure her. He spent a few minutes examining her, and then he laid his hand on her forehead. This is a very strange and complex poison, he said. It's not easy to cure. Few doctors are even aware of this toxin's existence. He sighed. It has already spread throughout her body. The medication she was given has protected her heart, but her other organs were not so lucky. I'm afraid she's close to death. Michael swallowed hard. What can I do? He asked. Is it just a matter of time? With one examination, Harvey had accurately reported Louisa's condition, so he clearly knew what he was talking about. Episode 491, Michael Makes a Deal. She's in grave danger, but there are options, said Harvey Kingston. Michael Murdoch stood by his sister's bed. Are you saying you can save Louisa? He asked in a whisper. Harvey said nothing. His face was somber, and he looked as if he were struggling with a difficult choice. Finally, he said, I can, but saving her life would put mine in danger. Michael was ecstatic. There have been 12 doctors in and out of this room, and they all just told me I should prepare for the worst. I was ready to lose my mind. He looked down at his sister. But you can save her, he said. Mr. Kingston, do it. Whatever it takes. I will do everything in my power to repay you.
Obstacles can be dealt with. Mr. Kingston, Harvey, I'll do anything. Please help my sister.
Jonah Walton nodded. You heard the man, Harvey. Mr. Murdoch and Greenson Biotech will give you whatever you need. The men waited eagerly for Harvey's response. He sighed and said, I guess we should get started. Watch the door, please. We don't want any interruptions. Without another word, he pulled a slim case from his pocket and withdrew a wicked-looking syringe. It was made of some kind of black metal that glinted strangely under the harsh fluorescent lights. The barrel was pre-loaded with a vial of clear blue liquid. He injected it into Luis's IV and stood back, capping the needle and putting it back in its little case. It won't take long, he said, looking up at the clock by the door. In less than 2 minutes, her complexion began to improve. In 5 minutes, Luis's labored breathing became steady and even. In 7 minutes, her arms and legs relaxed. In 10 minutes, her eyes stopped twitching under the lids. In 20 minutes, Luisa looked as if she were just taking a nap. Michael was in awe. The monitors that surrounded his sister's bed had stopped their insistent beeping, and the readings were all normal. Nurses and doctors poured into the room and examined Luisa. There was no sign of the poison at all. There would have to be more tests, the doctor said, but she seemed to be out of danger. It was a miracle. My goodness, Michael said, when the last of the hospital staff cleared out, leaving him alone with Harvey and Jonah. Before he could stop himself, he flung his arms around Harvey. I don't think I really expected. He began to regain his composure. You saved my sister. You saved me. You saved my family. He looked back at Luisa in wonder. What can I do for you? Name it. Not for me exactly, Harvey said with a strange smile. I want to open a clinic here in Baltimore, but there are some licenses I'll need. Greenson Biotech and the Murdoch name can smooth things along. Michael blinked. What? I don't understand. You can ask me for anything and you just want help with paperwork? His family's company had enough political clout to get something as simple as a license issued in a matter of days. Michael had as good as offered Harvey a blank check. He could have asked for untold riches, but all he seemed to want was help opening a clinic. With his sister out of danger, Michael began to think more clearly. He realized that he had never asked what had been in that syringe, or how using it could put Harvey in danger. All he knew is that he'd promised a lot of help to a total stranger. A stranger who could now rely on the support of the Murdoch family. Michael was wary, but he smiled. He tried to find a way to smoothly dial down his enthusiasm from before. Mr. Kingston, he said, getting something like that done in Baltimore isn't easy. Yes, I know, Kingston said with a soft smile. That's why I'm asking for your help. He held up the case that housed the syringe. The solution I used, well, the ghosts call it the Grail, and they don't just hand it out to anyone. It can break down any toxin and repair damage on a cellular level. It's not easy to come by, obviously, and it's not cheap. It's made with more than 100 rare herbs from all over the world, but the most difficult ingredient is human blood. A lot of human blood. Plasma, to be precise. He looked at the case with his hand and opened it. This was made with mine. Drawing that amount of plasma is dangerous, so each time could be the last time. I often have to deal with some dangerous toxins, so the Grail is a necessity. Closing the case, he returned it to his pocket. The cost is astronomical. I know your family is rich, but even you couldn't afford it. It's not just money, though. You have to impress the ghosts to get it. I've only ever been given 2 doses, and I just used one for your sister without their authorization. Getting more from them would be complicated, even without the physical danger.
You've given up a lot for the Murdochs, Mr. Kingston, Jonah said. Not many people would be so selfless, especially for a total stranger. I have to say, I'm impressed.
Harvey's eyes gleamed with a strange light. That's very kind of you to say. Episode 492. Alex becomes a target.
I don't know what else to say, Michael said with a weary smile. You've taken a huge risk for my sister. I'm overwhelmed.
He sat on Louisa's bed and took her hand.
We're going to get you that paperwork.
He looked back at Harvey and Jonah and said,
I'll have to handle it myself, though. I don't want to waste time explaining it to Greenson Biotech's board. Even though I guess I'm running things until my sister's recovered, they'll fall in line.
He probably could have made a simple phone call. But Michael wanted to get this done in person. Harvey had put his life on the line for Louisa, so Michael was ready to give him whatever he needed. Besides, there might be an upside to having a ghost in his pocket down the line. Kingston smiled. Michael's face was as easy to read as a picture book. This was going better than he'd hoped. Just as you say, Mr. Murdoch. Louisa slept peacefully, as if she'd never been in pain at all, much less near death. She was smiling in her sleep, and Michael could see she was healing quickly. Although the poison had taken its toll, her natural beauty was evident. She'll be fully recovered in no time. There'll be no trace of infection at all, Harvey said, smiling at her. She began to stir. Alex, she called softly in her sleep. Alex. Her voice was weak but filled with longing. Michael frowned. He wasn't sure what he had heard.
Lou, he said, who are you asking for? Who's Alex? A lover? He thought. Why hasn't he shown his face? Why are you calling out to someone too heartless to come for you? Is he involved in this somehow?
Michael was suddenly furious.
When I find this Alex, he's going to have some explaining to do, he said. Oh, Alex, I miss you, Louisa murmured with a smile. Unconscious or not, Louisa was acting like a love-struck kid. She had been calling for this Alex person over and over. It wasn't like her. He doesn't miss you, apparently, Michael muttered bitterly. He seemed jealous and resentful. Michael realized he had spoken aloud. Forgive me, gentlemen, he said. He felt foolish. It's been a long day. I wonder if she means Alex Ambrose, said Jonah. I didn't know Louisa knew him. He apparently has a hold on her. He has this way of charming people into doing whatever he says. Something about him drives women like your sister crazy. He's like a drug. I'll get it. Michael was shocked. You know this Alex person? If he has anything to do with this, if he's hurt her, Are they involved? He took a second to calm down. When he spoke again, his voice was low and sharp. Jonah, tell me everything you know about this guy. I don't care how charming he is. I'll take him out myself if I have to. He's supposed to be some kind of martial arts expert. He stole a fortune from, let's say, a casino in which I have some interest as a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Have you heard of the Paradise? When he went public about the rigged games on the ship, he almost wiped us out. A lot of very dangerous people want him dead. Jonah's voice was thick with anger. I'm going to find someone to deal with him. If he's got his hooks in Louisa, He let his voice trail off meaningfully. I want to get to the bottom of this, Jonah. We have to get him here so I can interrogate him personally. It looks like we have a common enemy now. I need you to find someone who can take care of this for us, quietly. Whatever's going on, I have to protect Luisa's reputation. She's the public face of Greenson Biotech.
It might not be that simple. Alex Ambrose isn't just some ordinary punk. I sent one of our best operatives to kill him, but she failed. Jonah was still angry that Kendall Payne hadn't taken care of Ambrose. He watched Michael work himself into a rage and saw an opportunity. The Murdoch family could be very useful. Well, he thought, their money and connections could be.
Harvey, Michael said, you said you deal with poisons regularly. If you take care of this Alex Ambrose for me, I'll do more than help you set up your clinic. We'll get you an entire lab. We can find a way to make this grail of yours without involving the ghosts. His eyes glittered with spite. And you won't need to use your own plasma to make it. Baltimore's a big city. People go missing every day. You would be in control of production. You could even distribute it yourself. We just need to keep it quiet.
Harvey grinned darkly. I'm a doctor, Mr. Murdoch, not a killer, he said with a smirk. I'm not an assassin.
Michael scowled. Look, Mr. Kingston, I may not know much about these ghosts, but it's clear that you have the skills and resources to handle Alex Ambrose. I'll even sweeten the deal. If you kill him for me, I'll fund your clinic and the lab personally.
Michael paused to let Harvey consider this offer.
You're a ghost, after all. Ambrose is just a man. Even if he's some kind of martial arts expert, he's a gnat. It wouldn't be any different than, say, euthanizing a lab specimen. Basically, Harvey, he said with a menacing smile, I'm offering you all the power and influence at my family's disposal. What do you say?
Episode 493, A Family Emergency. I told you, Mr. Murdoch, Harvey Kingston said calmly. I'm not a killer. He raised a hand as Michael began to speak. Having said that, I can see that this man is a problem for you and Mr. Walton. A pest. Riddling the world of a pest is practically a public service, he smiled. Since he's a trained fighter, it'll take someone with real skill to handle him. But he's still just a man. Let's see how he handles a ghost. I'll be in touch once I'm finished. He nodded at Michael and Jonah and left the room. Alex happened to be in a different wing of the very same hospital at that moment. Sarah Fairfax had completely recovered from the attack that almost snuffed out her soul thanks to Alex's skill as a healer. She was asleep, exhausted from her ordeal. Seated at her bedside, Alex stilled his breath and reached out with his essence. He could feel Sarah's life force flowing through her body freely. The dark energy that had almost killed her was gone. He could feel her father, Clark, approaching the door, so he was able to bring his awareness back to the material world in time to greet him. Clark Fairfax was so grateful to him for saving her life that he seemed ready to adopt him. He'd tried on 2 separate occasions to give Alex money. Both times, Alex politely refused. I have to do something for you, Alex. At least let me take you to dinner or something, he said fondly. Alex smiled. Mr. Fairfax, you and Sarah have been through a lot. Why don't you both get some rest? We'll get together another day. I don't have words to tell you how grateful I am. Just know that if you ever need anything at all, that we'll be there. Clark handed Alex his card and said, I love Sarah more than anything. I can never repay you for what you've done for us." He looked at his sleeping daughter with tears in his eyes and settled into the chair by the bed. He reached over and took her hand, bringing it to his lips. Alex smiled and left the room. It was time to go home. As he made his way to the parking lot, his cell phone buzzed in his pocket. He was tempted to let the call go to voicemail, but he saw that it was Joe Hall calling. Alex grinned and answered. Before he could say anything, he heard Joe call his name. "Alex?" Joe sounded strange. His voice was breathy and strained. He sounded like he was in pain. "Alex, please come. My family. Oh, Alex, please hurry." "Joe, what's..." The line went dead. Alex hurried to his car. What's going on, he thought. Why would Joe call me of all people if he's in trouble? As far as he knows, I'm just a teacher. Alex didn't give it a second thought. Peeling out of the hospital's parking garage, he used his inner force to run at a supernatural speed to the Hall family home in Columbia, about 20 miles away. Even before he reached the door, he could sense something was terribly wrong. The house was utterly still. The whole neighborhood seemed too quiet. Alex felt his skin crawl. He grabbed his backpack and headed for the front door. Time to put on your game face, he thought, and went inside. The living room was a scene from a nightmare. There were 7 or 8 bodies scattered around the room. Some seemed to be having seizures. Others were frighteningly still. Joe had managed to drag himself to the far wall. He was the only person still conscious. He saw Alex and tried to stand, but couldn't. Alex rushed over to him. Joe, what's wrong with you? Alex knelt beside him. Can you tell me what happened? Poison, Joe said weakly. We've been poisoned. He said you could save us. It was obvious that Joe was in pain. Every word seemed to exhaust him. Dad? He gestured weakly to his left, where his father Neil lay unconscious. He was too weak to say anything else. He shuddered and went still. Alex quickly scanned the room. The carpet was littered with spilled plates of food and fallen drinks. Would that be how they were poisoned? But why, he thought, and who? Who would do this to the Halls? And why would anyone think I could save them? Alex made sure Joe and his father were still breathing and moved to check onto the next closest body. It was a woman who had collapsed face down. When he rolled her over, he saw that she was bleeding from her nose and mouth. She was still breathing, but only just. Her skin was bluish and cold to the touch. What the hell is going on here? Alex thought, and quickly moved from person to person to check on them. They were all still alive for now, but it was clear they were dying. He knew he had to act fast. He was closest to Neil Hall, so he closed his eyes and took a deep breath to center himself and held a hand over the unconscious man. Just as he'd done with Sarah earlier, he opened his senses. He could feel the poison moving like a greasy oil slick through Neil's body. It was oozing through him in sickly coils around his heart and lungs. Alex could feel Neil's energy weakening. He was running out of time. They were both running out of time. Alex reached for what was left of Neil's life force and added his own. He felt the toxic flow of poison began to recede and fade. Neil's breathing evened out, and he seemed to relax. Alex opened his eyes and felt a little wave of dizziness. Sharing his essence with someone else can be risky. It's like rescuing a drowning swimmer, he thought.
You could get pulled under the water yourself if you're not careful.
He watched the color return to Neil's face and was about to help Joe when Neil convulsed violently. Blood began to pour from his mouth and nose again. Alex was shocked. Using his own essence to strengthen Neil's should have worked.
I don't understand, he thought frantically. Even if the poison's still in his system, our combined life force should be neutralizing it. His own immune system should be taking over, but... Alex could feel the poison surging through Neil again. It was moving faster now, working its way through his body even more aggressively. Alex knew now that whoever had done this was able to sense and use life energy the same way he did. The Halls were dying, and there wasn't a hospital in the world that could save them. There was no official antidote for a poison that attacks a person's energy instead of their cells. Alex could use his own inner force again, but he wasn't sure he could save everyone. He wasn't even sure he would survive the attempt. He would need something like a battery to keep him from depleting his own essence. Too bad no one's ever made a portable life force battery, he thought. An idea struck him. Wait, what if someone actually has? He reached for his bag and opened a side pocket. He looked for the seed Celia Turner had given him months ago to convince him to protect Heidi Reels. He hadn't had time to think about what to do with it. It was still there. His senses were still open to the flows of energy that moved from and through every living thing, so he could almost see the aura of life force that pulsed inside it. Alex took a moment to wonder what the plant that would grow from it could do. But he only took a moment. He had a bottle of water in his bag, and without hesitating, he crushed the seed and sprinkled the fragments into the bottle. The seed fragments began to dissolve, and Alex gently held the bottle to Neil's lips. The effect was almost immediate. Neil began to recover for the second time. Alex closed his eyes and pushed his inner force into Neil's body again. This time, instead of retreating, Alex could feel the poison dissipate completely. Neil's faltering essence surged, and Alex knew he would be okay this time. Alex hurried through the room and repeated the process with each person. Once everyone was out of danger, he leaned against a wall and slid to the floor, almost spilling what was left of the water in his bottle. Everyone was going to be okay, but they would be unconscious for a while. A wave of nausea passed through him. He was exhausted. Episode 494, Master of Poisons. Alex Ambrose closed his eyes against the headache that throbbed viciously behind them. He began taking long, deep breaths and struggled to sit up straight. His training took over, and he felt his headache dissipate slowly. When he could think clearly again, the question he hadn't had time to answer demanded his attention. Someone had targeted Joe Hall's family, but why? Joe doesn't know anything about the weird stuff that happens around me, he thought. So why would he call me instead of an ambulance? Obviously, someone was trying to send Alex a message. A warning, he wondered, or a threat? He opened his eyes and watched Joe and his family breathe deeply and evenly. To anyone who didn't know better, they looked like they were sleeping. He fiddled with the bottle of water he'd used to administer the improvised antidote with and tried to make sense of the situation. Suddenly, he realized that he wasn't alone.
He was being watched, and he hadn't noticed. The faint scent of cherry blossoms was all the warning he had before a dark figure rushed at him. Almost faster than his eye could see, a hand sped toward Alex's jaw. It would have broken his neck if it had landed, but Alex dodged it. In the same motion, he swung his left hand in a wide arc, catching his attacker's arm. The momentum of Alex's defense flung the attacker across the living room, crashing through the opposite wall into the dining room. This is the trap, he thought grimly, and moved toward the dining room. Whoever had set this all up knew he'd use his own inner force to save the halls. He was supposed to have completely exhausted himself so that he'd be an easy target, an easy kill. If he hadn't used the seed, he probably would have been. Alex was right. That's exactly how Harvey Kingston had planned his attack. It was how the ghosts operated. Why risk a head-on attack when you can ambush a weakened opponent? But the ghosts also like to make sure they had contingencies in place. And Kingston may prefer a sneak attack, but he wasn't afraid to fight face to face. Kingston rolled to his feet gracefully, shedding plaster dust and debris, and danced backward as Alex approached. With a grin, he reached behind him and flung both hands toward Alex. Tiny blades flew at Alex like darts. Each one was coated with one of Kingston's special poisons, a particularly nasty little beauty that caused rapid tissue decay. One drop would make Alex's skin start to rot while his bloodstream carried the poison to his vital organs, which would then start to liquefy. It was gruesome, and Kingston never got tired of using it. Alex moved in a blur. Almost effortlessly, he managed to dodge each one. Despite himself, Kingston was impressed. "Okay," he said with a chuckle. "I wasn't expecting that. Walton's intel is incomplete. He knows you're a martial arts expert, but none of us expected you to be an actual master." He and Alex moved in a slow circle, waiting to see who would make the next move. He knew Alex was herding him away from the halls to avoid collateral damage, but that didn't matter. The halls were the bait, and they had served their purpose. Walton underestimated you. Murdoch underestimated you. I underestimated you. You are full of surprises. Alex seemed utterly calm, almost bored. Kendall Payne underestimated me too, he said. I'm used to it. Another ghost, huh? Kingston nodded. Why go through Joe and his family to get to me? Alex asked with a sneer. What made you so sure I'd come to help them, or that I'd even get here in time? Seems like kind of a gamble, and you played a weak hand. Yeah, Kingston said with a grin. About that. Keeping a close eye on Alex, he slowly reached into a pocket and held up a smartphone. The screen lit up to show a group of men on a boat. Jonah Walton stood calmly in the frame, holding a woman's arm in a tight grip. She was disheveled, and a bruise was forming under her left eye. Alex recognized her immediately. It was Rose Scott. Her hands were bound behind her back, but she struggled against her captors. You might as well let her go, Alex said flatly. Holding her isn't going to do you any good. You think we won't kill her? Kingston asked with a smile. I don't think it matters. If she dies, she dies. She doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Alex's face was utterly blank. You'd watch her die? You don't strike me as the heartless sort. I told you she's nothing to me. What does it matter if she lives or dies? Alex said indifferently. Joe and Rose as targets, Alex thought. It doesn't make any sense. He couldn't help but wonder whether or not Debbie was safe. The Chamber of Commerce has a lot to hide, and he didn't know how far they'd go to do it. Debbie was Alex's real weak spot. Rose was just a face from his past. If he could convince the ghost he didn't care about her, she might make it off that boat in one piece. Keep your eyes on me, ghost, he thought. You expect me to believe you feel nothing? Kingston said. If you're going to kill her now. I'm getting bored, Alex said blandly. He leaned against the wreckage of the wall he'd thrown Kingston through and picked at the edges of the shattered plaster. Rose's voice wailed from the phone's speakers. Alex, what are you saying? I'll never forgive you. I can hear you. Please don't let them hurt me. You can't be so cruel. She began to sob. Her voice was filled with pain and fear. Enough of this, Alex said, and flung a shard of plaster from the wall. It zipped through the space between them, hitting the phone with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the screen and knocking it from Kingston's hand. Alex couldn't show that he cared about Rose. He couldn't afford to. Kingston grinned. Alex was a master of martial arts, but ghosts knew how to hold their own. Taking advantage of Alex's moment of distraction, Kingston launched his next attack. Moving with incredible speed, he darted forward in an unexpected charge. He could see Alex hesitate as he tried to anticipate Kingston's strike. Careless, Kingston didn't hesitate at all. Like the wind, he flashed toward Alex and spun around him in a tight circle. As he moved, a sharp blade slid into his hand from a hidden sheath in his sleeve. He slashed at Alex's throat, but Alex spun with him, avoiding the strike. Kingston had planned for the dodge, knowing it would leave an opening for the blade he'd hidden in his opposite hand. He rolled away and put some space between them. He had managed to cut through Alex's shirt and leave a thin cut on his arm. The expression on Alex's face was one Harvey Kingston would remember with pride. Not every toxin was meant to kill an opponent right away. Where was the fun in that? The one on these blades was a delightful combination of fast-acting hallucinogens, paralytics, and neurotoxins. Alex watched in disbelief as Kingston's body began to flicker like an old movie. His vision couldn't track Kingston's movements. Every time the ghost moved, an afterimage would remain. As he circled Alex, he left a slow-moving shadow of himself. In moments, Alex was surrounded by dozens of Harvey Kingstons, all of them smiling cruelly and holding knives in both hands. Strobing lights and shadows made it hard to distinguish which was the real Kingston. The ghost attacked in a spinning whirl, slashing high and low. Dozens of shadows holding short knives came at him. Alex had no way to fight back. After a flurry of slashes and stabs, the attack stopped. Alex was covered in shallow cuts. All of them stung, but none were fatal. Kingston was toying with him. Unable to speak, barely able to stay conscious, Alex fell to his knees. Everything dies, Ambrose. You're no exception. The ghost was mocking him. Those cuts won't heal, you know. If you don't bleed to death first, your heart will give out in 3 days. He crouched beside his fallen opponent. My poisons are the deadliest in the world, he said proudly, and plunged one of his knives into Alex's gut with a laugh. Episode 495, Bitter Betrayal. Harvey Kingston didn't laugh for long. To his shock, Alex slowly stood up. He was unsteady on his feet, but he looked at Kingston and smiled weakly. There was a bottle of water in his hand. It was almost empty. Almost. Before the ghost could react, Alex drank the last bit of the elixir he'd used to save Joe and his family. Kingston's jaw dropped as the cuts on Alex's arms and torso began to close. In the span of a few heartbeats, even the wound to his gut was completely healed. "What? I don't understand," Kingston sputtered. "You ghosts only see what you want to see. You have no idea what I'm capable of," Alex said. Kingston's eyes narrowed. "I may not know how you pulled this off, but it doesn't matter. My poisons bond to your cells. Without the antidote, you'll die. Maybe even here in your friend's house. Your life force might keep you here." He laughed. "You can haunt the yard all day and cry alone." You make a good point. I won't kill you here. Joe's kids deserve a less pathetic boogeyman," Alex said. He enjoyed the flare of rage in the ghost's eyes. "Oh, by the way, you dropped this." Alex held up one of Kingston's knives. His arm blurred. There was a meaty thunk and a sharp gasp. Kingston's eyes were wide as he looked down to see the hilt of his own blade sticking out of his left shoulder. His mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. He took a ragged breath and staggered. You... The ghost's face twisted in horror. His breath became shallow. "You... I said I wouldn't kill you here," Alex said calmly. He watched Kingston's pupils dilate and was briefly curious what kind of visions might frighten a ghost. No longer able to speak, Kingston nodded wildly. With terror in his eyes, he fell to his knees. "Everyone dies, Ghost. You're no exception," Alex said coldly. "You can still crawl out of here. If you're lucky, your heart will give out in 3 days." Kingston's eyes were wild with madness and anger. The only sound he could make was a grotesque rasping croak. He reached out with one shaking hand and lurched forward. Alex knew firsthand how he felt. Strangely, he couldn't seem to muster up any sympathy. The ghost began to paw at his jacket pocket. His clumsy fingers grasped a slim, black case after 3 fumbling tries. He tore it open and removed the metal black syringe. The barrel was empty. He stared at it, baffled. He had given his last dose to Louisa Murdoch. Harvey Kingston had been a master of poisons, an accomplished fighter, and a fearsome, respected ghost. Now he was going to die. He was being killed by one of his own weapons. Summoning the last of his will, he climbed to his feet and shambled away from the man who had bested him. Alex watched him struggle to flee and wondered if he should end the ghost's suffering. Before he could decide, his cell phone rang. Alex answered the call. "You survived, my ghost friend," said a man's voice. Alex didn't respond. "I didn't think you would. I should have known better. Miss Scott is unharmed, by the way. You can't convince me that you don't care about her safety. She's at Belt's Wharf. We'll be seeing you soon." The phone beeped as the caller hung up. While Alex had been distracted, the ghost had vanished. "Don't worry about Rose, Alex. They might be animals, but they want you dead more than they want to hurt her," said a faint voice behind him. Neil Hall leaned warily against a wide archway. Alex glanced past him into the living room where the rest of the Hall family was still unconscious. Neil had received a double dose of Alex's life force to cure him from the ghost's attack, so it made sense that he'd come to first. He'd clearly heard the threat Alex had just received.
"You can't go," he said. "They just kill you both, son. You have to know that."
His voice was thick with worry. "I know, Mr. Hall," said Alex. He was so tired. He closed his eyes and tried to plan his next move. "But I have to." His voice was cut off by a flash of white-hot pain. He reached behind his shoulder to find a knife buried in his back. His eyes were wide with disbelief. "Mr. Hall?" he whispered weakly. "Neil?" Out of instinct, he tried to pull on the knife. He cut his open hand. "Why?" Neil Hall's face was bathed in sweat. His hands were shaking, but he leaned on the knife, driving it in deeper. Alex bit back a scream. "Between saving your family and fighting that ghost," he said, gasping, "I don't have the energy to heal myself." "But you knew that, didn't you? That was part of the trap." Alex grimaced. "I never suspected you." He wasn't sure which hurt more, the literal knife in his back or the metaphor. Neil's eyes were pitiless. "Alex, you shouldn't have come to Baltimore." Alex was strangely calm. He concentrated on managing the pain and trying not to pass out. He wondered if he was going into shock. "Are you in some kind of trouble? Money?" It was getting harder to breathe. Neil shook his head. "No, son, nothing like that," he said. "You shouldn't have crossed the ghosts. You really shouldn't have." "You're one of them? You're a ghost?" Neil said nothing, but his eyes hardened. "Guess that answers that," thought Alex. "Is Joe? Is he a ghost? Ben? Max?" Alex asked. "No, Joe's just a kid. He's not ready," Neil said. "But one day, maybe. I'll bring him into the fold when the time's right. As for the others," he said with disgust, "what would the ghosts want with trash?" Alex grimaced and drew a shaky breath. "I don't know why I'm surprised to find ghosts in the suburbs of Baltimore. This isn't even the weirdest part of my week," he said with a bleak little laugh. "I guess I just got careless." Alex couldn't stand to look at Neil anymore. He was losing a lot of blood, and it was getting harder to think straight. He looked around the ruined dining room. "Heck of a mess. Are they going to foot the bill for repairs, Neil? Is this house part of their payoff?" Episode 496, Don't Do It. Alex was struggling to reconcile the honest and kind man from his past with the ghost now standing in front of him. There appeared to be two very different versions of Neil Hall. Everything must have been arranged for a long time, and the ghosts seemed to be responsible for Joe's recent silence, Tabitha's threat, Harvey's appearance, and Neil's sneak attack. "Joe and I were friends, and we spent a lot of time together," Alex said. "We were like brothers. You came to visit Joe once, and you took us both out for dinner. Do you remember that? It was the most delicious meal I'd eaten in some time, because I didn't have the money to eat well when I was a student." "That was a long time ago," Neil said, sighing. "Why bring it up now?" He took a step forward, holding the knife. Alex winced, and a drop of sweat slid down his forehead. "I know you're a good man," he said to Neil. "Remember that." Neil flushed with embarrassment. "I'll make it quick," he said. "That's all I can do for you." "What will Joe do when he hears about this?" Alex asked. "Have you considered how he might feel about it?" "Joe? He doesn't understand how the world works," Neil said, his expression hard. "Life is cruel, and we all do what we must." Alex shook his head. "No matter how cruel the world is, you should stick to your moral code." "You don't know what you're talking about," Neil said. A loud noise came from outside, and then dozens of people in black uniforms swarmed in. Michael Murdoch strode through the door as if he owned the place, and Jonah followed, dragging Rose by the arm. He pushed her to the ground, and then he pulled out a cigar and lit it as he looked at the scene in front of him. "Neil, I can pay off all your gambling debts," Jonah said, "and the contract on you will be canceled immediately, provided that you..." He paused to take a puff of his cigar. Then he pointed at Alex and said, "Kill him." Alex felt Neil's determination grow stronger. He searched the ground and found a broken blade. He tossed it at Neil, who ducked and then held up his own knife. "You don't have to do this," Alex said. "You've made mistakes, but this will just make everything worse. Think about Joe. How will he feel about this? Do you really have the heart to kill me?" Neil hesitated for just a moment, and then his expression grew cold. "I'm sorry, Alex," he said. "It's either you or me." He leaned forward and stabbed at Alex. Alex was growing weak, and he was losing the ability to defend himself. He raised his arm to fend off the attack, and the knife slashed at it. Blood dripped down his arm. "This is your own fault, Alex," Jonah said, watching him. "You offended one of the ghosts." Michael looked closely at Alex and gave him a grim smile. "Get on with it," he said to Neil. Neil kicked Alex hard, shoving him to the wall, and then he raised his knife once more. "Alex!" Rose screamed, getting up and rushing over to him. She glared at Neil. "How could you?" she demanded. "Isn't there any humanity left in you?" A trace of remorse flashed across Neil's face. Jonah stepped forward, grabbed Rose, and dragged her away. "Quiet," he said, pushing her to the ground. As she fell, her head hit the floor, knocking her unconscious. "Why does everyone like Alex so much?" Michael asked, looking at Rose. Then he simply shrugged and smiled. Alex took advantage of the distraction to stand up. Neil lashed out with his knife, giving Alex a shallow cut on his throat. A drop of blood fell and landed on the unconscious Joe. "You've come a long way from that lovesick young man at university," Neil said, smiling at him. "You're very skilled." Alex looked at him. "Put down the knife and walk away," he said. "I won't kill you, and I'll take care of your problems. There's no need for this." "What can you do for me?" Neil asked helplessly. "Those are big promises, but I can't see any way you can keep them. Things have gone too far and there's no going back." He frowned. Jonah's people were watching him, so he had to kill Alex. But how could he murder his son's best friend? "You can always choose to turn back," Alex said softly. "Don't do something you'll regret." He remembered Neil's past kindness to him. Alex was a good person, so he wanted to give Neil a chance to do the right thing. "I'm sorry, Alex," Neil said sadly. "I have no choice. You must die today." Neil moved forward, aiming his knife straight at Alex's throat. He moved gracefully, betraying the fact he was an experienced fighter. Alex made no attempt to move, but his eyes had become cold, and the previous compassion he had felt for Neil was now gone. Neil frowned when he realized Alex wasn't trying to evade him. What's he doing? He wondered. Has he accepted his death, or is he too weak to resist me? It didn't matter. He was resolved to see this through. At least it'll be over quickly, he thought. Alex has no chance. At the very last second, Alex moved, causing Neil to lose his balance. As he fell, his eyes widened with horror as he saw the knife heading toward Joe's throat. Neil hurriedly pulled his hand back, but his reactions weren't fast enough. Although he succeeded in avoiding Joe's throat, the knife still scratched his cheek, drawing blood. Episode 497, The Mysterious Rescue. Neil lurched to his feet, gaping at his son. He was horrified that he had hurt him. While he was still in shock, Alex picked up a broken blade and stabbed him. No one moved or spoke. The battle was over. Jonah's cigar dropped from his fingers, and his smile faded. Michael was too numb to react. What just happened? He murmured, unable to believe what he had seen. Everyone watched as Neil glanced down at the knife in his chest with an indescribable expression. Then, slowly, he toppled to the floor. Joe lay still, the blood still trickling from the wound on his cheek. Alex picked him up and placed him gently on the sofa. Then he turned to Neil. I'm sorry, he said, kneeling next to Neil to check on him. I don't blame you, Neil said weakly. He started to tremble. I should have protected you, but I tried to kill you instead. You were right to fight back. He smiled sadly. A glimmer of pity flashed in Alex's eyes. Don't struggle, he said. If you dislodge the knife, you'll bleed out quickly. He couldn't forget Neil's earlier generosity toward him, and Neil was also Joe's father. He really wished it hadn't come down to this. You need to find a ghost and get help, Alex said. I'll continue to fight. Thank you, Alex, Neil said, smiling at him. You're a good man, but I can't do this anymore, he sighed. You live in a clean world with no lies or conspiracies. Meanwhile, I was tempted by things I should have left alone. Promise me, he coughed. Promise me you'll look after Joe like a brother. Mr. Hall, Alex said, frowning. The ghosts have no use for the weak, Neil said. And Jonah will not be happy with my failure. This'll not end well for me. Alex scowled. Don't talk like that, he said. We can fix this. No, we can't, Neil said, chuckling. He patted Alex's hand. Goodbye, Alex. Then he suddenly grabbed the knife and pulled it from his chest. Mr. Hall! Alex yelled, rushing to press down on the wound. But there was nothing he could do. It was too late. Neil was dead within minutes. Alex sighed, but he didn't have time to mourn. Over here, Jonah called to his men, who obeyed instantly. Kill Alex, now, he ordered. We can't let him go back to the mountains. It would be a disaster. Alex was injured, but he couldn't surrender. Rose lay on the floor, watching as the men surrounded Alex. And when she tried to move, she grimaced with pain. A commotion sounded outside, and then a voice came through a loudspeaker. Put down your weapons and surrender, or you will all be killed. Jonah was stunned. He looked around, wondering, Who is that? And where did he come from? Where are you? Jonah roared. You're making a mistake. I'm Jonah Walton from the Chamber of Commerce, and this is Michael, Jeremiah Murdoch's son. You don't want to get involved in this. There was silence outside for a moment, and Jonah and Michael looked at each other and grinned triumphantly. They knew no one would dare interfere with them. But then the sound of laughter came from the loudspeaker. I don't care who you are, the voice said. If you're wise, then you'll come out of there. If you don't, I'll shoot you. I'm going to count to 5, and I'd advise you to be outside before I reach the end. 1, 2. The voice seemed resolute. Jonah looked out the window, and his face turned white. There were 7 or 8 heavily armed people on the roof opposite the Hall family home, and some of them had rocket launchers. 4. Stop! I'm coming out! Jonah yelled. Michael was livid. What the hell is going on? He wondered. Several of their men put down their weapons and walked outside, holding their arms above their heads. Staying alive was more important to them than revenge. Step away from Alex and the other hostages, or we'll put you down, the voice called, clearly expecting to be obeyed. More noise came from outside, signaling the arrival of more men. Jonah and Michael stepped outside with their hands in the air. They wished they'd been better prepared. They hadn't been well enough armed to deal with these intruders. As they looked around, Jonah was stunned by what he saw. Many men with submachine guns had surrounded the Hall family home. Each of them had covered his face and only their eyes were showing. Michael paled as he realized how much trouble they were in. Don't make any sudden movements and keep those hands up, ordered the voice through the loudspeaker. A couple of Jonah's men reached for their weapons, and the newcomers fired on them, dropping them instantly. The others were careful to move slowly and deliberately, keeping their hands in plain sight. Nobody else wanted to die here. Jonah and Michael were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They had lost several men, and if news of this got out, it would damage their reputation. If they weren't careful, they might become a laughingstock. Who are you? Jonah called. Why don't you show yourself? He wanted to know who was doing this to them. After all, he fully intended to hunt them down and make them pay. Defiant, he dropped his hands, letting them dangle by his sides. Sweat rolled down Jonah's face as he waited for a reply. Several weapons aimed at him from all sides, ready to fire at any time. You still think you can make demands? The voice called. I don't think you understand the situation here. The man walked forward and stood at the edge of the roof, staring down at Jonah. Get those hands back up. Episode 498, It's Just a Flesh Wound. Jonah glared at the newcomer. If he didn't do what he was told, then the man would order his men to open fire on him. His face grew red. He desperately wanted to yell at that man, but he knew he couldn't. The man barely acknowledged him, not seeing him as a threat. He gritted his teeth and raised his hands once more, furious about being forced to back down in front of everyone. That's what I thought, the man said. I knew you'd see it my way. All the masked people burst out laughing. Jonah's face was scarlet now. Who are you? He asked again. Tell me so I can have all of you killed, one by one. So, you're Jonah Walton from the Chamber of Commerce, the man said, ignoring Jonah's question. You're a big man around Baltimore, and yet you surrendered straight away. That's not very impressive." The other men laughed and jeered at him. Within a few minutes, Jonah and Michael were ushered into a car, and then they were driven away peacefully. The man came down from the roof and rushed into the building. "Alex, I'm sorry I'm late," he said. "Are you okay?" Alex recognized his voice straight away. "Clark?" he asked. "That's the first time you've used my name rather than calling me Mr. Fairfax," Clark said. "As you should, after saving my daughter's life." He took off his mask and grinned at Alex. He had been in a good mood since his daughter had recovered, but when he noticed Alex's expression, his smile slid away. "You're hurt," he said, looking closer at Alex. "I'll call an ambulance." "It's nothing," Alex said, dismissing Clark's concern. "It's just a flesh wound." He sighed and looked over at Neil's body, regretting what had happened. Then he spotted Rose and rushed over to check on her. She was still lying on the floor, with her hair draped over her face. He pushed it back and spotted blood coming from her nose. A strange smell overlaid her breath, and Alex stared at her in shock, realizing she had been poisoned. Although he didn't really like Rose, she had risked herself in an attempt to save him, and he was grateful she had tried. He also felt a little guilty. When Rose had been kidnapped, he had assumed she wouldn't be hurt because they were only using her as bait. He had been convinced they would keep her alive until they had dealt with him, so he had pretended to be indifferent to her fate. "What poison is it?" Clark asked, squatting down to examine her. Alex gently lifted Rose's eyelids and looked at her eyes. Then he took her wrist and checked her pulse. "It's probably the same thing they gave Joe," he said. "Most likely something developed by the ghosts." He took out the remaining tonic, gave some to Rose, and then he swallowed the rest himself. It would take time to recover all his inner strength, so he was still very weak. He had tried to do his best for the Hall family, but it had still ended badly. He didn't bother asking Clark how he knew to come here. All he cared about was leaving. But just as he stood up, Rose opened her eyes and looked at him. It seemed like the poison had completely dissolved. "Are you okay?" Alex asked, keeping his voice gentle. Rose had changed a lot since he had first met her. She was much less vain now, and her behavior had greatly improved. It made her even lovelier than before and much more approachable. He didn't know Rose only acted that way in front of him. Around everyone else, she was as mean as ever. Rose was now in love with Alex. Since Alex's fight at the waterfall, she had developed a big crush on him, but her feelings were unrequited. When Rose had rushed to protect him from Neil, she'd hoped she and Alex would die together. "Alex?" Rose asked quietly. Then she grew excited. "Are we dead?" "No, we're alive," Alex said. "Why are you so happy about dying? Are you confused?" "Oh," Rose flushed. "Are you all right?" she asked, smiling at him. "Yes, I'm fine," Alex said. "We all survived." Rose saw the blood on his clothes and burst into tears. "Alex, they said they wanted to kill me and you didn't say anything," she cried. "Don't you have a conscience?" She punched his arm. "Don't I matter to you at all? I admit that I didn't treat you very well when we first met, but I was still one of your classmates. Were you really going to let them kill me?" Then she sniffled. "You evil swine," she said. "You're completely heartless, Alex. I can't believe I wanted to be your friend." Then, sobbing, she threw herself into his arms. "You bastard," she said. "I almost died and you don't really care." Clark was confused. Was the girl reprimanding Alex or hugging him? She kept switching between laughing, crying, and yelling. Alex frowned. Rose was holding on tight, probably to stop him from leaving, and it was making him uncomfortable. "Please, have some self-respect, Rose," Alex said, firmly removing her grip and setting her away from him. His expression remained indifferent. "Yes, we were once classmates, but I went to university with a lot of people. It's not as if we were friends. In fact, we didn't get along at all. You were vain and judgmental, and you were obsessed with marrying a rich man. You acted like everyone else was beneath you." Rose was deeply hurt. She straightened up and wiped the tears from her face. "Is that really how you see me?" she asked in a trembling voice. "Yes," Alex said, his tone cold. "What do you want from me? I saved you because it was the right thing to do, not because I have feelings for you. All I feel for you is pity." "Well, thank you for your evaluation of me," Rose said stiffly. "It's good to know what you think of me." She shivered. "Goodbye, Alex. Don't worry. You won't see me again." Episode 499, The Family Banquet. "What do you mean I'll never see you again?" Alex asked. "Don't worry, I know when I'm not wanted," Rose said, bursting into tears. "I guess I deserve to be rejected. Goodbye, Alex." She turned and ran outside. "Alex, why don't you talk to her and clear everything up?" Clark suggested, feeling sorry for Rose. She looked so desolate. Alex shook his head. "Don't worry about it, please," he said. "I'm sorry, Rose," Alex thought, watching her go. "But you're confused by your feelings for me, and I can't encourage you. If I didn't reject you, you would never move on." Throughout history, there were many examples of unrequited love, and it often ended in misery. It was better to be cruel to be kind. By doing this, Alex hoped Rose would abandon her pursuit of him and find someone else to love. He had treated her badly, but she would recover quickly and go on to be happy without him. Alex sighed and turned to look at Clark. "How did you find me?" he asked. Clark shrugged. "I got a mysterious phone call saying you were here and that you were in trouble," he said. "The caller asked me to rescue you, so I grabbed my men and rushed over. I wasn't sure if the call was real, but I felt I should investigate. Just as well I did." "A mystery phone call?" Alex echoed. "Who could that have been?" He thought it over, but he couldn't come up with anything. He looked at Clark. "Could you help me with something?" "Ask, and I'll do my best to be of assistance," Clark said, smiling at him. "Find out all you can about the conspiracy against me," Alex said, his eyes flashing. "I want revenge." By 9 o'clock in the evening, the banquet at the Hill Hotel was well underway. The room was warm, and the lights were blazing down on the guests, who were gathered in groups, chatting and drinking. The women were dressed in beautiful gowns, and the men looked sharp in their suits. Everyone here was rich and successful. Michael and Louisa were right in the thick of things, talking with the other guests and enjoying themselves. A few of the men glanced at Louisa, appreciating her beauty. Louisa had lost a lot of weight due to her illness, but she was still very attractive. The men fell over each other to compliment her and get her attention. "Miss Murdoch, I'm so glad you're feeling better." "Yes, you're looking well." "I was just going to say that. You're looking lovely." "Thank you," Louisa said warmly, making sure to smile at each one of them. She took a sip of her wine. "And we should thank Edwin, too," she added, gesturing to the director of Baltimore Central Hospital. Edwin was flattered. "You can always count on me," he said. Several people nodded their agreement. "Yes," one of them said, "and you can depend on us too. No matter what happens, we are all members of the same family." Louisa had extensive contacts in the medical field, and they were spread around the world. Combined with her father's power, she wielded a lot of influence, perhaps even more than her brother. "And now that we have Louisa back, we can get back to business," one man said. Louisa nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry," she said. "I'll help in any way I can." "Stephen is on his way," Michael said. "He's bringing some of his friends to help us. With their assistance, I'm sure we'll do great things together." He was exceptionally confident. Although he had failed to deal with Alex earlier, he was still in a good mood due to his sister's recovery. Besides, there would be other opportunities to get rid of Alex. "That's great," Edwin said. Everyone had heard of Stephen Murdoch. He was an important man in the medical field, and he had many contacts. He also had a lot of students who did whatever he asked of them. Once he got there, things would improve for both the Murdoch family and Edwin. Michael smiled. When his phone vibrated within his pocket, he excused himself and found somewhere quiet to answer it. A moment later, he returned, his expression gloomy. "What's the matter?" Louisa asked. Michael slipped his phone back into his pocket and took a sip of his wine. "That bastard Alex has poisoned Harvey," he said, scowling. "Harvey hasn't been able to cure himself yet, and he's still in danger." "Alex?" Louisa asked. "Who is Alex?" asked a woman standing next to Louisa. "I always seem to be hearing that name around Baltimore recently." "It's very mysterious," another woman said. "I have no idea who he is." Louisa flushed with embarrassment and couldn't meet their eyes. "I've seen some videos of him," she admitted. "I don't know whether they were real or if special effects had been added. He seems to be some kind of martial arts superstar." "Do you know Alex?" Michael asked, remembering how she had called for him when she had been barely conscious. "Why do you ask?" Louisa asked, avoiding giving him a direct answer. Since watching the recording of Alex's fight with Tyson, she had spent a lot of money buying other videos featuring Alex. She even had a video of Alex rescuing Heidi Reels stored on her computer's hard drive, and she watched it whenever she had the time. As far as she was concerned, no other man could possibly compare to Alex. She wasn't aware of the conflict between Alex and Michael, and she didn't know Michael planned to destroy him. Michael was a powerful man, and no one dared to argue with him. If he wanted Alex dead, then Alex would die. It was Alex's fault that Harvey was dying, and Alex had walked freely out of the Hall family home, while Michael and Jonah had been humiliated. That was something Michael couldn't forgive. He didn't care how much his sister liked Alex. Michael wouldn't rest until Alex had paid for embarrassing him. One young man could see how much Michael hated Alex. "Let me deal with him for you," he said. "Just say the word and he's dead." Episode 500, Dead Man Walking. The young man held up his phone. "I have a lot of friends," he said. "We can deal with this for you." A woman agreed. "Why don't I contact someone from security and hand the matter over to them?" No one cared about Alex, and they didn't see him as a serious threat. As far as they were concerned, a simple phone call would clear everything up, so they weren't at all worried. But Michael knew it wouldn't be that easy. After all, he had seen Alex's fighting skills, and he was aware that Alex had his own powerful connections. He and Jonah had conducted a lot of investigations, but they still didn't know who had rescued Alex.
"Thank you," Michael said. "I'll reach out if I need your assistance, but for now I'll handle it myself."
"Michael, are you planning to kill Alex?" Louisa asked.
"Yes," Michael said. "Alex has trampled on our family's reputation, and we can't let that stand. He can't be allowed to boast about his treatment of us, so we'll have to silence him permanently."
Louisa's eyes flashed with a trace of worry.
"Clearly, Alex is not so easy to deal with," she pointed out.
"After all, he took on the Blood Brothers gang and won. His martial arts skills are legendary, so you'll need to be careful." Michael raised an eyebrow.
"You seem to know an awful lot about Alex," he said, giving her a questioning look. He hadn't told her yet about the things she had murmured in her delirium at the hospital.
Louisa blushed.
"Michael, I know you're used to getting your way, but I'm warning you not to act rashly," she said. "It would be better to leave Alex alone. There aren't many people like him in the martial arts community, and it won't be easy to defeat him."
Michael realized she was trying to talk him out of going after Alex, and she seemed to be a little upset. "What's going on with you?" he asked suspiciously. "You're not interested in him, are you? He's a nobody, and our father will never approve of him." Louisa was stunned.
"You're my brother," she said. "I care about you, and I don't want you to get hurt. You're not naive, so you know you should take time to research Alex thoroughly before you act. You don't want to be taken by surprise, do you?"
"I've seen him fight," Michael said, "but he won't last long against us," he sighed.
"I'm sorry, Louisa, but we can't let him go. Just don't blame me when we kill him, okay?"
Louisa's bottom lip trembled.
"Is there nothing I can say to change your mind?" she asked.
"Alex is a dead man walking," Michael said in a firm tone.
"We can't let him run loose in Baltimore."
"Please, Michael, don't pick a fight with him," Louisa said, getting a little angry at her brother's refusal to listen.
"It won't end well, and you could be killed."
"Have some faith in me, Louisa," Michael said.
"You think too highly of this nobody. Why are you trying so hard to protect him? It's ridiculous."
He wasn't at all moved by her arguments. In fact, if anything, it made him even more determined to get rid of Alex.
Besides, if he didn't do it, someone else in the family would.
He was annoyed at Louisa's belief that Alex could outfight him.
Michael considered himself Alex's superior in every way. "Michael, if you fail, it could derail all our plans," Louisa pointed out. "Several of our people could die, including you."
"Even if by some miracle I fail, that doesn't mean that I won't survive the attempt," Michael argued.
"It's not worth the risk," Louisa said, trying her best to dissuade him.
"In this world, the weak don't survive," Michael said dismissively.
"They are eliminated to make space for the strong. It's always been that way. Alex is a failure, and that's all the reason I need to dispose of him."
His lip curled with contempt.
"But even worse, he struts around, pretending to be a big man, and he's just asking for a beating. I'm sick of hearing about him, so I'm going to put a stop to it."
Michael lifted his glass and drank deeply. The heavy doors to the room flew inward, hitting the walls with a loud bang. Startled, all conversations stopped, and wine glasses remained frozen halfway to the guests' mouths. Alex calmly strode into the room. Through the open doors, everyone could see the bodyguards lying motionless in the hallway. Several of them were holding their stomachs and groaning with pain. The guests all gaped in shock. This sort of thing just didn't happen in the upper-class circles they were used to. Alex's cold gaze swept the room. "Where's Michael?" he demanded.
What are you doing in here?
A security guard challenged him. Several other guards stood behind him, all staring at Alex. Alex hadn't completely healed from his injuries, and a small scar was visible on his face, making him look even more dangerous. Although he was still hurt and not at full strength, he felt he had recovered enough to deal with Michael, and he was too angry to wait any longer. According to Clark's investigation, Jonah was currently elsewhere, so Alex had decided this was a good time to challenge Michael. Louisa stared at Alex, noticing how relaxed he seemed. Before, she had only seen him in videos, but now she was seeing him in real life. Her breath caught in her throat, and her heart skipped a beat. He's even more handsome in person, she thought excitedly. For a moment, she forgot he was here to confront her brother. Michael, come and greet me properly, Alex called, taunting him. He held out his hand and wiggled his fingers as if inviting Michael to kiss his ring. Everyone but Louisa stared at him in disbelief as they muttered to each other, "Is he insane? Does he realize where he is? Does he really think he can walk in here by himself and challenge us? He seems quite confident. What a loser. He's clearly seen too many movies. Does he really expect Michael to beg for mercy?" Edwin was standing near Alex. He wasn't impressed with the young man, and he saw an opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty to Michael. Still holding his glass of wine, he stepped forward. "This is a private function," he said. "How dare you barge in here shouting? Apologize to Michael, now, or you'll regret it." "Oh?" Alex asked, smiling. He picked up a glass of wine from a nearby table and sniffed it. Then he threw the wine in Edwin's face. "Get out of my way," he said,